Chapter 1. The Studious Rebel's Adventure. In the late night, the experimental teaching building at SC University still glowed with light in one of its laboratories. Guyu Tong, aren't you heading back to your dorm yet? A weary graduate student on night duty called out to the last boy, remaining in the lab with a hint of exasperation. I have the lab practical exam tomorrow morning, so I definitely need to practice all night, the boy replied without lifting his head from the operation table. Thanks for keeping the lab open for me, big sis. Moi. You always leave things to the last minute before exams, she said, a mix of indulgence and reproach in her tone. You're always skipping classes for fun, yet somehow manage to rely on cramming just before the tests, and your grades aren't half bad. You're going to drive all those keeners to madness. That's called talent, he retorted, carefully executing an experiment involving the decomposition of cell walls by specific enzymes. Indeed, your father is a senior agronomist, and your mother is a renowned figure in biology. It's no wonder you're suited for this field. She shook her head in resignation, a thought crossing her mind that made her feel somewhat inferior. Off. Don't overwork yourself. Got it? I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow. Forget dinner, I might just have to eat you instead. Caught off guard by her teasing, the boy could only respond with silence as she giggled and left. His name was Gan Guyu, a third-year student in the biology department at SC University, aptly named for his birth on Guyu, one of the 24 solar terms in the lunar calendar. Gan Guyu had made a name for himself, not because of his illustrious family of biologists, but as a notorious slacker. He frequently skipped classes, only attending to sleep or perhaps answer questions, while his free time was spent playing games and goofing off. He never really studied, even his preparation for practical exams required only a last-minute scramble. Yet, against all odds, his exam scores were consistently high, leaving many lesser students in the dust. The most astonishing part? He could perform any experimental procedure with expert skill after just a few practice runs. Although he lacked tall legs, the charming and playful demeanor of this handsome boy made him rather popular among the senior girls, especially those enviably large, four-layered eyelids. Whenever he approached the lab table, his energy shifted from a carefree gamer to an intense and focused scholar, a contrast that endeared him to many. Now in his third year, Guyu had earned the prestigious status of senior. Yet the label of the fresh meat of the senior girls still clung to him like a badge. Having too much fun, lately my gums are bleeding again, Guyu thought, feeling a painful swelling in his gums. He paused his work, retrieved a bottle of vitamin C from his cropped jeans, popped 2 pills, and placed the remainder back into his pocket. Stretching his back, he was about to refocus on his experiments when a sudden rift appeared in the empty space behind him. The rift quickly expanded into a space-time tear, and a powerful suction drew Guyu in, leaving him dizzy as he was pulled into it along with the laboratory table before the rupture vanished, returning the surroundings to stillness. When he regained consciousness, he heard a girl's voice. Oh, it seems he's awake. How long had he been out? Had he really fallen asleep? It must be morning already, still had experiments to finish. This was disastrous. He couldn't afford to miss the final practical exam, especially if he drew the experiment he hadn't practiced yet. The thought of failing sent a shiver down his spine as his mother's stern face flashed in his mind, snapping him awake. He opened his eyes, only to be stunned by the scene before him. He lay on the ground, surrounded by a group of young women gazing down at him, their expressions a mix of curiosity, surprise, wariness, and seriousness. Each of these girls was strikingly beautiful. With above-average figures, however, he was sure they were not from his department because he didn't recognize any of them. But more startling was their attire. They wore dresses made from leaves and grass skirts. What was going on? Were they about to perform some kind of show? This was a laboratory. No, this wasn't a laboratory at all. Where was he? Guyu sprang to his feet and looked around. He stood on a massive tree stump, and behind him loomed a colossal tree, its crown blocking out the sunbeams of light filtered through the gaps in the leaves. This tree resembled a type of banyan, with thick aerial roots threading into the ground, possibly forming a dense forest. Guyu had never seen such an enormous tree. Its trunk was easily over 20 meters in diameter, with a crown that spread across thousands of square meters. The height was incredible. Where did it end? Rational thought informed him that such a tree could not possibly exist on Earth. Where am I? He exclaimed, bewildered. To his surprise, he realized that the sounds emerging from his mouth were not in Chinese or any language he knew, yet he understood their meaning intuitively. Ah, he spoke. One of the girls in a grass skirt squealed. Mother Nature above. It's a man? He's definitely a man, right? No wonder Pepe is so special. The sacred tree's summoning ceremony actually brought forth a man. Is he this short? He seems to be only a bit taller than me. He certainly isn't taller than Lulu and the others. What a strange outfit. It doesn't seem to be the attire bestowed by Mother Nature. Well, at least he's clothed. Initially, Guyuin was too dazed to realize she spoke in a language different from Chinese now. However, he was acutely aware. More importantly, he understood their discourse perfectly. As he grappled with the shock, another girl's voice called out, "Step aside. The high priest and the elders are coming." The circle of girls parted as an elderly woman approached, leading several middle-aged women. The elder was also clad in garments made of leaves, but her outfit was not limited to just a bodice. She wore a long skirt that reached the ground, complemented by a wreath of leaves adorning her head. The middle-aged women behind her wore similar attire, but lacked headpieces. Upon seeing Gu Yuin, their faces reflected astonishment. One of the middle-aged women, with a beauty mark on her cheek, immediately turned to a lone girl standing behind her. "Pepe, is this what you conjured in the sacred tree's summoning ceremony?" All eyes turned toward the same direction, and Gu Yuin, curious, followed suit, his gaze instantly transfixed. An exquisite beauty, with fair skin, delicate features, and flowing azure hair. Even Gu Yuin, with his discerning eye, had to grant her full marks for looks. Unlike the others in grass skirts, this girl was draped in a mage's robe he had often seen in films. The robe obscured her figure somewhat, but based on Gu Yuin's years of experience, he could tell she was exceptionally well-proportioned, perfectly aligning with his cultural aesthetic. If the other grass-skirted girls scored between 80 to 95 points for beauty, this girl would undoubtedly receive 99, with a single point deducted for her mage's robe. However, at that moment, her cheeks flushed with anger, her beautiful eyes, filled with indignation, fixated on Gu Yuin as if she wished to consume him whole. "What's going on?" Gu Yuin thought, tentatively greeting her. "Hi, have we met before?" "No, we haven't," she replied through clenched teeth. "If it were up to me, I'd prefer to have never seen you." Feeling a real sense of hostility from her, Gu Yuin found himself baffled. What had he done? He hadn't wronged her, had he? While he had harbored lovely thoughts just moments ago, surely she couldn't have known that. Even if she did, was it necessary for her to be this furious? At that very moment, all eyes returned to Gu Yuin. Unable to endure their scrutinizing gazes, he took the initiative to break the silence. "May I ask, where exactly is this place?" "This is the forest of nature, child," the elder replied after a moment's hesitation. "Though the answer seems obvious, I still wish to confirm, are you a man?" "Of course I'm a man. Do I need to prove it by taking my pants off?" Gu Yuin thought with irritation but still nodded sincerely. "Is there a problem?" "Mother Nature above!" the elder exclaimed in astonishment. This year's sacred tree summoning actually brought forth a male child. "Tell me, what is your name? And why are you dressed thus, without the garments bestowed by Mother Nature?" "My name is Gu Yuin." He instinctively surveyed his attire. A red and blue plaid shirt, cropped jeans, and green flip-flops, exactly what he had worn in the lab. He cautiously asked, "What exactly is this sacred tree summoning?" "It is the annual summoning ceremony in our forest of nature, where Mother Nature sends us a new sister." The elder paused briefly. "Occasionally, she may send us male companions as well." Well, if Gu Yin's guess was correct, it seemed he truly had been transported to another world. Chapter 2. To Stay or Leave. Through a series of fragmented conversations, Gan Guyu pieced together the current circumstances. He found himself, in simple terms, he had been inadvertently summoned by the enchanting yet hostile beauty Pepe through some sort of sacred tree summoning ritual, leading to his unexpected journey into another realm. That he arrived in a land known as the Daughter Kingdom of the Natural Forest, where it appeared that most of the beautiful women were summoned annually in a similar fashion, and were bestowed with novice attire consisting of a leaf skirt, something he was notably lacking. Fortunately, that was a blessing. Gan Guyu could hardly fathom what he would look like adorned in such a skirt. "Great priestess, what shall we do now? Shall we perform the sacred tree summoning anew?" A middle-aged matron inquired cautiously of the elder woman. The moment she cast a glance at Gan Guyu, he could clearly perceive the deep-seated wariness in her eyes. At that moment, the stunning Pei Pei interjected urgently. "Yes, do it again, Great Priestess. It was my mistake this time. I implore you to allow me another chance." "Foolishness," the matron, distinguished by a beauty mark, retorted sharply. "You wish to squander the sacred tree's magic once more? You were an unexpected consequence of the last summoning yourself. Had it not been for the Great Priestess's insistence, would we have permitted you to oversee such a ritual? And now, the outcome is as it is. And you still find it insufficient?" "Regulation Elder, Pei Pei stammered, frantic and at a loss for words. After a prolonged deliberation, the elder, the so-called Great Priestess, slowly shook her head. "The magic of the sacred tree is precious, by our rules. Summoning can only occur once a year. Now that we are in this predicament, what shall we do with this man?" The regulation elder shot a cold glare at Pei Pei before subtly glancing at a slightly darker-skinned maiden among the leaf-skirted beauties. Her tone unfriendly as she inquired, "What else can be done? No men are permitted to reside in the natural forest. He must be expelled." The dusky-skinned beauty, receiving a signal from the regulation elder, stepped forward with two taller maidens, casting a disdainful look at Gan Guyu. "Is that so? Wouldn't it be rather inappropriate? But can we allow a man to dwell in the natural forest? Ugh! Just the thought of it is terrifying." In an instant, the surrounding beauties began to discuss among themselves, leaving Gan Guyu, who was utterly bewildered, to stand aside. Ultimately, it was the Great Priestess who concluded the discourse, regardless of the circumstances. "This gentleman, Gan Guyu," he prompted. The Great Priestess nodded. "Gan Guyu is indeed a member summoned by the sacred tree, and thus is entitled to reside in the natural forest. But he is a man." The previously mentioned dusky beauty immediately countered. "Great Priestess, you must be aware that there are rules in the natural forest. No men are allowed to stay overnight." "That is because we have never had male kin," the Great Priestess explained, "but now we do, having been pampered by the senior sisters in his former life." Gan Guyu found it quite rare to encounter such hostility from women. Now he was somewhat incensed by their attitudes and retorted with a cold smile, "If my presence is truly such a burden, I shall take my leave. Whoever summoned me, I kindly ask her to return me to my original place. Thank you very much." "What a farce! You summon me recklessly and subject me to this unwarranted predicament. And instead of finding a solution, you discriminate against me. Excuse me, but please return me to Earth. I have no desire to participate in your games." "Must you be so unreasonable?" Pei Pei, frustrated by her blunder in summoning, found Gan Guyu's sarcasm only added to her irritation. "I don't even know how you got here. How could I possibly send you back? Where would I send you?" Gan Guyu shrugged. "Regardless, I was summoned by you, so you must take responsibility." "You," Pei Pei, exasperated, exclaimed. "You are utterly unreasonable." "Enough," the Great Priestess interjected, preventing Gan Guyu and Pei Pei from escalating their argument. "I decree that he may reside in the natural forest." Having temporarily quelled the dissenting voices, she turned to Gan Guyu and continued, "I apologize. Our sacred tree summoning does not possess the ability to return individuals. That my intention is for you to stay here for the time being, and we shall deliberate on the matter further." Gan Guyu recognized that this was the only course of action available and nodded in agreement. The Great Priestess then turned her attention back to the still fuming Pei Pei. "It has been pointed out that you summoned him. Thus you bear some responsibility. How about you take him and arrange for his accommodations?" Before Pei Pei could protest, the dusky-skinned maiden chimed in. "Then he can only stay at the lowest level, right next to Pei Pei. After all, they are both outliers. It fits perfectly." See. Pei Pei glared at the dusky maiden, who had referred to her as an outlier, but the latter met her gaze without fear, returning the glare. "Very well, let it be so," the Great Priestess sighed, somewhat exasperated, and urged Pei Pei. "Go now. We shall discuss the rest later." Pei Pei, momentarily speechless, glanced at Gan Guyu, who was watching the scene unfold with amusement, and then snapped, "Follow me. If you get lost, don't blame me." With that, she turned on her heel and walked away without waiting for Gan Guyu's response. He shrugged indifferently and followed her. The pair had not walked far barely escaping the intricate branches of the sacred tree. When they arrived at two wooden doors, between the doors, a branch twisted upward, revealing countless similar doors above. Pei opened one door, gesturing irritably inside, and said to Gan Guyu, "This is where you will stay, don't wander off." After that, she turned and entered the adjacent door, slamming it shut behind her. Gan Guyu paid no mind to Pei's departure and curiously surveyed his new abode. It was evident that he had entered a tree hollow, furnished with a wooden bed and table seamlessly integrated into the walls, leaving him uncertain whether it had been excavated by human hands or grown naturally. His curiosity stemmed from Pei's attire, which led him to deduce that the place he had traversed to was likely a magical continent. Having unexpectedly crossed realms, Gan Guyu's mood was far from delightful, and now he found himself embroiled in such troublesome affairs, leaving him mentally and physically drained. Out of sheer boredom, he reclined on the wooden bed. Had his parents gone frantic with worry by now? Regrettably, he had no means of returning at present. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, and before he knew it, he had drifted off to sleep. Chapter 3. The Universal Biological Control Panel. Gan Guyu did not dream of his family, friends, or the goddess of his affections. Nor did he envision the pack of single senior sisters, but instead, he dreamt of a remarkable contraption, the experimental control panel. For reasons unknown, he was convinced that this was the very panel he had sought solace in. However, it seemed to have undergone some alterations done on the panel. Two digital display boxes were present, one adorned with an image of a gold coin, while the other depicted a red heart. Yet both boxes displayed a conspicuous 0. Before Gan Guyu could further investigate, he was roused from his slumber by Pei. Upon opening his eyes, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly that it was true. He had not been dreaming. He had indeed crossed into another world. "You really have no sense of time. You've fallen asleep already," Pei remarked with irritation, pointing to several wooden plates on the table holding some flatbreads. "You claimed you would take responsibility. Here is some food to prevent you from haunting me as a ghost if you starve." Was there truly such a manner of speaking? Gan Guyu felt a surge of anger and replied, "Do you think I'm some beggar? I don't require your food. I want to go home. Why must you be so insufferably unreasonable?" Pei exclaimed, exasperated. "If I had a way, I would have sent you back already. I would have welcomed the peace instead of ending up in this predicament." In this predicament, Gan Guyu questioned perplexed Pei paused, caught off guard and momentarily lost for words. She had intended to say more, but upon his retort, her enthusiasm waned, and she merely stomped her foot and declared, "I can't explain this to you. Just know that this is all the food I can give you. I have no more, so don't bother me again." With that, she stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind her. What a character! She looked decent but had such a temperament. How tiresome! Gan Guyu shook his head in disdain. After awakening from his nap, he indeed felt a pang of hunger, so he picked up a flatbread and took a bite. "Goodness! This bread is so hard. It must not have risen properly," he complained. How could they have the audacity to serve such food? Was this some form of deliberate revenge? Nevertheless, minor grievances paled in comparison to the gnawing hunger. So, with no other choice, he reluctantly took a bite of the bread and sipped some water, finally managing to swallow the flatbread, which alleviated his hunger to some extent. With nothing to occupy his time, Gan Guyu had initially planned to explore, but Pei's warning to refrain from wandering had never truly registered in his mind. That he glanced at the sky outside and realized it was already night, shrouded in darkness, compelling him to abandon his thoughts. "Fine, I shall inquire about where to procure food tomorrow." Gan Guyu cast a sidelong glance at the few hard flatbreads remaining on the table. Grimacing and shaking his head, as he reclined back onto the bed, Gan Guyu felt invigorated, idly toying with the bottle of vitamin C in his hand. Curiously, despite his journey through time and space bringing his clothing and slippers along, the phone, wallet, and keys that had been in his pocket had vanished. His gums, once swollen and bleeding, were now miraculously healed, rendering the vitamin C seemingly unnecessary. However, he pondered how he would navigate life without a phone or internet. In a fit of frustration, he tossed the vitamin C onto the bedside, his heart heavy with despair. That moment, the image of the biological laboratory's workstation resurfaced in his mind. Initially taken aback, he abruptly pinched his thigh, questioning whether he had fallen asleep and begun to dream again. Yet, as he examined the workstation in his mind, a sudden influx of information emerged. Universal Biological Workstation. Level 1 Equipment. Shop Level 1. But this revelation caused Gan Guyu to sit up in shock, shutting his eyes and shaking his head, convinced he was hallucinating. However, he discovered that as long as he focused on the workstation, it remained vividly present in his thoughts. Could this be the fabled benefit granted to time travelers? Gan Guyu, filled with uncertainty, mentally commanded the shop to open, and to his astonishment, a dense list of items materialized in his mind. Upon closer inspection, he found the goods categorized into seeds, fertilizers, agricultural tools, experimental instruments, and several other labels, making browsing quite convenient. Each item bore a numerical price tag. Instinctively, Gan Guyu glanced at the top of the shop interface, where a large zero hung mockingly, as if to say, "Poor fellow, what are you doing shopping with no money?" He was perplexed as to how one might acquire currency, finding himself destitute. Yet upon further scrutiny, he noticed several items marked not with numbers, but with the phrase, "one-time gift." A surge of excitement coursed through him. There were indeed perks to be had. He silently wished to purchase these items, and in a flash of white light, they appeared before him. A hoe, a sickle, a shovel, and a bag of wheat seeds. These tools were familiar to Gan Guyu, for his father had taught him their use during his childhood, emphasizing that the Gan family had roots in agriculture, and one must never forget their origins. Reflecting on these items, Gan Guyu was reminded of his father, a highly educated intellectual who spent his days in the countryside studying crop yields and pestilence, stirring a bittersweet sensation within him. Nevertheless, with these tools and seeds in hand, he resolved to cultivate some grains, ensuring he would not perish from hunger. The thought of planting invigorated him. He had always relished tending to the rooftop garden at home, whether nurturing the finicky clivia or growing corn that towered over him. His affinity for all things biological ran deep, ingrained in his very being. Yet aside from the shop, the so-called Universal Biological Workstation seemed to offer no further utility. Where lay its universality? It appeared unrelated to the workstation itself. Gan Guyu pondered the workstation's potential for a while longer, finding no additional revelations. It seems this must be linked to the workstation's level, he speculated, his expression turning sour. But how does one upgrade this contraption? Truly, there are no instructions or guides. This is exceedingly crude. Negative feedback. With such mixed feelings of excitement, nostalgia, and a hint of melancholy, Gan Guyu finally drifted back to sleep. Chapter 4. The Barren Continent. From the following day onward, Gan Guyu began to wander consciously through the natural forest, seeking to inquire about the specifics of the foreign continent he had traversed to, while also searching for a means to return to Earth. Little did he know, he had become a well-known figure in this natural forest, as the surrounding grass-skirted maidens regarded him with a mixture of curiosity and intrigue, whispering and pointing behind his back. However, aside from the dark-skinned woman and her two companions who openly expressed disdain towards him, most of the grass-skirted maidens remained merely curious. Whenever Gan Guyu approached them to ask something, they would chatter away, firing questions at him. "Are you really a man? Do you have, that part?" One of the first questions thrown at him caught Gan Guyu off guard. "Your clothes are quite strange. They are not as beautiful as our tree garments. However, they are rather novel. Where can one purchase such attire? How old are you?" 22. "No way. By Mother Nature. How can you be so short? You poor thing, you need to eat more and get plenty of sunshine." This remark nearly made Gan Guyu choke on his own saliva. Standing at 169 cm, he was indeed not exceptionally tall and had often been teased by friends, though he never took offense to their playful jests. Yet being scrutinized by a group of maidens left him feeling somewhat wounded. Nevertheless, he detected no malice in the face of the girl who had posed the question. It was likely unintentional. However, this realization led him to understand that the average height of men in this otherworldly continent might render him quite self-conscious. Fortunately, after satisfying their curiosity, the maidens began to share snippets of information about the continent with him. The land was known as Salty Barren, previously called by another name, until it became increasingly desolate, with agricultural yields failing to meet the populace's demands. Thus, a culture of communal farming emerged among the inhabitants. Despite this, during years of drought, Starvation remained an unavoidable tragedy. Salty Barren was indeed a magical realm, yet the harshness of the land seemed to weaken the powers of its sorcerers. Nonetheless, sorcerers were still held in high esteem, as they could magically enhance crop yields or slay the various beasts that attempted to pilfer the harvest. Were it not for the edibility of many magical beasts, the famine on Salty Barren would be far worse. Among the various types of sorcerers, those skilled in nature magic were the most revered, as their contributions to food production were paramount. Yet, they were also the rarest, as only one nature sorcerer of the first rank could be summoned each year from the holy tree in the southwest natural forest. Beyond that, no other nature sorcerers have been seen on the continent. Gan Guyu listened in astonishment. A magical realm plagued by famine contradicted everything he had envisioned about such mystical lands. Nevertheless, amidst their lively exchanges, Gan Guyu gradually grew more familiar with the grass-skirted maidens, that he had always possessed an innate ability to engage with such girls, having been regarded as a charming young man by the senior female students during his university days. Soon enough, the maidens shed their initial wariness, finding him rather agreeable. Reflecting on this, Gan Guyu couldn't help but compare the maidens to Pei Pei, feeling a pang of nostalgia. While Pei Pei's beauty undoubtedly surpassed that of the grass-skirted maidens, her temperament left much to be desired. Observing Gan Guyu's sudden shake of the head and sigh, the maidens grew curious and inquired about his thoughts. Gan Guyu candidly expressed his musings, intending to flatter them, only to be met with strange expressions from the group. Little Guyu, don't hold it against Pei Pei. One of the more cheerful maidens named Lin Lin, who was quite familiar with Gan Guyu, interjected to defend Pei Pei. She is my best friend, and she usually has a lovely disposition. We often benefit from her help. However, the recent holy tree summoning has been quite overwhelming for her, which may have led her taking it out on you. What exactly happened? Gan Guyu sensed an underlying story and, temporarily disregarding the nickname they had given him, pressed for more details. It turned out that Pei Pei's initial outburst towards him was rooted in her own past. 19 years prior, during another holy tree summoning, a baby had arrived in the natural forest, and that baby was Pei Pei. Her arrival had caused quite a stir, as she bore no tree garments bestowed by Mother Nature, nor did she arrive dressed like Gan Guyu. Rather, she appeared as a typical baby, entirely unclothed during the summoning ceremony. Nature sorcerers summoned by the holy tree were known for their longevity. Although they began as infants, they would grow to resemble typical 17 or 18-year-olds within a few months, with their appearance remaining relatively unchanged until they surpassed 100 years, at which point aging would gradually set in contrast. Pei Pei grew in accordance with the natural aging process, and she possessed striking water-blue hair, distinct from the dark green locks of her fellow nature sorcerers. As the conversation unfolded, the group of women instinctively turned their gazes towards Gan Guyu's flowing black hair. The latter coughed awkwardly twice, prompting the women to resume their dialogue, each contributing their thoughts in turn. Subsequently, Pei Pei underwent a magical aptitude test, revealing that she was indeed not a natural element mage, but a water element mage. This revelation sparked a division of opinions within the natural forest. The tribespeople led by the high priest argued that Pei Pei was also summoned by the holy tree and, although not a natural element mage, deserved equal treatment. Conversely, the elders, represented by the Elder of Regulations, contended that this was a mere case of mistaken summoning, questioning how a non-natural element mage could be deemed a member of the natural forest. Despite the high priest's staunch support, Pei Pei remained unwelcome among the elders. The group led by the dark-skinned Shisi, summoned by the elders, consistently sided with the Elder of Regulations and often sought to provoke Pei Pei. This time, the holy tree summoning was conducted under the high priest's insistence that Pei Pei preside over it, yet the elders harbored doubts about her potential for success. Consequently, Pei Pei endured relentless mockery from Shisi and her ilk during this period. Determined to summon a powerful natural element mage to vindicate herself, Pei Pei exerted great effort during the holy tree summoning. Upon learning the context of these events, Gan Guyu felt a twinge of discomfort. The young girl had been under such immense pressure. Her outbursts towards him were thus understandable. He began to wonder if he had perhaps been too harsh on her. Now, with an awareness of the circumstances in the Xianhuang Continent, in recalling that Pei Pei had once brought him food, he found himself feeling a measure of sympathy for the young beauty. Chapter 5. Trouble Gan Guyu was lost in thought when Lin, noticing his fluctuating expression, quickly advised, "Xiao Gangu, why not forgive Pei Pei this time?" Hearing Lin's words, Gan Guyu snapped back to reality and chuckled. "Why would I? I would never stoop to quarreling with a young girl." The women nearby couldn't help but murmur among themselves. Recalling how he had previously spoken ill of her, they remembered his lack of magnanimity during the holy tree summoning ceremony. However, since Gan Guyu claimed he no longer cared, they refrained from pressing him further. It was then that Gan Guyu remembered something important. "By the way, what kind of mage am I? Don't you know?" "Oh right, you haven't tested your magical strength," Lin replied, momentarily taken aback. "Every mage is born with a unique, innate magic. Natural element mages possess a spell called Growth of All Things, which significantly accelerates the maturation of crops. Can you recall how to chant this spell?" Gan Guyu searched his mind, but shook his head in confusion. It became evident that he was merely a mistaken summoning, not a natural element mage. Realizing he might not be well received in the natural forest, Gan Guyu suddenly conceived the idea of forming an alliance with Pei Pei. The next day, Gan Guyu rose early. Stretching his limbs, he opened the door to his dwelling that a wave of fresh air, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds, flooded into his tree hollow, instantly clearing his mind. Such invigorating air was a rarity on Earth, and Gan Guyu felt a surge of joy. Pondering, he made his way to Pei Pei's residence and gently knocked on her door. Given that their previous altercations were rooted in misunderstandings, he felt it prudent to clear the SA gentleman. He should extend the olive branch, especially since they would need to establish a mutually beneficial alliance moving forward. However, no one answered from within. A passing grass-skirted beauty informed him that Pei Pei was likely already working in the fields. "Oh, she's already toiling away at this early hour. Impressive," Gan Guyu mused. Due to his father's influence, he felt an innate affinity for those who enjoyed agricultural labor. And his impression of Pei Pei markedly improved that he followed a path toward the outskirts of the natural forest, noting that many grass-skirted beauties were already up and about, some carrying water buckets as they ventured outside. However, a few of them, upon spotting Gan Guyu, lost their composure, spilling some of their water that a number of grass-skirted beauties whispered and pointed at him from behind, their discussions laced with apprehension. Their wariness stemmed not from an inherent distrust of men, but rather from an unfamiliar fear directed towards Gan Guyu, who resided in the natural forest and was supposed to be one of their own. Not wanting to let such trivial matters spoil the beauty of the morning, Gan Guyu chose to ignore them and continued walking. Before long, he stumbled upon a field bustling with activity, where numerous grass-skirted beauties were diligently working. Among them stood Pei Pei, distinguishable in her mage robes. Approaching her, Gan Guyu noticed that Pei Pei was watering her crops. However, as a water element mage, she did not simply ladle water from a bucket. Instead, she would occasionally lick her lips and wave her hands, causing droplets of water to materialize and fall gently onto the soil. Truly, even in the act of watering her plants, she exuded an enchanting grace befitting of a goddess. Yet upon inspecting her field, Gan Guyu found himself exclaiming, "Oh my!" Pei Pei, engrossed in her task, was startled by a sudden outburst, causing the water droplets to cease their descent. She turned around, her expression one of indignation. "What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to stop bothering me?" "I'm so sorry." Gan Guyu hastily apologized, recognizing his fault to his surprise. Pei Pei reacted positively, instantly forgiving him with a soft huff. Sneaking up behind someone and startling them is a prank even a 3-year-old wouldn't pull. "It was merely an accident." Gan Guyu coughed lightly, redirecting the conversation. "Is this wheat? Did you plant it? Who taught you to cultivate it like this?" Pei Pei's plot, roughly 100 square meters, was densely populated with wheat shoots. Gan Guyu had never seen wheat planted in such a manner. The seedlings obviously had not yet reached their heading stage, and the close spacing suggested they had been sown all at once without any rows. This observation was further confirmed by the stunted growth of the plants. "Did I plant it? Or did you?" Pei Pei retorted, puffing her cheeks in annoyance. "This was taught to me by my sisters. We all plant it this way. Did I ask there a problem? A significant one." Gan Guyu crouched down to examine the situation closely. He picked up a handful of soil, frowning deeply. "The soil quality is quite poor. What is the yield you expect from this field?" In the Xianhuang Continent, a bag was a common unit of measurement, equivalent to around 10 pounds on Earth, a fact Gan Guyu had only recently learned. He also discovered that the continent's length measurement system was primarily based on traditional Chinese units, akin to the metric system used in the Great Celestial Empire. You think this soil is bad? By the mother of nature, it's hard to find land more fertile than this on the continent. Pei scoffed, clearly dissatisfied. This wheat patch can yield around 4 bags. 4 bags, Gan Guyu mentally calculated, realizing that such a yield would amount to a dismal harvest of less than 300 pounds. Leaving him somewhat incredulous, he carefully pulled up a wheat shoot, intending to inspect its overall development. Pei suddenly shrieked, You're pulling up my wheat. Even if I was wrong before and Xianhuang have lashed out without reason. I even brought you food to apologize. How can you still do this? By the end of her outburst, Pei's voice had taken on a quivering tone, her cheeks flushed with emotion, so the hard biscuit she brought was her way of apologizing. How refreshingly candid. Gan Guyu mentally scoffed but then replied, What's the big deal? It's just a single wheat shoot, and it's not even growing well. Pei was incensed by his words. Not growing well? You. Hearing Pei's cries, nearby grass-skirted beauties rushed over, ready to inquire about the commotion, only to turn and find Gan Guyu holding the wheat shoot. Their expressions soured immediately. Xiao Gangu, didn't you say you had already forgiven Pei? Lin was the first to speak, hugging Pei and offering comfort while casting a disapproving glance at Gan Guyu. Regardless of your differences, you shouldn't be pulling up her crops. Exactly. What has Pei done to deserve such treatment? Woo! So frightening. As Gan Guyu observed the vehement reactions of the women, he realized that his seemingly trivial action had stirred up a tempest. Chapter 6. A bet amidst the chorus of accusations from the women. Gan Guyu finally grasped why their reactions were so intense, that in the Xianhuang Continent, crops represented life itself. Deliberately ruining someone else's harvest was akin to endangering their very existence. Even children were forbidden from such cruel pranks. Now I understand. I sincerely apologize, Gan Guyu said graciously to Pei, then shrugged. But no one had mentioned this rule to me before. The women fell silent for a moment, then turned in unison to stare at Pei, who suddenly blushed as she recalled something. According to established customs, it is the responsibility of the summoner to elucidate the various traditions and moral codes that prevail in the natural forest and the desolate lands. Clearly, Pei has neglected this duty. Aware of her own shortcomings, Pei would not dwell on this misunderstanding. However, she suddenly recalled what Gan Guyu had just said and, filled with indignation, retorted, He even claimed that my wheat seedlings are inferior. This statement ignited the ire of everyone present, who among them was unaware that Pei's fields were the most meticulously tended, yielding the highest harvests. This was one of the reasons the elders tolerated her presence in the natural forest. Gan Guyu's remark was tantamount to a dismissal of their efforts. Consequently, the women rallied in protest, their commotion attracting even more grass-skirted beauties. What is going on? Why is everyone gathered here idly? The dark-skinned hiss, harboring resentment towards Gan Guyu, approached with 2 tall beauties in tow. Sister hiss. The women greeted the dark-skinned girl, recounting the events in a flurry of voices. I did not imply that Pei's cultivation was poor, Gan Guyu quickly amended. What I meant was that these wheat seedlings could be improved for a higher yield. That is why I plucked one for observation. In truth, given Gan Guyu's temperament, he had little interest in explaining himself to the women. His motive for elaboration stemmed from his lingering desire to realize the grand vision of a cooperative alliance with Pei. Stop boasting, Lin interjected. Standing up for Pei frequently shares water resources to irrigate the fields of her sisters, and despite that, her wheat remains the finest. What makes you think you can cultivate better seedlings? Gan Guyu, with an almost fervent obsession for planting, solemnly nodded at Lin and replied, Actually, there is still time to improve Pei's wheat. It can yield even better results. I refuse to believe it. Pei exclaimed, her eyes slightly reddened with frustration. I tend to my wheat fields with utmost care every day. I have never been negligent. I do not know what more I can do to make them thrive. There are many areas for improvement. For instance, Gan Guyu spread his hands and gestured over Pei's field. You could pull out this row and that row of seedlings. Transplant them to other fields, leaving sufficient space in between. And then what? And then that's it. There are no other measures to implement at present. Gan Guyu shrugged once more. You just need to wait for the wheat to mature. You are being unreasonable. After a moment of silence, Pei Pei shook her head in anger. I will not allow you to mock me like this. Hearing Gan Guyu's absurd suggestion, Hiss scoffed derisively. There is already a scarcity of arable land on this continent, and you want her to waste so much fertile soil on non-crop cultivation, claiming it will yield more. Do you think we are all fools? Gan Guyu felt as if he were speaking to a brick wall, resignedly saying, If you don't believe me, just try it. I assure you that the wheat produced from these remaining seedlings will undoubtedly surpass that of the current batch. This remark incited another wave of chatter among the women, many of whom looked at Gan Guyu with renewed suspicion and disdain, considering him utterly unreasonable. That it was disheartening to always be misunderstood despite his good intentions, that he promptly abandoned his attempts at persuasion and turned to leave, intending to return to his hollow for some rest. However, someone was determined to stop him. Wait, what is it? Gan Guyu turned to see Hiss calling him back. Are you still clinging to your nonsensical claims? Hiss sneered maliciously. Dare to make a wager with me? 2 identical plots of land. Let us see who can cultivate a higher yield of wheat. Gan Guyu was taken aback. Had this dark-skinned girl not always looked down on him? How could she offer him such an opportunity to prove himself? What? Are you afraid? Hiss boasted. I am not afraid to tell you that my wheat yields are among the best in the natural forest. What do I have to fear? Gan Guyu raised an eyebrow. Can I produce over 300 pounds per acre of wheat? Very well, Hiss grinned triumphantly. If you lose, you must leave the natural forest and never set foot here again. Gan Guyu froze, realizing he had fallen into a trap. This was clearly an attempt to find an excuse to have him expelled. Nevertheless, he chuckled inwardly, confident that Hiss would not succeed, that he glared defiantly at Hiss. And what if you lose? I will lose. Hiss laughed scornfully. You can set any terms you wish. Gan Guyu pondered for a moment, glancing at Pei Pei before addressing Hiss. I am not betting to win anything from you. I merely wish to prove that I am not lying. I must admit, I am somewhat impressed by your audacity, Hiss said, shaking her head in derision. Follow me. I happen to have 2 plots ready for sowing. With that, she started walking away, and Gan Guyu followed suit, while the other women, intrigued by the unfolding drama, trailed behind. Finally, Pei Pei remained standing in place, but after some coaxing from her friend Lin Lin, she reluctantly joined them. They arrived at 2 plots of the same size, where Hiss instructed a tall girl behind her to produce 2 bags of seeds. Don't say, I am bullying you. Choose 1 bag, and I will allow you to select a plot first. Gan Guyu did not even glance, simply taking a bag of seeds and casually walking to one of the fields that he quickly assessed that the conditions of both plots were quite similar, equally poor, leaving little to choose from. However, Gan Guyu soon found himself at a loss. His hoe was still at his dwelling. Was he expected to dig holes and sow by hand? This land was not as fertile as the good fields. The soil was quite hard. He turned to see Hiss casually scattering seeds across the surface of the soil, employing a dense planting method without leaving any spacing. Gan Guyu's expression darkened. Wheat is generally sown at a depth of 4 to 5 centimeters in the soil, and in less fertile land like the one beneath his feet, it could even be planted deeper. Hiss's method of broadcasting the seeds would surely lead to the seedlings toppling over, but he soon realized the rationale behind Hiss's approach. In such an overly dense wheat field, the plants would naturally grow shorter, making it unlikely for them to fall over unless the wind was particularly strong. However, Gan Guyu aimed to maintain proper row spacing and cultivate the wheat according to standard practices, which require that the seeds be buried in the soil, thus necessitating the use of a hoe. Chapter 7. The Uncandid Beauty. Gan Guyu roughly measured the length and width of the plot, formulating a plan for cultivation. Just as he prepared to return to fetch his hoe, the ground beneath him began to tremble. Rows of shallow furrows appeared, perfectly spaced as if plowed by someone. Oh! Is he controlling the earth elements? Is he an earth mage? A voice from the gathered women exclaimed in surprise. It seems so. He was not originally a nature mage. It stands to reason. How could there be a male nature mage? Moreover, he was summoned by Pei Pei. Amidst the astonishment at the scene unfolding beneath him, Gan Guyu, upon overhearing the chatter, concentrated, causing the shallow furrows to be filled with soil. With another thought, the neatly arranged shallow furrows reappeared. This was the innate magical ability of an earth mage, control over earth elements that so he could wield magic after all. Although it was earth magic, Gan Yu felt a sense of comfort. At least he was still a mage. Regardless, being a mage on this famine-stricken continent meant he would not starve. Gan Yu steadied his mind and began sowing seeds into the shallow furrows. Fortunately, the plot was not large, and manual sowing would not be overly exhausting. After finishing sowing, Gan Yu still had more than half a bag of seeds left, while Hiss had already scattered her small bag entirely. With a thought, the seeds were buried beneath the loose soil. Now it was time to water the seeds, so Gan Yu turned to the gathered women, inquiring where he could fetch water. However, the women, harboring little goodwill towards him, merely pointed in a random direction without further elaboration. Gan Yu paid them no mind, preparing to fetch water when he heard his command. "Peipei, come over and water my wheat field." Peipei hesitated for a moment, but ultimately approached with pursed lips. Among the onlookers, several who were usually friendly with Peipei opened their mouths slightly, yet none dared to speak. Hiss had the backing of the law elder, and her arrogance was not new. They had all been subjected to her whims. Especially Peipei. Seeing Peipei comply, Hiss's mocking expression intensified as she deliberately remarked, "That's more like it. The only reason you are allowed to stay in the natural forest is because you can occasionally help water the fields. Right?" Peipei gritted her teeth in silence, but just as she was about to raise her hand to cast a spell, she was seized by a hand. Startled, Peipei turned to see who the hand belonged to and exclaimed angrily, "What are you doing? Let go!" Gan Yu paid no heed to Peipei's angry outburst and instead smiled at Hiss, saying, "You claim this is a fair competition. You have her cast a spell to water your field while I must fetch water myself. The quality of water differs, which affects the outcome. How do we account for that?" Hiss shrugged indifferently. "Then let her water both our fields." "That won't do. I don't trust her." Gan Yu shook his head seriously. "I have a grudge with her. What if she sabotages my field with tainted water?" "Let us all go fetch water for the fields," Peipei exclaimed, incensed by the remarks made by Gan Yu at the onset of the rain. "What does it mean to not trust me? Would I stoop to such despicable acts as you imply? Such behavior would undoubtedly breach the moral threshold even on the mainland." However, before she could unleash her fury, Lin gently pulled her back, discreetly squeezing her hand. Peipei, momentarily perplexed and harboring a negative impression of Gan Yu, could not immediately grasp the situation. Yet, Lin and the others began to realize the implications of Gan Yu's final words. Without waiting for Xisi to speak again, Lin quickly called out, "I have just fetched some water. Let us use mine." With that, she dashed towards her own wheat field. Xisi cast a penetrating glance at Gan Yu, gave a soft huff, and without uttering a word, gestured towards a tall beauty behind her, who then departed as well. Shortly thereafter, both Lin and the tall beauty returned with ample water. Naturally, all the water in the forest came from the same source, and it was unlikely anyone would tamper with it. After a brief inspection, they found everything to be in order. The two parties placed their water beside their respective wheat fields, and just as Gan Yu was about to begin watering, she heard Xisi call out again, "Peipei, the water is here. Could you assist me in watering?" "That won't do," Gan Yu shouted back. "We have a wager. How can you keep asking others for help? Do not suggest that Peipei tend to both our fields simultaneously. I refuse to repeat my reasoning." Xisi, exasperated, shot Gan Yu a furious glare and began to water the plants herself. An anomaly aiding another anomaly. "Very well. Once the wager concludes, this peculiar individual will be sent packing. I shall see how you all continue to assist one another." Observing that Xisi had ceased her harassment of Peipei, Gan Yu turned to grab her own bucket and prepare to water. She intervened on Peipei's behalf primarily because she could not stand Xisi's demeanor, but of course, a more significant factor was Peipei's remarkable beauty. Though Gan Yu had no intention of admitting it to AT that moment, however, someone kicked over the water bucket behind Gan Yu, spilling its contents into a corner of his field. Gan Yu, a mix of surprise and anger, glared at Peipei, who had executed the act, but before he could articulate his thoughts, Peipei let out a soft huff. "That is what you get for slandering me." Gan Yu was genuinely infuriated this time. Staring at Peipei, ready to retort, but suddenly a vision flashed in his mind, rendering him momentarily speechless. The spilled water seeped into the soil, swiftly spreading beneath the surface. Although the ground appeared unchanged, the water had thoroughly soaked the entire wheat field. Such a phenomenon occurring in a flat field could not be a mere coincidence. Turning to look at Peipei, Gan Guyu noticed her hands concealed beneath her robe, seemingly engaged in a clandestine action. Intrigued, he silently observed the other women, noticing they seemed oblivious to the happenings in the wheat field. Linlin even shot Peipei a somewhat reproachful glance, as if she wished to speak but held back. At that moment, Gan Guyu understood. It was evident that Peipei had belatedly reciprocated his kindness. He would not expose her, merely chuckling inwardly at how this exquisite beauty was not particularly candid. Meanwhile, Shishi had also witnessed the scene from Gan Guyu's side, but was unaware of the secret within his wheat field. Causing her to burst into laughter. So, you have been met with ingratitude for your good intentions? Well deserved. With Gan Guyu having completed his watering, he found himself at a loss for what to do next, and thus prepared to return for a rest. Seeing him depart, Shishi assumed he was off to fetch more water and kindly reminded him, "Don't forget to take the bucket with you. Do you intend to carry the water by hand?" Gan Guyu shrugged with a smile. "I no longer need to water my field." Chapter 8. The scythe is a divine tool. Peipei was taken aback by his words. Casting a doubtful glance at Gan Guyu, she too believed he was going to fetch more water and was somewhat concerned that the wheat field might be overwatered, necessitating her covert intervention once more. Shishi, on the other hand, sneered, "Oh, really? Then what is your purpose? It seems you have no belongings to pack, do you?" She assumed Gan Guyu had given up on the wager, ready to leave. "Who said I am packing? My wheat will grow just fine without any fuss, and its yield will certainly surpass yours." Gan Guyu shrugged. "Now, all that is left is to let the wheat grow naturally. Do I need to babysit it until maturity? Let it grow on its own. That would take months." Shishi shook her head in disbelief, approaching her wheat field to begin reciting a series of incantations. Standing beside his own field, Gan Guyu listened to Shishi's chant, suddenly feeling a strange familiarity with the unfamiliar spell. Gazing at his wheat field, he found himself silently reciting the same incantation, word for word with Shishi. Then, to his astonishment, a remarkable scene unfolded that in both fields. The wheat sprouts rapidly emerged, visibly growing before his eyes. The entire process, from germination, leaf development, to ear formation, and finally flowering, occurred right under his nose. He suddenly recalled Linlin mentioning a natural magic spell known as the growth of all things. However, if nature mages could cheat in such a manner, how could the continent ever face famine? With such low yields per season, they could easily plant multiple rounds to compensate. 10 harvests a year could yield nearly 3,000 pounds per acre. Oh, Mother Nature! Before he could ponder further, the surrounding women erupted in astonishment. Shishi, surveying her wheat, nodded in satisfaction and was about to turn back to mock Gan Guyu when she heard the commotion around her. It seemed her plot was thriving, and the others were taken aback by its success. However, when she turned around, her jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Gan Guyu's wheat field had transformed into a sea of golden waves. The spacing he had left between the rows was now barely discernible. As the towering wheat plants filled the space, upon closer inspection, the wheat ears were remarkably long, and the grains themselves appeared plump and full. If Shishi's complexion had previously been a shade of dark, it could now only be described as pitch black. She glanced back at her own field, still densely packed with wheat, but compared to Gan Guyu's, it resembled a bunch of wilted dwarfs. Moreover, her wheat ears were so short they evoked a sense of shame, with some grains appearing shriveled, clearly indicating issues during the filling stage. The expressions of Peipei and the others visibly shifted. Anyone could discern how exceptionally well Gan Guyu's wheat was growing. They had never witnessed anything like it. Had anyone told them that wheat could grow to such heights, they would have scoffed and labeled the speaker a liar. Realizing this, the women instinctively turned to the composed Gan Guyu, while Peipei wore an expression of disbelief. "Wait a moment," Shishi exclaimed, somewhat begrudgingly. "We have yet to assess the yield." Though the disparity between the two fields was evident, Shishi believed Gan Guyu might not surpass her in total yield. After all, Gan Guyu had left space between his plants, resulting in fewer stalks. Perhaps his total yield would be less. The more she considered it, the more convinced she became, and she hurriedly directed her crew to assist in harvesting the wheat. Gan Yu watched as several women donned in grass skirts took up rudimentary stone tools to aid Shishi in her harvest, secretly mocking their primitive implements. Yet he also noted that no one was helping him. Leaving him somewhat speechless, shaking his head, he decided to return for his scythe and rely on his own efforts. The women, caught off guard by his departure, momentarily forgot to stop him, while Pei Pei, realizing the situation, gritted her teeth and hurried after him. "You were the one who helped me with the watering, weren't you?" "Thank you." Gan Yu smiled back at Pei Pei as she caught up. "You truly noticed." Pei Pei gazed at Gan Yu in astonishment, then blushed and lowered her head, murmuring, "Thank you. I should also thank you." "And yes to what?" Gan Yu teased. Pei Pei struggled for a moment before finally whispering, "I misjudged you. Everything you said was true. Now you realize your mistake." Gan Yu feigned a stern expression, glancing at her. "It was my fault. It was my fault. Please forgive me." Now that the apology had been uttered, the burden felt lighter. Pei Pei stuck out her tongue playfully. "How about I help you harvest the wheat as a gesture of my remorse?" Gan Yu had only intended to jest with her. But after a moment's consideration, he nodded. "Very well. Considering your sincerity, I shall overlook it. After all, we are the only two non-nature mages in this forest. We should unite, help each other, and foster mutual affection." "Mutual affection is a bit much." Pei Pei rolled her eyes and quickly pulled out a sharpened stone. "But you do have a point. I shall proceed to help you with the harvest." With that, she turned to head back. Gan Yu quickly stopped her. "Wait, let us grab a little something first before we return to harvest." Pei Pei, intrigued, licked her lips. "A little something? What is it?" "Follow me," Gan Yu replied, teasingly withholding the answer. When they returned to the wheat field with Gan Yu carrying his scythe, they found that Shishi had already harvested a significant portion of her wheat. Gan Yu promptly entered the field, scythe in hand, and began to harvest with swift strokes. These agricultural tasks are ones that nearly all of his university classmates have never undertaken. However, he is frequently summoned back to the countryside by his father to assist his grandparents. Executing the chores with remarkable ease, Pei Pei, having just harvested a few stalks, is captivated by the sickle in Gan Yu's hands. "What is that you're holding? It seems to harvest so swiftly." "A sickle," Gan Yu replies casually. But with a flicker of inspiration, he adds, "A divine tool bestowed by Mother Nature." "Divine tool?" The surrounding girls, who had been pointing at the sickle, collectively gasp in astonishment. Gan Yu can hardly contain his laughter as he turns the sickle around and offers it to Pei Pei, saying, "Would you like to give it a try? Just be careful not to cut yourself." "Is that really okay?" Pei Pei responds, licking her lips as she eagerly accepts the sickle and begins to experiment with it. "Your posture is incorrect." Gan Yu hastily steps in, guiding her through the proper technique of using the sickle. "You should apply force this way. It'll be easier and you won't injure yourself." Pei Pei quickly grasps the technique, and after a few successful attempts at harvesting, her eyes light up. It's truly effortless. No wonder it's a divine tool. "Do you like it? Then I'll gift it to you," Gan Yu declares generously. "Such a precious item. Is that really appropriate?" Pei Pei licks her lips once more. "It's nothing," Gan Yu muses, intrigued by the idea of gifting a sickle to a goddess-like beauty, yet he is delighted by Pei Pei's joyful expression. The other girls around them look on with envy at Pei Pei and her newfound sickle. In the 9th chapter, The Growth of All Things, upon seeing Pei Pei dash out to return shortly with Gan Yu and begin assisting him in harvesting the wheat field, Lin Lin deduces that the two have reconciled. She cheerfully joins them in the field to help Gan Yu with the harvest. Gan Yu immediately expresses his gratitude to Lin Lin, promising that when Mother Nature bestows another gift, he will ensure she receives one as well. Although Lin Lin is skeptical that Mother Nature would be so generous as to grant Gan Yu gifts regularly, it does not hinder her from beaming with joy, significantly altering her perception of him. After all, if he can charm a host of senior and junior classmates, surely he can manage to impress a group of naive girls who have never even seen a sickle. Gan Yu glances at the divine tool fluttering in Pei Pei's hands, nearly bursting into laughter. Meanwhile, Shishi engages in conversation with her close friend, one of the two tall beauties, Lulu, in the field. "Lulu, who cast the spell of growth on that guy's crops? I didn't hear any incantation." "Sister Cici." Didn't you directly cast the spell on both fields? I thought you wanted a fair competition and simply accelerated the growth of both plots. No, I didn't. Shishi replies, momentarily surprised. I only cast the spell on my own wheat field. I wanted him to embarrass himself. A man who isn't a nature mage and cannot invoke growth spells should not reside in the forest of nature. But Sister Shishi, if that is the case, how did his wheat grow? Perhaps someone lent a hand? Shishi contemplates, hesitating. But I only heard your incantation, Lulu responds. Let us ask the other girls later. All right. The two fields are nearly harvested simultaneously, and the yield is measured on the spot. The results show that while Shishi's field produced 3.5 bags of wheat from around 100 square meters, Gan Guyu's yield is an astonishing 6 bags, shocking everyone present. Gan Guyu smirks, realizing that his yield is still underwhelming, barely reaching 400 gene, which is quite disheartening. However, given the soil quality and fertility of this plot, he has done his utmost. Yet Shishi's face darkens as she turns to the other girls, inquiring, Sisters, who among you cast the growth spell on this guy's wheat field? The girls momentarily pause, shaking their heads in denial. Sister Shishi, wasn't it you who cast it? Exactly. We all thought you had cast growth on both fields at once. Truly impressive for a third-tier nature mage. I only cast it on my own wheat. I'm certain of that. Shishi appears bewildered, then glares at Gan Guyu, demanding, Speak. How did you make your wheat mature so rapidly? Now even Gan Guyu is taken aback. He had always assumed that Shishi had cast the growth spell on his field. Seeing the current situation, could it be that she did not? If that is the case, Gan Guyu's mind races, and he recites the incantation he heard Shishi chant earlier. Ah, he can invoke growth. Isn't he a soil mage? How could he possibly invoke growth? Perhaps he just knows the words. However, reciting such a lengthy incantation so fluently is indeed impressive. Hearing the girls' discussions, Shishi feels a pang of panic. So what if he can recite growth spells? Just now, when your wheat was growing, you didn't chant anything. I simply recited the incantation in my heart while looking at my wheat field. Does that count? Gan Guyu shrugs. The surrounding girls fall silent before erupting into a chorus of astonishment. What? By Mother Nature above? Are you saying he cast growth instantaneously? Instantaneous magic. And a growth spell with a length comparable to a forbidden spell. As Gan Guyu listens to the chatter around him, he realizes that something extraordinary is happening in his life. I don't believe it, Shishi exclaims in frustration. You must have cheated to achieve such a high yield. Just wait. I will soon expose your little trick and make you leave the forest of nature in shame. With that, she storms off in anger, followed by her friends Lulu and another tall beauty, who huff and hurry after her, vanishing from sight. Gan Guyu shrugs, offering no explanations. The girls stand in place, momentarily speechless, creating an awkward silence. But I am quite curious. Peipei steps forward to ease the tension, looking at Gan Guyu and asking, with the same land and fewer seeds, how did you manage to cultivate better wheat? Gan Guyu shrugs again. I told you, if you remove 2 rows of seedlings from your field and pay attention to preventing lodging, you could achieve similar results. Peipei immediately believes him, but she licks her lips and continues to inquire. But why? How can fewer seedlings yield more harvest? That is called rational density planting. Gan Guyu casually tosses out a term, preparing to add something like, but you wouldn't understand, only to suddenly realize that their relationship has just begun to mend. And given that she is a beauty, he should explain further. So, he clears his throat twice, organizes his thoughts, and patiently explains. For example, if one person needs to eat 1 pancake in a day, what would happen if 3 people shared 1 pancake? They would all be hungry. No one would be satisfied. Peipei sticks out her tongue, her eyes suddenly lighting up with realization. Are you saying? Clever. Gan Guyu praises his good student Peipei, pointing to the half bag of leftover seeds in his hand, continuing, it's the same principle. The nutrients in this plot can only support the healthy growth of this half bag of seeds. If you plant so many seedlings, what do you think will happen? They want to thrive. The other girls, not foolish, quickly grasp the concept and respond in unison. Gan Guyu nods in satisfaction. You all did well. I give you 32 thumbs up. Peipei, unsure what thumbs up means, does not delve deeper, but instead presses on with her questioning. But how do you know the seedlings lack nutrients? And how do you know how much wheat is appropriate for a particular plot of land? This question stumps Gan Guyu. He can't very well admit that he learned it from textbooks. The other girls suddenly catch on to this inquiry and begin to pester him with questions. Finally, Gan Guyu, struck by inspiration, raises his hands and declares, "Mother Nature told me." "Oh, I see. That makes sense. How impressive to receive a divine revelation from Mother Nature." Gan Guyu can't help but admire his own quick wit in coming up with such an explanation. Feeling somewhat pleased with himself, he casually remarks, "In fact, to increase yield, we could implement many measures, but we cannot fully achieve the current conditions. However, if there are any vacant plots of land, I could demonstrate once more." Pei Pei's eyes brighten, her lips licking in anticipation, as she recalls that she has a newly cleared plot ready for planting today, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. I just cleared a piece of land over there and was about to sow seeds." With a goddess inviting him, Gan Guyu can hardly refuse, though he suddenly remembers the hoe left at his residence. Now that he can control earth elements, the hoe has become less useful to him. However, for the girls, it remains a divine tool. In the 10th chapter, The Limitations of Magic, upon hearing Gan Guyu mention he needs to retrieve another divine tool, Pei Pei volunteers and dashes back, soon returning with the hoe in hand, her excitement palpable. Gan Guyu does not stop the hoe from circulating among the girls, but merely advises them to be cautious not to injure themselves. Pei Pei, licking her lips, asks, "What is this?" "This is called a hoe. It is also a divine tool," Gan Guyu states nonchalantly. "It can be used for tilling, loosening soil, and sowing seeds." He accepted a hoe from the hands of a beautiful woman clad in a grass skirt, demonstrating its usage while concurrently illustrating the entire process of sowing wheat, all the while imparting the essential techniques of planting. The ladies soon realized that sowing held such complexity, and they hastily took notes. After completing the demonstration, Gan Guyu extended the hoe towards Lin Lin, asking, "Would you like to give it a try?" "Me?" Lin Lin exclaimed in surprise, pointing to herself. "Indeed. I had promised you that I would gift you any surplus tools," Gan Guyu replied with a smile, considering Lin Lin, who had diligently helped Pei Pei in the fields, deserving of special attention. Thus, the teacher, Gan, once again guided her through the process from novice to adept, swiftly teaching her the proper way to wield the hoe. Ultimately bestowing this magical tool upon her to Gan Guyu, it was merely a trivial matter. After all, he had even spotted a plow for sale in the versatile biological workstation shop. Regrettably, he had not seen any oxen for sale, which left him rather displeased. However, the way the ladies looked at Gan Guyu began to shift. Their initial wariness, concern, and disdain had significantly diminished. They recognized the hoe's remarkable utility, and Lin Lin, now the recipient of such a tool, declared excitedly, "Thank you, from now on, we are friends." So, they had not even been friends before? Gan Guyu could not help but silently scoff at this notion. Yet he forced a smile and nodded. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Gan Guyu. Let's call you Little Guyu." Lin Lin teased with a playful grin, then pulled Pei Pei over, asking, "What do you think, Pei Pei?" Pei Pei's cheeks flushed as she stammered, "Whatever you say, that's fine." Gan Guyu protested against this nickname, but his objections fell on deaf ears. The ladies found nothing amiss with it, setting aside subjective opinions. They considered Gan Guyu rather pleasant in appearance, even a bit endearing, and his height did lend itself to the moniker of Little. Thus, the nickname was arbitrarily decided upon, and no longer wishing to futilely resist. Gan Guyu quickly shifted the topic, explaining that both sickles and hoes could be crafted from iron, a process that was not overly complicated. Yet, to his surprise, the ladies shook their heads in disbelief. Pei Pei stuck out her tongue and remarked, "While there are indeed craftsmen on the continent, iron is a rare commodity, exceedingly expensive, and quite difficult to procure." Gan Guyu was taken aback. This barren and desolate continent was truly confounding. At last, he understood why the women regarded hoes and sickles as magical tools. For who but the great Mother Nature could bestow such precious artifacts? Amused yet exasperated, he finished sowing the entire field, opting to control the earth element to dig the holes directly rather than using the hoe again, completing the task swiftly. Of course, this did not prevent him from reiterating the essential techniques of sowing. particularly the depth at which to bury the seeds. This time, however, he deliberately turned the soil deeply to aerate it, promoting healthy root growth in the crops. Consequently, he once again bore witness to the extent of the soil's barrenness. Not only was it infertile, but the topsoil was also alarmingly thin. Gan Guyu recalled his versatile biological workstation and the shop within it, setting aside the fact that he had yet to ascertain how to acquire currency. Even if he managed to purchase a plethora of seeds, it seemed unlikely that he would yield a bountiful harvest in this land. Such endeavors felt somewhat futile, regardless of Gan Guyu's internal lamentations. Pei Pei voluntarily stepped forward to complete the watering task. Seeing that everything was in place, Gan Guyu silently recited the incantation for growth, only to discover that the wheat field remained utterly unresponsive. He repeated the incantation, yet it still bore no fruit. Taken aback, Gan Guyu pondered whether he had truly cast the spell of growth previously, or if the notion of instantaneous results had merely been a beautiful misconception. Pei Pei, noticing his incantation, stuck out her tongue and remarked, "Whether or not you are a nature mage, you cannot currently cast the spell of growth." "Why not?" Gan Guyu inquired in astonishment. "Because the spell of growth can only be cast by each nature mage once every 7 days," Pei Pei patiently explained, fulfilling her duty as a summoned being to elucidate matters for her summoner. "If you are not a nature mage, then growth will not occur. However, even if you are, you just cast it once, so you cannot do so again now." Gan Guyu's realization dawned upon him. Indeed, this spell had such a lengthy cooldown period. It is worth noting that the innate spells of other elemental mages are merely controlling their respective elements, requiring neither incantation nor cooldowns. Nature magic, however, is uniquely different. Not only is the incantation for its innate spells excessively lengthy, but the cooldown is also astoundingly prolonged. Nevertheless, theoretically, every nature mage could cast the spell of growth over 50 times a year, making it entirely feasible to cultivate several crops of wheat in a single year, with a yield of 3,000 pounds per acre not being mere fantasy. Yet he soon realized that he might have been overly presumptuous. While the spell of growth could shorten the time taken for crops to mature, it could not guarantee the fertility of the soil. Indeed, on this barren continent, attempting to cultivate 10 crops of wheat in a single year would likely lead to a situation where the seedlings would fail to sprout altogether. He also contemplated the extent of the spell's influence. If it could only affect less than an acre of land at a time, then, considering the scale of nature mages, it would seem rather insufficient for the entire continent. Pei Pei suddenly recalled something, licking her lips and exclaiming, "It is certain that you are a soil mage, but are you truly a nature mage? You should hurry to the high priest and have your abilities tested." At Pei Pei's reminder, the other women recalled the astonishment they had felt upon Gan Guyu's summoning by the sacred tree, and the ensuing debates regarding his gender, having completely forgotten to have him undergo a magical aptitude test. Curiosity piqued, they all wished to discover whether he was indeed a nature mage capable of casting growth. That a dual-element mage would be a favored child of the gods, a rarity indeed. Thus, Gan Guyu, amidst the throng of ladies, made his way towards the residence of the high priest in the heart of the natural forest. All dwellings were, but tree hollows ascending along the winding branches. The number of tree hollows diminished with each level. While the space within each hollow expanded, the pinnacle, there existed but a single tree hollow, that of the high priest. Great high priest, is there truly no way? Just as Gan Guyu and the ladies approached the high priest's dwelling, they overheard a voice within, laced with reluctance. The ladies fell silent, one of them finally whispering, "Oh, the instructor Caber from the Mage Academy arrived early this morning and is currently discussing matters with the high priest." Pei Pei stuck out her tongue and suggested, "Let us wait outside for a moment. Everyone, keep quiet so as not to disturb them." Who is outside? However, the occupants of the tree hollow had evidently noticed Gan Guyu and his companions. The door swung open automatically, and upon peering inside, Gan Guyu observed not only the high priest and a man clad in a magician's robe, but also several elders gathered, creating quite a lively scene. The ladies had not anticipated stumbling upon such a gathering of influential figures from the natural forest, and they were momentarily left speechless. The high priest and the elders, taken aback by the sudden influx of visitors, were equally perplexed. What brings you here? Never mind, we shall discuss this later, the high priest mused, casting a curious glance at Gan Guyu and his group before turning back to the man, shaking his head in regret. I am truly sorry, Instructor Caber, that we have exhausted all conceivable methods. But alas, we are unable to assist. Upon hearing the high priest's words, disappointment washed over Caber's face. In that case, I shall take my leave. Regardless, I must express my gratitude to all of you. As he spoke, he lifted a pot of plants from the meeting table, seemingly preparing to depart. I am ashamed to have been of little help, the high priest lamented. However, I must admit that I have never seen a plant like this. Being directly cultivated in water, such a rare specimen being unable to thrive is indeed lamentable. This treasure was recently acquired by the dean. It was once lush and vibrant, cherished as a prized possession. Yet now it is in this state. Caber sighed in response. I will return to the academy now, farewell. Wait! A sudden voice pierced the air. Almost everyone turned to see Gan Guyu standing in front of Caber, scrutinizing the plant in his hands, his voice trembling slightly. How did you acquire this lucky bamboo? Standing outside, Gan Guyu's immediate attention was drawn to Caber's towering height of over 6 feet. He had not caught a clear glimpse of the plant until he stepped closer and discovered that Caber was indeed holding a pot of water-grown lucky bamboo. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a small label on the glass bowl, clearly inscribed in Chinese. Experiment Building A402. It was evident that this lucky bamboo had crossed over with him from the laboratory. This is the dean's treasure. It's called Lucky Bamboo. Quite an auspicious name, Caber remarked, momentarily taken aback as he sized up the modernly dressed Gan Guyu. Are you also a guest of the natural forest? This revelation left the inhabitants of the natural forest momentarily speechless. The sacred trees summoning unexpectedly brought forth a man, an occurrence that hardly seemed auspicious, leaving even the high priest momentarily at a loss for words. However, the elder of regulations, quick to react, interjected before Gan Guyu could speak. Master Kabir has a journey ahead. Step aside immediately. What has happened to it? Gan Guyu merely cast a fleeting glance at the elder of regulations before addressing Kabir. He had some recollection of this potted lucky bamboo, which had once thrived in the laboratory not far from him, but now it was largely withered and yellowed, with roots beginning to show signs of decay. A dire situation indeed. Kabir, hearing this, wore a troubled expression. I do not understand why this treasure's condition deteriorates day by day. The dean has tasked me with bringing it here for the high priest's assistance, but alas. Gan Guyu, having caught the earlier words of the high priest, remarked, Allow me to give it a try. Preposterous. Before Kabir could express his thoughts, the elder of regulations was the first to rebuke him. This is a treasure of the Cyprelus Academy of Mages. What right do you have to interfere? Get out of the way. Ignoring the elder's outburst, Gan Guyu remained silent, observing Kabir with keen interest. Kabir, taken aback by the elder's demeanor towards Gan Guyu, began to wonder if this individual was not merely a distinguished guest of the forest of nature. How could a mere man find himself in such a situation? Hesitantly, he inquired, Do you truly believe you can revive it? I can only say I shall attempt it. Gan Guyu replied with an open-handed gesture. Utter nonsense. You are merely seeking attention. The elder of regulations, incensed by Gan Guyu's disregard, was fuming. She had no desire to grant him even the chance to try, fearing that failure on his part could lead to the academy blaming the forest of nature and exposing the mishap of the summoning. And if Gan Guyu were to succeed where she could not, it would be a bitter humiliation. Wait! The high priest regarded Gan Guyu with a penetrating gaze. Child, do you truly possess the means to revive this plant? Ishaldome utmost, Gan Guyu reiterated, shrugging his shoulders. The high priest fell silent for a moment before addressing Kabir. Master Kabir, I speak frankly that if this plant does not receive effective treatment soon, it may not survive much longer. Why not let this young man attempt it? As one might try to revive a dead horse? Clan member? Kabir was taken aback, turning once more to look at Gan Guyu. After a thoughtful pause, he finally conceded, Very well, if the high priest insists. He hesitantly handed the lucky bamboo to Gan Guyu. Taking the plant, Gan Guyu leaned over to whisper something in Pei Pei's ear. Pei Pei, hesitantly nodding, promptly turned and left. Among all present, the most anxious was undoubtedly the exquisite beauty Peipei. Gan Guyu had been summoned by her, and should he fail to revive the lucky bamboo, the elders, led by the Elder of Regulations, would likely seize the opportunity to criticize them both. What is he thinking? This doesn't concern him, Peipei muttered, running to Gan Guyu's dwelling, unable to suppress her complaint, before sighing and reassuring herself. Well, if he isn't afraid, why should I be? This must be it, she thought, scanning the room before hesitantly grabbing an object from the table and dashing back. Meanwhile, Lin had already pulled Gan Guyu aside, admonishing him in hushed tones. What are you doing? If you want to show off, there are better ways. Peipei has enough on her plate as it is. Rest assured, Gan Guyu replied with a gentle smile, cutting through Lin's concerns. I have my own plans. Chapter 12. Revival initially. Gan Guyu's motivation to attempt reviving the lucky bamboo stemmed from a sense of hometown affinity. It pained him to see the lucky bamboo, brought from his homeland, wither away. Yet the Elder of Regulations' demeanor was particularly irksome, prompting him to seize the opportunity to strike back amidst his busy schedule. Peipei soon returned, handing Gan Guyu what he had requested. Here it is. This peculiar item, is it not? Indeed, thank you. Gan Guyu smiled at the breathless Peipei. Do you still have some energy left? Could you assist me? Just say the word. Peipei replied straightforwardly. Gan Guyu extracted the lucky bamboo from its glass vessel and poured out the water. To his astonishment, as he spoke, the water elements in the air began to coalesce, ultimately forming a pool of clear water within the glass vessel. Gan Guyu was taken aback, but Peipei quickly reacted. I haven't even had a chance to intervene. Could it be that you are also a water mage? Her words sent ripples through the crowd. Gan Guyu was a water mage? He, too, was momentarily startled, and with a thought, more water elements began to gather around him. The spectators began to murmur in hushed amazement. Gan Guyu felt a surge of pride. With this revelation, he no longer required assistance. He proceeded to prune the already withered leaves of the lucky bamboo. Clearing away the decaying roots, and after a brief rinse, he returned it to the glass vessel. The Elder of Regulations, who had been observing Gan Guyu closely, scoffed. You think simply changing the water can save this plant? Do you take us for fools? That method has been tried before, to no avail. Kabir, witnessing this, felt a twinge of skepticism that it appeared this individual had no effective means at all. However, if that were the case, it wouldn't cause any further harm to the dean's treasure. Perhaps it was merely a favor to the high priest of the forest of nature. Just as he prepared to express his gratitude and reclaim the lucky bamboo, Gan Guyu made his next move. He raised one hand, and a sphere of water quickly manifested within it. The sphere spun for a moment before coming to a standstill. Satisfied, Gan Guyu nodded and poured the water sphere into the vessel containing the lucky bamboo. Having completed his actions, Gan Guyu returned the lucky bamboo to Kabir. It should be fine now. Kabir stared at the lucky bamboo for a long moment before finally stammering. Is that all? Yes, Gan Guyu affirmed. But... Kabir looked at the lucky bamboo in his hands, still unchanged, unsure of how to respond. Was it his own intellect that was lacking, or was this strangely dressed youth merely toying with him? Gan Guyu sensed his confusion and shrugged to clarify. The lucky bamboo requires time to recover. If you cannot wait, have someone cast a growth of all things spell on it, and you'll see results. I suggest that lady over there could assist you quite nicely. He discreetly pointed at the Elder of Regulations. You dare refer to the Elder of the Forest of Nature as that lady? Kabir cleared his throat, avoiding further comment. The Elder of Regulations, having caught Gan Guyu's quiet remark to Kabir, sneered disdainfully, but remained silent. That moment, Kabir was not inclined to concern himself with such matters. He directly called out, which nature mage can cast a growth of all things spell on this lucky bamboo? Thank you. The crowd exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Lin who stepped forward. I will do it. She began to chant the spell directed at the lucky bamboo. Almost instantaneously, as the spell of growth completed, new shoots sprang forth from the bamboo's joints, swiftly flourishing into a lush green expanse. The high priest and the assembled elders were taken aback, while the Elder of Regulations began to twitch in irritation. They had previously tried various methods to no avail. How was it that Gan Guyu's simple change of water had revitalized the lucky bamboo so readily? Before they could voice their inquiries, Kabir exclaimed in excitement. Thank you so much. How did you manage that? Under the guidance of Mother Nature, a simple change of water suffices. Gan Guyu replied with utmost seriousness. Once you return, do not hastily replace this water. If a similar situation arises again, come find me. Watching the exuberant Kabir nod fervently, Gan Guyu secretly reveled in his success. The notion of Mother Nature's guidance was, of course, mere fabrication. He had discreetly added a piece of vitamin C into the water, nurturing the lucky bamboo. Indeed, that was what he had asked Pepe to retrieve from his dwelling. When he received the bottle, he had slyly taken out a piece of vitamin C, concealing it between his fingers, and since he faced away from the elders, his subtle action went unnoticed by them. Only Pepe, Lin, and a few others were privy to his maneuver. The water sphere he poured into the glass vessel was, in fact, water infused with vitamin C. Gan Guyu had discovered this little trick for nurturing plants while observing his mother use expired vitamin C to prolong the life of cut flowers. Over time, he found that adding a bit of vitamin C to the water could significantly enhance the growth of hydroponic plants, such as lucky bamboo and spider plants. Subsequently, he had researched and shared insights with friends on this topic. It has been suggested that watering flowers with vitamin C can aid in the development of plant roots. Additionally, there is a belief that vitamin C can neutralize pH levels, rendering the soil slightly acidic. Gan Guyu cleverly seized the opportunity to drape the banner of Mother Nature, transforming the gazes of the onlookers, even causing the elder of regulations to furrow his brow. This was precisely the purpose of Gan Guyu's mystique. This moment, Pepe sighed in relief, frequently licking her lips, while Lin wore an expression of triumph, nearly exclaiming that Gan Guyu was a kindred spirit summoned by her. Kabul, smiling, produced a wooden box and handed it to the high priest, stating, "This is a token of gratitude prepared in advance by the esteemed director. Although I am unsure why this young brother is considered a member of the Forest of Nature, please accept it on behalf of the forest." The high priest graciously accepted the box with a smile, yet did not open it, instead passing it directly to Gan Guyu, saying, "The revival of the lucky bamboo is solely your achievement. This token of gratitude rightfully belongs to you." Naturally, Gan Guyu had no reason to be modest and accepted the wooden box with ease. Kabul approached Gan Guyu and patted him on the shoulder, asking, "May I inquire your name? I believe the director would be eager to meet such a talented mage." Reviving a pot of lucky bamboo with a mere piece of vitamin C granted him the title of a genius mage. Gan Guyu felt a slight intoxication from the flattery, yet he understood that he had finally established his footing in this foreign land. Chapter 13. Magic after bidding farewell to Kabul. The gazes of the Forest of Nature's inhabitants towards Gan Guyu shifted dramatically. The majority of the grass-skirted maidens began to express a profound curiosity towards the first male member of their kind, while Pepe, Lin, and other girls who had befriended Gan Guyu exhaled in relief. The high priest cast a few knowing glances his way, but offered no further commentary, while the expressions of the elders grew peculiarly strained, as though they had swallowed a fly. Gan Guyu's remarkable display also brought Pepe into the limelight, allowing her to finally stand tall after having summoned Gan Guyu. The women chattered excitedly before recalling the purpose of their visit. The high priest, realizing the intention of the crowd, slapped his forehead and turned to Gan Guyu. "It was my oversight. I forgot that you could conduct a magical aptitude test right after summoning." Gan Guyu quickly assured him that he was unperturbed. The high priest nodded and gestured towards an altar on the north wall of her room, where a statue of a woman cradling a crystal ball resided. It was evident that this was the statue of Mother Nature. The high priest instructed him, "Child, place your hand upon that crystal ball and release your magical power." Following her directions, the moment Gan Guyu placed his hand on the crystal ball, a series of nature-based spells flooded his mind, ranging from first-tier magical perceptions to 10th-tier forbidden spells of forest revival. Gan Guyu realized that as long as he possessed the requisite strength, he could wield these spells. A chorus of gasps brought him back to reality, and he noticed that the crystal ball had manifested 3 colors: yellow, green, and blue, dividing it into 3 equal parts. By Mother Nature, a tri-elemental mage, the high priest gazed at the crystal ball in astonishment. Water, earth, and nature, truly a favored child of the gods. Lin Lin exclaimed in admiration. The Pei Pei's eyebrows lifted momentarily before she pouted, and the expressions of the elders turned increasingly complex, especially upon seeing the green hue within the crystal ball. Most fell silent. While only the elder of regulations continued to harbor resentment towards Gan Guyu, his face dark as a thundercloud. Gan Guyu withdrew his hand, and the crystal ball returned to its original state. He realized he must maintain composure under the scrutinizing gazes of so many beautiful women. Stay calm, remain composed, he reminded himself, suppressing the urge to break into a broad grin, resulting in a peculiar twitch in his jaw. The high priest was the first to recover from her astonishment, declaring, "Congratulations, a tri-elemental mage, a child of Mother Nature. I believe it is time to prepare a plot of land that belongs solely to you. Remember, while high talent is commendable, henceforth, you must rely on your own efforts." Having heard similar encouragement throughout his life, Gan Guyu readily acquiesced. With matters concluded, he and the women bid farewell to the high priest and departed. Naturally, the news of Gan Guyu being a tri-elemental mage would swiftly circulate throughout the forest of nature. Upon returning to his dwelling, Gan Guyu found Pei Pei trailing behind him, her lips pursed in discontent. He chuckled. "What troubles you now? You rascal. Oomph. You speak of a defensive alliance, yet here you are a nature mage yourself." Pei Pei rolled her eyes at him. "Fine, I concede, after all. I've been the only water mage in the forest of nature for 19 years. It makes no difference with or without you. Is that so?" Gan Guyu replied with a teasing smile. "Now, as the host of the sacred tree who summoned a tri-elemental genius mage, what are your feelings at this moment?" Pei Pei shot him a sidelong glance, and Gan Guyu returned her gaze with a smile. Her lips soon curled upward. "Not bad. Not merely not bad." Gan Guyu reclined on the bed. "Did you see the look in the elder of regulation's eyes? He was practically ready to take flight." Pei Pei's face flushed, and she murmured, "Was it that obvious?" Gan Guyu shot her a glance. "What do you think?" But that was the first time I've seen her wear such an expression. It was utterly delightful." Pei Pei finally burst into laughter, the long-suppressed joy glimmering in her eyes. With her spirits lifted, Pei Pei began to chatter more freely. "By the way, what was the token of gratitude from Master Cobble? Let us have a look." Gan Guyu, with no objections, opened the wooden box to reveal a stone radiating a vibrant green luminescence. Pei Pei's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "A 7th-tier nature magic crystal. What a treasure! Quick, secure it!" Understanding its significance from Pei Pei's reaction, Gan Guyu realized that magic crystals derived from magical beasts were quite valuable. Given the rarity of nature-based magical beasts, nature magic crystals were even scarcer, especially a 7th-tier crystal, which could only be obtained by defeating a 7th-tier magical beast. Pei Pei gazed at Gan Guyu with a hint of envy as he carefully stored the crystal, then curiously inquired, "By the way, since you are a nature mage, why don't you have tree clothing?" Gan Guyu had already prepared an answer to this question. "I am a man blessed by Mother Nature. This attire is far superior to tree clothing." Indeed, such an explanation never failed to satisfy, and Pei Pei's expression shifted to one of understanding. Eagerly, Gan Guyu posed a question he had been holding back. "Pei Pei, although I am a tri-elemental mage, it seems I can only cast nature-based spells?" Pei Pei paused, then nodded. "The crystal ball of Mother Nature contains the legacy of nature spells, but it certainly does not include water and earth spells that I can only wield water spells up to the 2nd tier. If you wish to learn spell incantations, you must visit the Cyplos Mage Academy in the northern region." The northern region. The forest of nature lies in the southwestern part of the continent, making this a significant distance. Gan Guyu quickly inquired, "What exactly is this Mage Academy?" "It is a mage academy jointly established by the 4 great mage families and the royal family of the continent, primarily to cultivate mages for their use," Pei Pei explained. "Each family contributes their treasured spells for the academy's mage students to learn. Sharing spells provided by the academy with mages outside is strictly forbidden." "Is there even copyright on spells?" Gan Guyu scoffed, suddenly recalling something. "Then logically, our mages from the forest of nature shouldn't need to study at their academy, right? We should already know the nature spells, don't we?" "It has become a tradition for nature mages to attend the academy," Pei Pei clarified. "This is a form of cooperation between the forest of nature and the academy." Nature mages possess unparalleled advantages in cultivation. Yet when it comes to combat, they tend to be less skilled. Less skilled. More like nearly incapable. Gan Guyu reflected on nature magic and realized that most were supportive spells. Even the 10th tier forbidden spell, Revival of the Forest, was merely a large-scale group healing spell, with very few spells designed for offense. Peipei stuck out her tongue and continued, when nature mages enter the academy, they can alleviate most of the food supply issues for the academy. In return, the Mage Academy is obliged to lend assistance whenever the Forest of Nature is in need. There have been several instances when magical beasts launched large-scale attacks on the Forest of Nature to seize food, and the Mage Academy sent help to repel them. Is the Academy really close enough to respond in time? Gan Guyu questioned skeptically. There is a teleportation array not far outside the Forest of Nature that leads directly to the Academy, Peipei explained. Moreover, we are not entirely without means of self-defense. Everyone possesses some offensive magic scrolls for emergencies, which are also provided by the Mage Academy. Gan Guyu understood that the assistance from the Mage Academy was evidently crucial for the survival of the Forest of Nature. Meanwhile, if the Academy were to lack the sustenance provided by the natural forests, it would be impossible to sustain such a multitude of magicians. Thus, the symbiotic relationship of mutual aid between the two parties was established. Upon noticing that Gan Guyu had grasped the intricacies of this dynamic, Peipei continued. In fact, nature mages are also inclined to join the Academy. Due to their proficiency in agriculture, they can forge connections with numerous formidable partners. This is of paramount importance for nature mages, who often traverse the continent to assist in the cultivation of crops. Gan Guyu chuckled, realizing that such relationships existed at all levels. However, it seemed that as a triad mage, he was not burdened by such concerns. Being self-sufficient and acting as his own bodyguard was both effortless and enjoyable. Observing that Gan Guyu had no further inquiries at the moment, Peipei stood to take her leave. I shall return to rest now. Since you were summoned by me, it is my duty to enlighten you and disseminate knowledge about the continent, should any questions arise. Do not hesitate to seek me out. Additionally, you shall henceforth be my little brother. Aren't you younger than me? Gan Guyu replied, bemused. This is something few would believe if I were to speak of it. Peipei stuck out her tongue, sizing up Gan Guyu with a mischievous grin. Recalling Kabir's height, Gan Guyu helplessly shrugged. Surely not all men on this continent are so tall. In my homeland, this physique is considered standard. Peipei chuckled lightly, dismissing his seemingly feeble argument. Tomorrow, let us venture to the wheat fields together. Since the High Priestess has spoken, your land must have been allocated. You can go and claim it tomorrow, and then you may cultivate your own crops. With your abilities, failing to produce the finest yield would surely be somewhat embarrassing, wouldn't it? What a joke! Gan Guyu scoffed disdainfully. When you find yourself facing famine, come to me with some flattering words, and I shall promptly assist you. Me face famine? Not likely. Peipei teased, sticking her tongue out at him as she exited. Chapter 14. New function unveiled. Peipei glared at the plot of land before her. Her lips pursed in annoyance. Gan Guyu, gazing at the same parcel, felt as though his jaw might unhinge in disbelief. Lin observed the two, her expression equally grim. I had a feeling sister she would meddle in the distribution of this land. After all, that is her domain. But this is simply excessive, Peipei exclaimed, gesturing angrily at the land. This plot is so far from our wheat fields that it nearly reaches the edge of the natural forest. If that were all, it might be bearable, but Lin, look. This land is filled with gold or devoid of soil. There isn't even enough vegetation to sprout weeds. How can we possibly cultivate crops here? Hearing Peipei's complaints, Gan Guyu finally snapped back to reality. Glancing at the indignant Peipei, he asked somewhat nervously, what grievances do you harbor against gold, or? This is gold, pure gold. Upon witnessing Gan Guyu's reaction, both Peipei and Lin felt a pang of sympathy. Oh no, he's been greatly distressed that she has truly gone too far this time. I shall seek justice from the High Priestess, Lin declared, turning to leave. No need, she has always behaved this way. We cannot trouble the High Priestess every time. Peipei intercepted Lin and turned to Gan Guyu, offering a comforting smile. Do not fret. You are still a soil mage. Are you not? Here is what you can do. First, control the earth element to remove the gold or from the land. Then find a way to procure some soil from elsewhere, though it may be arduous. At least you will be able to cultivate crops, right? After absorbing Pei Pei's lengthy explanation, Gan Guyu's mind was solely fixated on the words throw away, causing him to shudder. But this is gold, and there is so much of it. You want me to throw it away? What else would you do with it? Pei Pei looked at him quizzically. Gold ore is abundant everywhere. It serves no real purpose. And every time we clear land, we unearth a plethora of IT. IT's quite a hassle. Wait a moment. Gan Guyu suddenly grasped the implication, staring blankly at Pei Pei. Are you saying this gold, or is ubiquitous across the continent? Indeed. Apart from stones, it is the most prevalent material. So you're saying this gold, or, aside from occupying arable land, is utterly useless? Precisely. Damn this alien continent. Gan Guyu muttered angrily. How disheartening to realize he had been jubilant for no reason. In this desolate land, iron was a precious metal, while gold was as common as dirt. Pei Pei, having misheard Gan Guyu's mumbling, assumed he was cursing Shi. She merely stuck out her tongue and cautiously offered, "Shall we help you clear the land?" Gan Guyu casually picked up a piece of gold ore, feeling somewhat defeated as he remarked, "No worries. Clearing away this worthless gold ore is a trivial task for me." He emphasized the term worthless, feeling genuinely vexed that on Earth, even gold dust was a coveted treasure. Yet here, gold the size of a dog's head, with considerable purity, was practically useless. Just then, an unexpected message flashed in Gan Guyu's mind. Gold ore detected. Would you like to submit? Startled by this sudden communication, Gan Guyu soon realized it originated from the omnipotent biological operations terminal in his mind. With a spark of inspiration, he silently commanded submission, and the gold ore in his hand vanished into thin air. At the same time, he noticed the money value on the terminal had finally jumped from 0 to 82.so. This was how the terminal accumulated wealth. Gan Guyu felt elated, as if he had discovered a new realm. It appeared that these seemingly useless gold ores were, in fact, beneficial to him. Before his excitement could wane, another message arrived from the terminal. Money value reached the threshold. The portable warehouse function can now be activated. Would you like to proceed? Chapter 15. Cultivating soil, activate. Gan Guyu promptly thought that on the terminal, the money value reverted to a single digit. Simultaneously, Gan Guyu discovered that a container resembling a cultivation dish had indeed appeared on the terminal. He focused his mind and began to investigate this cultivation dish. That a piece of information surfaced. A level 1 soil cultivation dish could nurture ordinary-grade soil. Cultivate the soil. Upon seeing this, Gan Guyu's mind began to whirl with possibilities. The primary reason for the low grain yield and constant famine in the salty wasteland was the lack of nutrients in the land, that if he could possess fertile soil, wouldn't the issue of grain yield be resolved? He swiftly exchanged all his remaining gold ore for monetary value. Before him lay a patch of land, pockmarked and covered by a mere thin layer of sand. Observing this 100-square-meter plot, Gan Guyu resolved to test the efficacy of the soil cultivation dish. He focused on the dish, silently invoking the commencement of soil cultivation. Immediately, a yellow halo illuminated the cultivation dish, indicating that it had begun to operate. Concurrently, Gan Guyu felt his magical energy rapidly depleting. The consumption was significantly greater than when he merely controlled water and earth elements. It appeared that cultivating soil indeed required a considerable expenditure of his magical power. Naturally, the law of energy conservation applied. Soil could not simply materialize from thin air. Gan Guyu nodded in acknowledgement. As he did not cease the soil cultivation, the dish continued to work until his magical energy was entirely exhausted, at which point it ceased functioning automatically. That a wave of exhaustion washed over him, compelling him to sit down on the field edge, panting for breath. After a considerable while, his magical energy replenished slightly, alleviating the discomfort. "Are you all right?" Pei Pei frowned. "Why does your face look so pale? Have you exhausted your magical power?" "What did you do?" "I was merely listening to the Mother of Nature's divine will. It consumed a bit more magical energy than I anticipated." Gan Guyu nonchalantly fabricated a response. "However, I did manage to procure some wonderful items from her." The results of his endeavors were indeed remarkable. The soil produced by the cultivation dish appeared automatically in the warehouse, amounting to over 100 cubic units, which brought Gan Guyu a sense of relief that he extracted a handful of the soil he had created for a close examination, discovering that it was indeed ordinary soil, not exceptionally fertile, though this was in comparison to the soil on Earth. For the salty wasteland, such fertile soil was likely something Peipei and her companions had never even heard of. Peipei noticed the soil in Gan Guyu's hand and exclaimed, "This soil quality appears to be quite exceptional." Indeed, Gan Guyu continued to embellish. "This is leftover soil from the mother of nature. It may be insignificant to her, but for us, it is truly fertile land." As he spoke, he removed the mound of soil from the warehouse and piled it in his field. The two women looked on in astonishment. The mother of nature had accepted Gan Guyu's gold ore and in return generously gifted him some fertile soil. "Should I also seek out some gold ore, mother of nature? Do you still require more?" Ignoring the two women, Gan Guyu began selecting fertilizers. This ordinary grade soil could undoubtedly surpass the quality of any soil in the salty wasteland. Yet he was not satisfied and contemplated enriching the soil further. In the shop, two types of fertilizers were available. One was a compound fertilizer priced at 50 monetary units per bag, while the other, named Farmhouse Ecological Fertilizer, was astonishingly priced at 200 monetary units per bag. After some consideration, Gan Guyu preferred the Farmhouse Ecological Fertilizer, but he had already exhausted all his gold ore, leaving him with only 312 monetary units, which seemed insufficient. Suddenly, he recalled something and turned to Peipei. "What happened to the gold ore you obtained from clearing the wasteland?" "It's just over there, not far." Peipei instinctively pointed in a direction, then asked curiously, "Why? Quick, take me there." Gan Guyu sprang to his feet, urgency in his voice. The mother of nature has become quite enamored with playing in the mud. After a while, Gan Guyu returned to his field. Satisfied with over 2,000 monetary units, several bags of farmhouse ecological fertilizer appeared before him, but Peipei immediately covered her nose and ran away, exclaiming, "What is this? Why does it smell so terrible?" Indeed, this fertilizer was undeniably ecological, and its odor was quite potent. Gan Guyu quickly understood the nature of this so-called farmhouse ecological fertilizer that he felt a bit embarrassed as he and Lin Lin hurried to catch up with Peipei, explaining, "This is a treasure that can enhance soil fertility. In other words, it will help crops grow better." After pondering, he decided it was best not to disclose the fertilizer's components to the two women, lest they, having never encountered such fertilizer, be unable to accept it and subsequently avoid consuming the produce from the field. However, he was soon reminded of something else. "By the way, what did you do with the wheat stalks in the end?" "We threw them over the back mountain," Peipei replied. "Threw them away?" Gan Guyu was taken aback, then smiled mysteriously. "Today, let me teach you a trick. Burn the dried wheat stalks in ash, and then bury this ash in your fields. You will be pleasantly surprised. Wood ash is indeed a highly effective potassium fertilizer, typically made from the remnants of burning brush, grass, and wheat stalks. Although they only had wheat stalk ash at this moment, it was certainly better than discarding them entirely. Peipei and Lin Lin were thoroughly convinced by Gan Guyu and quickly committed this advice to memory. Using the last of his magical energy, Gan Guyu mixed the farmhouse ecological fertilizer into the freshly prepared soil, then spread the soil evenly across the field. At last, this 100-square-meter plot of fertile land was completed. Exhausted, Gan Guyu sprawled out on the ground, but Peipei was not particularly fatigued and was instead curiously examining the fertile soil in Gan Guyu's field. Beside her, Lin Lin was continuously murmuring praises to the mother of nature. "Look at you two. Don't gawk. There will be even better things to come," Gan Guyu said with a smile, dismissively. "At worst, once I recover my magical energy, I can help you further improve the soil." "Really? That sounds great," the two women exclaimed in delight. However, Peipei immediately adopted a slightly proud demeanor. "You said it yourself. I didn't ask you, so you better not go back on your word." Of course, Gan Guyu replied, amused. Lin Lin, being the more considerate one, said, "You look utterly exhausted today. As a token of our gratitude, we will help you sow seeds in this field. Quickly, bring out the wheat seeds." Peipei nodded in agreement. "I'll take care of the watering and irrigation. You don't need to thank me." Gan Guyu chuckled and shook his head. Today, we will not be planting wheat. The continent often suffers from famine due to low grain yields, so let us plant something novel, something that can yield 70 to 80 bags from this plot. 70 to 80 bags? Pepe doubted her own hearing. Did you mean 7 or 8 bags? 70 to 80 bags. That's my conservative estimate, Gan Guyu asserted, pointing to a pile of seedlings that had inexplicably appeared before him. This is the key. With the quality of soil in my field, it is absolutely feasible to harvest 80 bags in one season. Chapter 16. Planting sweet potatoes. What is this grass? Pepe inquired, picking up a seedling with curiosity. This is not grass, Gan Guyu clarified. This is a seedling for sweet potatoes. I intend to plant sweet potatoes in this field. Sweet potatoes? Both Pepe and Lin were filled with confusion and chorused, "What is that?" Sweet potatoes are. It's hard to explain in a moment, but they are a high-yield grain, Gan Guyu elaborated. If we were to plant wheat in this field, achieving a yield of 10 bags would still be possible. But with sweet potatoes, harvesting 70 to 80 bags would be quite a challenge. Wait a moment. Pepe suddenly grasped the crux. If what you're saying is true, then if everyone shifts to planting this instead of wheat, won't that help alleviate famine? Gan Guyu replied with a smile. If we stop planting wheat and switch to sweet potatoes, it will certainly alleviate famine, but you will also find yourselves sick of eating sweet potatoes. Unexpectedly, Pepe immediately retorted, "We're already sick of eating flatbreads." Meanwhile, Lin had been contemplating the yield of sweet potatoes and cautiously suggested, "Then let's go ahead and plant these sweet potatoes and see how it goes." Pepe eagerly nodded. Having exhausted his magical energy, Gan Guyu decided to sit at the edge of the field and supervise while guiding them through the planting points for sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes are known by many names, including yam and red yam, and their most notable characteristic is their high yield, with 5,000 pounds per acre being quite common. Gan Guyu had even heard of sweet potatoes yielding up to 10,000 pounds per acre. But he imagined that such sweet potatoes would likely have inferior taste, primarily being used for industrial purposes. Sweet potatoes are drought-resistant, but sensitive to flooding, making sandy loam with good drainage the optimal soil for planting. Since Gan Guyu had planned to cultivate sweet potatoes while preparing the soil quality was also tailored specifically for sweet potatoes at this moment. He resembled a demanding overseer, directing the two girls as they prepared the planting rows, while Pepe and Lin focused intently on farming, fearing that their inaugural attempt at planting sweet potatoes might go awry. Completely oblivious to Gan Guyu's demeanor, Gan Guyu aimed to harvest smaller sweet potatoes for consumption. He intentionally planted them relatively closely to reduce the size of the larger sweet potatoes. However, soon enough, the entire field was planted with sweet potatoes. The water requirement for sweet potatoes is not high, and Pepe completed the irrigation without much effort. And since she and Lin had been busy in the field for some time, they did not feel overly fatigued, which greatly impressed Gan Guyu. However, a new challenge arose. Gan Guyu and Lin found themselves in a state of skill cooldown, yearning to witness the bountiful harvest of sweet potatoes. Thus, they decided to return to the natural forest to seek assistance from their amicable sisters. Currently, the names most frequently mentioned in the natural forest are Gan Guyu and Pepe. Upon hearing that Gan Guyu was cultivating something novel, a throng of grass-skirted beauties eagerly gathered around, quickly encircling the sweet potato patch. Lin, pulling along one of her close friends, approached and said, "Xiao Guyu, allow me to introduce you to my dear sister, Xiao, and she will perform the all things growth spell for us shortly." "Hello. Thank you for your help," Gan Guyu expressed gratefully. Xiao replied with a gentle smile, "It's merely a small effort. That my own wheat field won't require the all things growth spell for a while, so I am more than happy to assist others." Gan Guyu nodded in acknowledgement. He was already aware that the fertility of the land is limited, and thus, the all things growth spell cannot be employed indiscriminately to hasten the ripening of crops. Many nature mages, if they remain in the natural forest, might find themselves using the all things growth spell only a handful of times in a year, which would be a significant waste of a spell with such an extended cooldown period. Consequently, nature mages often venture onto the continent to utilize the all things growth spell to aid those in famine-stricken areas in cultivating crops, which is one of the reasons why mages are held in high esteem. As the bystanders began to grow impatient, their curiosity piqued about the nature of Gan Guyu's sweet potatoes. Xiaoan wasted no time. She began to chant the lengthy incantation for the all things growth spell before Gan Guyu's sweet potato patch. Having acquired a full suite of nature magic, he had gained a rudimentary understanding of the magical arts on the continent. Magic, much like mages themselves, is categorized into 10 tiers, and mages who reach a certain tier can cast spells not exceeding that level. However, even mages of the same tier casting the same spell can yield vastly different results. The effectiveness of a spell is confined within a threshold, yet its actual performance is influenced by the mage's personal strength. Their sensitivity to magical elements, their proficiency with the spell, and even their current mental state. For instance, the All Things Growth spell itself merely imposes a maximum duration for hastening plant growth. A first-tier nature mage can shorten a plant's growth cycle by up to 2 years, while a 10th-tier nature deity can save thousands of years in one fell swoop. Nevertheless, the specific effects of the All Things Growth spell hinge upon the mage's control over it. Generally speaking, the larger the area of farmland, the more plants affected, and the longer the duration, the more challenging it becomes to control the magic effectively, leading to greater mana consumption. When casting All Things Growth, nature mages primarily aim for precise control over the spell's effects. Inevitably, there are many weed species within the fields, which possess a resilience far surpassing that of wheat. Therefore, when a nature mage employs the All Things Growth spell, they must ensure that these weeds are not inadvertently affected, as wasting mana is trivial compared to the grave consequences of depleting soil fertility and impacting crop yields. Thus, accurately controlling the spell's target is a crucial prerequisite for casting All Things Growth. This explains why the fields in the natural forest are typically around 100 square meters in size, as this is the maximum area a first-tier nature mage can control with precision. Gan Guyu took a moment to measure the area, discovering it to be approximately 111 square meters, or about 1/6 of an acre. However, he was well aware that he need not worry about the precision of controlling the All Things Growth spell, as he could cast it instantaneously, effortlessly directing the growth of crops while disregarding the weeds. This convenience exemplifies the power of instantaneous magic, which is precisely why the women were so astonished initially. As Xianhuang's incantation concluded, the sweet potato vines soon began to sprout fresh shoots, and the tendrils gradually unfurled. Witnessing the rapid growth of the sweet potato vines, Gan Guyu could not help but marvel at the wonders of magic. The crops nurtured through the All Things Growth spell thrived without regard for temperature, humidity, or the diurnal temperature fluctuations, demonstrating an almost overwhelming prowess. Gan Guyu also realized that if he could instantaneously cast All Things Growth while simultaneously managing these conditions, the growth of the crops would be even more remarkable. Lost in his thoughts, he continued to revel in his triumph, but after a while, he cast his gaze back to the sweet potato patch, only to be struck with alarm. Chapter 17. The harvest. Gan Guyu hastily leaped into his sweet potato field, and upon closer inspection, his expression darkened. Numerous sweet potato vines exhibited a whitening phenomenon at their stems, some of which had even turned a brown, decayed hue. Digging into the soil, he discovered the presence of sweet potato tubers. Pulling one from the ground and breaking it in half revealed that the interior had become a mottled mix of brown and white rot, filling him with regret. The condition, known as heart rot, also referred to as sweet potato stem nematode disease, is a pestilence caused by destructive stem nematodes, primarily affecting the tubers, stems, and seedlings of sweet potatoes. Gan Guyu could hardly have anticipated that the sweet potato seedlings he purchased from the Universal Biological Operations Station were not disease-free. He had momentarily overlooked this detail. Otherwise, he would have taken precautions to treat the seedlings beforehand. Pepe, noticing his sullen demeanor as he sat silently in the dirt, felt a pang of concern and approached him, softly asking, "What's wrong?" "We're facing a pestilence," Gan Guyu replied, somewhat dejectedly. "It seems this patch of sweet potatoes is ruined." "Ah?" Pepe gasped in shock, quickly inquiring, "What shall we do?" "There's nothing to be done but start anew," Gan Guyu sighed, reflecting on how he had just confidently spoken of high yields, only to be swiftly slapped in the face by this complete crop failure. The circle of grass-skirted beauties also recognized that something had gone awry and expressed their concern. With Haisai absent, no one made any derisive remarks. After all, crop failures are a sorrowful affair on the desolate continent of Xianhuang. Upon learning of the pestilence, the group banded together to help, diligently uprooting the sweet potatoes and setting them aside while leveling the land anew. Gan Guyu felt a surge of gratitude for the kindness of those in the natural forest, repeatedly expressing his thanks. However, during the process, the women noted the remarkable fertility of Gan Guyu's soil, and he once again deflected their inquiries with talk of the mother of nature. Some women requested Gan Guyu's assistance in improving the soil quality, but he explained that such work would consume too much mana, promising that he would assist them in the future. After purchasing new sweet potato seedlings and pesticides, Gan Guyu found his funds nearly depleted, leaving him feeling quite helpless. Consequently, he began to ask the women to gather more gold ore for him. Upon hearing that the mother of nature had an interest in this common yet practically useless ore, the women exchanged glances, but ultimately, they all agreed to help. Gan Guyu handed the seedlings and pesticides to Peipei, saying, "I must ask for your assistance once more to treat these seedlings." "Of course," Peipei replied, taking the seedlings and eyeing the 2 bottles of pesticide. "What are these?" "Malathion and dimethylate, used to prevent pests," Gan Guyu explained casually, not particularly concerned whether Peipei understood. However, noticing her habitual lip-licking, he quickly added, "This is absolutely not for consumption, I assure you." It was no joking matter. Even the most resilient of individuals should avoid consuming pesticides, and he feared that even a trace could spell disaster for these girls. Under Gan Guyu's vigilant supervision, Peipei successfully completed the task of soaking the sweet potato seedlings in malathion. It must be said that having a water mage perform this task was remarkably convenient. The next step involved planting the seedlings in the prepared mounds, but this time, Gan Guyu did not forget to apply the dimethylate to each planting hole. With so many hands helping, the planting proceeded swiftly. After reviewing everything once more, Gan Guyu felt confident that there were no oversights, and he called upon another grass-skirted beauty to cast the all-things-growth spell once again. At last, the growth of the sweet potatoes encountered no further issues. The vibrant green vines interwoven with hints of purple quickly filled the entire field, exuding a lively charm. Peipei, observing the flourishing vines, licked her lips and asked, "Is this considered mature? Is this a type of vegetable? It doesn't seem like it would yield 70 or 80 bags." "Well, while sweet potato leaves are edible, the edible part is actually the tubers you just saw," Gan Guyu clarified. He explained that this variety of sweet potato was cultivated for its roots, and the leaves were not as palatable as those from specifically bred leafy varieties. With that, he unearthed a mound of sweet potatoes, each one of a perfect size and plumpness. "Is this it?" Peipei snatched one, rinsing off the dirt and licking her lips as she asked, "How do you eat it?" "There are many ways to enjoy it, but the simplest is to peel it and eat it raw," Gan Guyu replied, digging out a few more and washing them before distributing them to the women so they could all have a taste. Curious about this new food, the women watched as Gan Guyu peeled a sweet potato and began to eat it, eagerly following suit. Quite refreshing, tastier than flatbread. It has a bit of sweetness to it. Not bad. Very delicious." The women's eyes brightened with excitement as they began to chatter animatedly. Gan Guyu chuckled at the sight of them devouring the sweet potatoes with such abandon, realizing that eating sweet potatoes raw was the least sophisticated way to enjoy them. Upon hearing his words, the curiosity of the young women was once again piqued. Gan Guyu deftly directed them to gather firewood, straw, and a large pot, whereupon they dug a pit by the field to start a fire, filling the pot with water to boil a generous quantity of sweet potatoes. But that was not all. He also buried some sweet potatoes in the ashes of the extinguished fire. Peipei, witnessing this, could not help but exclaim, "What are you doing?" "This is called roasting sweet potatoes." Gan Guyu continued to enlighten the ladies, reminiscing, "When I was young back in my hometown, my favorite thing was to roast sweet potatoes myself." Before long, the sweet potatoes in the pot were thoroughly cooked, and Gan Guyu distributed them among the group. The young women, without waiting for the sweet potatoes to cool, eagerly peeled them and devoured them with fervor. This time, however, no one spoke. The only sound that filled the air was the rustling of their eating. It was not until the boiled sweet potatoes were entirely consumed that they began to chatter excitedly again. Indeed, they are delicious. Unlike the crisp and refreshing taste earlier, they are now soft and sticky, offering an entirely different flavor. "Oh, Gan Guyu, may I have another? Just one more?" Gan Guyu chuckled. No need to rush. I'll dig up all the sweet potatoes from the field. Since these sweet potatoes were planted together, as a token of gratitude for your help, each of you may take a bag home. Just as the young women prepared to cheer, they simultaneously gasped in astonishment. A bag each. Gan Guyu, are you certain? There are about 10 of us sisters here. Wait, how many sweet potatoes did you actually grow in this field? Oh dear, it seems something extraordinary has occurred. In Chapter 18, Roasted Sweet Potatoes, they all once again joined forces to excavate the sweet potatoes from Gan Guyu's field. Without the need for weighing, they all quickly realized that the yield had surpassed all expectations. After a careful count, the young women were left in sheer disbelief. Excluding the portion they had already consumed, the new harvest alone amounted to over 70 bags. Gan Guyu made a rough estimate. There were a total of 17 people present. And given their hearty appetites, along with the sweet potatoes still roasting in the ashes, the total yield from this plot of land should be around 75 bags, which translates to an impressive yield of 4,500 pounds per acre. Truly a remarkable harvest. Yet this yield, though commonplace for sweet potatoes, left the young women momentarily dumbfounded. To them, Pei's prior achievement of 5 bags of wheat from a single field had already been impressive. 70 bags? They had never even dreamed of such a bounty. Gan Guyu, this yield must be due to the quality of the soil in your field, right? One of the grass-skirted beauties quickly grasped the crux of the matter. With this prompt, the young women's racing thoughts began to settle. Indeed, if such a yield were merely an anomaly, it would hardly warrant such astonishment. While that may be a factor, the sweet potatoes thriving like this is undoubtedly related to the soil quality, Gan Guyu stated candidly. This answer relieved the young women, yet a twinge of regret lingered in their hearts. But little did they know, Gan Guyu immediately followed up with, if it were your fields, the yield might only be around 50 bags per plot. 50 bags? And only that. The young women were astonished, feeling as though they had been teased by Gan Guyu. However, at that moment, they genuinely wished to be playfully teased like this a few more times. Just as they were beginning to recover from their shock, they heard Gan Guyu elaborating. Sweet potatoes are remarkably easy to cultivate, even if planted by the roadside without watering or fertilization. They will yield some harvest, making them particularly suitable for the continent's barren lands. Upon hearing this, the young women found themselves starry-eyed, and the more familiar Pei hesitated before asking, well then, we'd all like to plant some sweet potatoes. Would you be willing to? If it involves promoting sweet potatoes, I would be more than happy to oblige, Gan Guyu replied, sensing the young women's intentions. However, he quickly cautioned, but as you saw earlier, sweet potatoes seem to be quite susceptible to pests and diseases. Until this issue is fully resolved, I advise against planting too many sweet potatoes to avoid unexpected losses. The young women, taking Gan Guyu's advice to heart and recalling their earlier failed attempts at planting, understood that he was looking out for them, and their regard for him grew even fonder. Gan Guyu refrained from mentioning pesticides, believing that if they could avoid them, they should. After all, this was a magical continent, and perhaps the problems of pests and diseases could be resolved through magical means. For years, his father had been dedicated to researching pest control and prevention without the use of pesticides. Against this backdrop, he hoped to minimize the presence of pesticides in the agricultural development of the barren continent. Ultimately, Gan Guyu pointed to the scattered sweet potato vines on the ground, saying, these sweet potato vines, if you bury the nodes on the stems in the soil, they will take root and sprout leaves in due time. For those who wish to plant some sweet potatoes, feel free to take some vines back with you. He did not purchase sweet potato seedlings from the store to distribute to the young women, as the monetary value was a significant factor. And he was also concerned about whether those seedlings would still suffer from pests and diseases. The sweet potato vines in his field were healthy, making them a safer option. Thus, Gan Guyu explained the essentials of planting sweet potatoes, even touching upon details such as temperature and light exposure. The young women listened attentively, nodding along, though how much they truly comprehended was beyond Gan Guyu's knowledge. After a bit of activity, Gan Guyu estimated that the roasted sweet potatoes should be nearly ready, so he retrieved the slightly charred sweet potatoes from the ashes. Pei was the first to rush forward, and before Gan Guyu could utter a word of caution, she grabbed one and attempted to peel it, only to quickly toss it into the air, yelping as she blew on her fingers and clutched her ears. Gan Guyu caught the roasted sweet potato and hastily set it down, chuckling as he spread his hands. I was just about to warn you to be careful of the heat, truly. By the end of his statement, he shook his head, leaving Pei Pei blushing furiously, while the surrounding grass-skirted beauties let out gentle, good-natured laughter. After a moment, the roasted sweet potatoes, now cooled enough to handle, were distributed among the group. At that point, Gan Guyu had only sweet potatoes on hand, with no other ingredients, limiting him to preparing simple dishes such as boiled and roasted sweet potatoes. Yet, these preparations evoked fond memories of his childhood, spent playing at his grandmother's house in the countryside. As the young women tore open the skins of the roasted sweet potatoes, they discovered the steaming goodness inside. Pei Pei gazed at the golden-orange flesh, her eyes sparkling, seemingly reluctant to take a bite. Gan Guyu had no doubt that had she had a smartphone at that moment, she would have snapped a photo of the roasted sweet potato to share on social media. The sight that followed left Gan Guyu utterly astonished. I mean, you are a goddess-level beauty. How can you have no semblance of decorum? Her eating was unrefined, and now she was even licking the remnants of sweet potato from the skin. This was already her third sweet potato, and did she not feel full after consuming so many at once? Pei Pei caught the dazed look on Gan Guyu's face, and her cheeks flushed. She shot him a glare, huffed lightly, and turned back to continue licking her sweet potato skin. Gan Guyu had initially planned to tease her a bit, but he suddenly noticed that several grass-skirted beauties were doing the same. Quickly swallowing his words. Well, he thought, had he not done the same thing with yogurt lids in the past? It was all the same, and he wouldn't be the one to judge that as they continued to devour sweet potatoes. The group began to feel a bit overindulged, primarily due to their eagerness to try something new. However, they soon realized that with the towering pile of sweet potatoes still beside them, Gan Guyu's promise of a bag each was hardly anything substantial. After satiating themselves and digesting their meal, the young women assisted Gan Guyu in planting a field of sweet potatoes before leaving, each carrying a bag of sweet potatoes along with some sweet potato vines. Filled with delight. This time, Gan Guyu had no intention of requesting anyone to invoke the magic of growth. Rather, he was curious to see how the sweet potatoes would flourish on this barren continent through natural means. In Chapter 19, The Status of Fruits, on the way back, Pei Pei took it upon herself, as if ordering a subordinate, to once again express her desire for Gan Guyu to improve the soil quality of her field and provide her with some sweet potato seedlings. The sweet potato seedlings are a minor matter, as long as I can win the favor of Mother Nature with sufficient gold ore. I can procure as many sweet potato seedlings as desired, Gan Guyu said unflinchingly. However, the soil matter is a bit more complicated. It requires sufficient magical power on my part. Speaking of which, why has my magical power only recovered so little after all this time? Indeed, the recovery of a wizard's magical power occurs at a painfully slow pace when relying on oneself, Pei Pei admitted with a hint of resignation. Meditation is a method for wizards to cultivate and accelerate recovery, but its effects are quite limited. Aside from that, one can only rely on external means. External means? Gan Guyu perked up at this. As long as there is a way, I'm all ears. But this method does not come cheap, Pei Pei replied, sticking out her tongue. However, you actually have a ready-made solution, which is your natural magic crystal. It all depends on whether you are willing to use it. I truly find it hard to part with. Gan Guyu shrugged his shoulders. During this time, he had also grasped the approximate value of magic crystals. The 7th-tier natural magic crystal he possessed was extraordinarily useful. It was a treasure worth its weight in gold. Using it merely to restore mana would be an utter waste. You miser, I know you can't bear to part with it. Pei Pei immediately stuck out her tongue at him, a look of disdain etched on her face. Gan Guyu merely shrugged again, too lazy to engage in an argument with her. However, Pei Pei continued, but I do have a way that I can accomplish. Oh, what method? Gan Guyu could not help but inquire with curiosity. Wait for me by my wheat field tomorrow, and you'll find out, Pei Pei said, licking her lips with a mysterious smile before pushing open the door to her residence and slipping inside, not forgetting to wave goodbye to Gan Guyu before closing the door. Once left alone, Pei Pei hurried into the kitchen, clutching the sweet potatoes Gan Guyu had given her, her lips licking in anticipation, as if the 3 sweet potatoes she had previously consumed had vanished into another dimension. The next day, Gan Guyu had been resting by Pei Pei's field for quite some time when she finally arrived, sweating and carrying a wooden tray. Why did it take you so long? I remember you used to wake up very early, Gan Guyu said, gesturing towards her field. I've already helped you change some of the soil, but my mana has been depleted once again. Well done, Pepe replied, momentarily stunned, before praising him with great enthusiasm, resembling a petty landlady exploiting her own laborer. Nonetheless, she soon exhibited a slightly gentler demeanor, extending the wooden tray towards Gan Guyu. Here, this is a reward for you, to help restore your mana. Graciously accept it. Gan Guyu glanced into the tray. Oh, grapes! You possess such a fine delicacy? He picked one up, skin intact, and tossed it into his mouth. Hey, I don't recall introducing grapes to you. How do you know them? Pepe exclaimed in surprise. Yet, she quickly grew anxious. Hey, what are you doing? For barely 3 seconds had passed after Gan Guyu had popped the grape into his mouth before he promptly spat it out, making a series of pest sounds that as he looked back at Pepe, his features were twisted in distaste. I must ask, is this the quality of hospitality you provide? I won't even mention that hard biscuit from before that could shatter a person's molars, but these grapes are so sour. Can they even be consumed? Ah, can they? Noticing Gan Guyu's cheeks twitching, Pepe's voice softened considerably, abruptly transforming from a domineering landlady to a meek young wife. I don't particularly enjoy grapes either, but they are just that sour. What can I do? It is all for the sake of restoring your mana. At this point, Pepe cast a pitying glance at the grape that Gan Guyu had discarded. What a waste of a perfectly good grape. Gan Guyu sensed something unusual. What, are these grapes valuable? Can they really restore mana? Extremely valuable indeed, Pepe emphasized. Fruits and vegetables are rare treasures in the natural forest, nearly non-existent on the continent. Fruits like grapes can aid mages in their cultivation. Consuming just one is equivalent to several days of meditation, which has driven their prices to exorbitant levels, far beyond the means of ordinary folk. In essence, fruits on the salty wilderness continent have become exclusive to mages and nobility. You mean these sour and astringent grapes? Or are they luxury items? Gan Guyu blinked in disbelief, seeking confirmation. Yes, luxury items, Pepe replied, her cheeks puffed up. However, some people are still ungrateful. My grapevine has only 2 clusters, and I brought one for you. Gan Guyu cleared his throat awkwardly and hastily shifted the topic. I know about grapes, but I had never heard that they could restore mana and assist mages in their training. There are only a few grapevines in the natural forest, and the vegetables consist of merely 2 patches of greens, Pepe explained to Gan Guyu. However, these fruits and vegetables are highly sought after. Every year, the Cypros Mage Academy buys most of them at high prices, with the remainder consumed by the sisters themselves. That I had grapes once, and then you never had them again, right? Gan Guyu rolled his eyes in irritation. Only fools would eat such sour things. But what is the principle behind grapes aiding mages in their cultivation? Grapes and greens can restore mana, and sweet potatoes seem to have that effect too. Pepe added, but why exactly, who knows? As long as they can restore mana, isn't that enough? Sweet potatoes can also restore mana. Gan Guyu was taken aback. When he had harvested sweet potatoes, he had taken a couple of bites of the raw ones as a demonstration before getting busy preparing food for the women. He had not touched the boiled or roasted sweet potatoes afterward, thus failing to notice this effect. Why is it that these ordinary grapes and sweet potatoes possess such remarkable utility on the salty wilderness continent? Gan Guyu picked up a grape, suppressing the tartness as he swallowed it. Before long, he felt his mana recovering, indeed much more efficiently than through meditation. Out of curiosity, Gan Guyu picked up another grape, this time refraining from eating it, and instead silently recited a short incantation. Soon, as his thoughts shifted, the structural composition of the grape, down to its cells and molecular makeup, vividly materialized in his mind. This was the power of first-tier natural magic perception. Without the need for magnifying glasses or microscopes, Gan Guyu could discern the minute intricacies of the grape through his connection to natural elements. This spell was originally employed by natural mages for reconnaissance purposes. Within a certain range of flora, they could maintain visibility. However, Gan Guyu soon discovered an even more marvelous application. Once again, Gan Guyu experienced an evolution of his perception due to being a tri-element mage. Wherever there was water, earth, or any natural element. He could cast his perception, and the range of influence was even broader. In a flash, Gan Guyu detected a peculiar activity within the grape as he utilized his magical perception. With a thought, he retrieved a sweet potato from his universal biological operations station and cast perception again, observing the same phenomenon. Finally, he took a few grains of wheat and continued to perceive. Before long, a glimmer of realization crossed Gan Guyu's eyes. Pepe, wheat should have no mana restoration properties, right? It can be said to be virtually non-existent, Pepe affirmed. Just as I suspected, Gan Guyu exclaimed excitedly, raising his fist and sprinting back to his residence. Only to remember to instruct Pepe, "Stay put, I'll be right back." He dashed back to his little tree hollow, heading straight for the table, and once again snatched up the bottle of vitamin C. After taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, he finally poured out a tablet of vitamin C and swallowed it. Soon, a surge of mana flowed from within him, spreading throughout his limbs. And the weakness that had settled in after his mana depletion vanished without a trace. Ultimately, he felt as if his body had burst through some barrier with a pop, leaving him invigorated. Then it dawned on him that riding the coattails of this vitamin C, he had directly advanced to a second-tier mage. Indeed, vitamin C is the culprit. Gan Guyu nearly burst into laughter. Who could have guessed that the source of magical power in this otherworldly continent would be vitamin C? His first impulse was to consume the entire bottle of vitamin C at once, hoping to leap several tiers, but he quickly dismissed the notion. Why should he exhaust all the vitamin C at once? Hadn't one tablet already fully revitalized him? Restoring mana through meditation was a painfully slow process, and due to the nature of the soil cultivation dish, his demand for mana was significantly higher than that of ordinary mages. This mana-restoring vitamin C was undoubtedly an unparalleled treasure. Just one small tablet contained 100 milligrams of vitamin C, far superior to consuming the eternally sour grapes or the stomach-churning sweet potatoes all day long. Now, addressing the mana consumption was paramount. As for enhancing his strength, regularly consuming vitamin C would surely lead to significant improvements in no time. With this astonishing discovery in hand, Gan Guyu, clutching a majority of the vitamin C tablets, fell into a state of giddy elation. Upon witnessing Gan Guyu's return, brimming with abundant mana, Pepe couldn't contain her surprise. "What happened? Didn't you say your mana was depleted? And how did you level up?" As she spoke, she instinctively glanced at the wooden tray before her, where several grapes still lay, continuing to inquire, "Did you return with a belly full of sweet potatoes?" Gan Guyu, however, merely smiled mysteriously, deflecting the topic with a laugh. "Now that my mana is plentiful, helping you amend the soil will be a piece of cake." Without waiting for Pepe's response, he dove straight into her field. That Pepe's wheat field remained untouched, still densely packed with sprouting seedlings. Thus, Gan Guyu took it upon himself to tend to the wheat field, achieving the requisite density of planting, that he then reinforced the base of the wheat stalks with newly cultivated fertile soil to prevent them from toppling. Before long, Pepe's wheat field was impeccably managed by Gan Guyu. Observing his unwavering dedication, Pepe, despite her proud demeanor, sincerely expressed her gratitude. However, her thoughts soon shifted to the few remaining grapes in the wooden tray, and she began to fret. "What shall we do with the leftover grapes? I doubt you will consume them, and I have no need for them either. Just give them away." Gan Guyu replied with refreshing decisiveness. Yet before Pepe could voice her objections, he continued, "Take me to see your grapevines. It cannot be that they are perpetually sour and astringent." Upon hearing that Teacher Gan wished to visit her grapevines, Pepe was more than willing. "The grapevines are on the back hill. Allow me to lead you there." With that, she took Gan Guyu by the hand and led him in a particular direction. The so-called back hill in this natural forest was merely two small slopes, forming a quaint little valley in between. Pepe's grapevines thrived at the foot of one slope, and Gan Guyu merely glanced at the vines before clicking his tongue and shaking his head. "I must admit, I am quite impressed. Despite the condition of these grapevines, you managed to yield 2 clusters of grapes. It truly reflects the old adage, masters are among the common folk." Pepe could not miss the sarcasm in his words and retaliated with a splash from her water gun, intending to tease Gan Guyu. However, now that he had ascended to the rank of a second-tier magician and possessed the advantage of instant spells, he was not about to be outdone. A curtain of water intercepted Pei Pei's attack and splashed back at her, leaving her in a predicament. Gazing at the triumphant Gan Guyu, Pei Pei felt a surge of indignation. She exclaimed, "No blocking," and unleashed another water gun towards him. Witnessing her determination, Gan Guyu decided to indulge in the playful skirmish, opting to dodge rather than defend. Thus, a delightful water fight ensued, with both of them chasing and splashing each other until they were thoroughly soaked. While Gan Guyu was unfazed by his wet attire, Pei Pei's mage robe clung to her figure, accentuating her graceful silhouette, which caused Gan Guyu to fumble and barely evade her attacks. "Ha! You are truly weak. To have your nose bleed from a water gun," Pei Pei mocked, reveling in her perceived victory. Yet, she soon noticed an unusual expression on Gan Guyu's face, and, upon closer inspection, her cheeks flushed crimson. "Ah!" Her shriek echoed through the back hill as Gan Guyu snapped out of his daze. However, what was now approaching was not a playful water gun, but a high-pressure water jet as thick as a barrel, summoned by Pei Pei's incantation. Poor Gan Guyu was blasted onto the slope, where he became momentarily trapped, showing no signs of escape anytime soon. The water battle concluded with Gan Guyu's surrender. Pei Pei huffed, drying her attire and turning away from him, ignoring his presence. For a water mage, cleaning clothes was the simplest task. Summoning water elements and then dismissing them provided a seamless washing and drying experience, both effortless and delightful. Gan Guyu, witnessing the practical application of controlling water elements, felt an overwhelming joy that he had long been concerned about his clothing maintenance, and this unexpected solution relieved him. After drying his own clothes, Gan Guyu, feeling somewhat guilty, initially intended to appease Pei Pei, but was instead captivated by something in the pit from which he had just emerged, a piece of crystalline stone, glimmering like glass. As he approached, he quickly confirmed his suspicion. It was indeed a diamond. Gan Guyu instinctively felt a rush of excitement, yet turned back to ask Pei Pei, "Pei Pei, come quickly and see if this is useful." Pei Pei, still miffed, expected him to apologize before she would forgive him. However, upon hearing his excited tone, she instinctively turned her head, only to remember her irritation and huffed again, pouting her lips. "Business first. I will deal with my anger later." Gan Guyu waved her over, pointing at the diamond in the pit, asking, "Is this useful? What does it mean to put off anger for later? Is anger something that can be so easily controlled?" Pei Pei found it amusing, but chose to let it go. After glancing at the diamond Gan Guyu indicated, she nodded. "It's a diamond, quite common, and has some utility." "Some utility?" Gan Guyu hesitated, feeling a bit disheartened at her use of common, but pressed on, "How useful? This stone is incredibly hard. The average person cannot break it. And even magicians require considerable effort to shatter it," Pei Pei explained. "However, space mages are quite adept at handling it. They can use dimensional cutting to shape it into various items, such as knives or bottles. Oh, and using it to forge hoes and sickles should also be feasible." By the end, Pei Pei seemed to have discovered something novel, her eyes sparkling with excitement that a diamond hoe or sickle. Gan Guyu felt a wave of disillusionment wash over him. That truly sounded both rustic and extravagant. Yet, he discerned that in contrast to Earth, the status of diamonds in the barren wasteland seemed to be equivalent to that of iron. That he unearthed the diamond, only to discover that the visible portion was merely the tip of the iceberg. The diamond was as large as a football, easily overshadowing the African star by several leagues. Most thrilling of all, the Universal Biological Operations Station indeed responded to the diamond. Upon submission, Gan Guyu's previously dismal monetary value skyrocketed, surpassing that of gold. As the diamond vanished from his grasp, Pei Pei, without needing further explanation, stuck out her tongue and remarked, "If Mother Nature favors diamonds, the valley would be strewn with them." However, something of that size was likely taken long ago for processing. What remains are merely unusable scraps. Even scraps are still diamonds. I have no qualms about it. Gan Guyu surged into the depths of the valley, with Pei Pei reluctantly following suit. Never had Gan Guyu imagined that he would stumble upon pigeon egg-sized diamonds on an obscure hillside. And not just one, but a multitude. Gazing at the dazzling array before him, his eyes sparkled with greed. Simultaneously, the melodious voice of the Universal Biological Operations Station rang in his mind again. Monetary value has reached the requirement. The seed and seedling cultivation device can now be activated. Would you like to activate it? The seed and seedling cultivation device. It sounded like a remarkable asset. How could he possibly refuse? Soon, his monetary value returned to its previous state, and a new instrument appeared on the operation station in his mind. Seed and seedling cultivation device. Level 1. Capable of cultivating basic seeds and seedlings, with the option for primary optimization schemes. This was the new information conveyed to Gan Guyu by the seed and seedling cultivation device. Upon further examination, he discovered that the so-called basic seeds or seedlings were simply ordinary seeds or seedlings that had undergone a single round of optimization, in other words, the level 1 seed and seedling cultivation device could optimize ordinary seeds or seedlings once, transforming them into basic seeds or seedlings. What, then, were the so-called primary optimization schemes? Gan Guyu found that there were two options: immunity to pests and diseases, and a slight enhancement of vitality. The immunity to pests and diseases was straightforward and exceedingly practical, whereas the enhancement of vitality seemed somewhat vague. However, it likely meant allowing plants to grow more robustly. Having learned a lesson previously, Gan Guyu was particularly fond of the immunity option and resolved to select it for future optimizations. Yet, upon further investigation, he noticed that optimization schemes of the same level could be selected in multiples. This meant that he could choose to give his seeds immunity to pests and diseases, or enhance their vitality, or even opt for both. This setup puzzled Gan Guyu. Since a seed could undergo only one initial optimization, why would one not select all available buffs? However, he quickly realized that the seed and seedling cultivation device was not a selfless entity to achieve better optimization for seeds and seedlings. A greater investment would surely be required. What would that investment entail? It was likely nothing short of magical energy. Gan Guyu was eager to test the capabilities of the seed and seedling cultivation device. Turning to exit the valley. Only then did he recall his original purpose for visiting the back hill. Not merely to inspect how Pei Pei's grapevines should be managed, he decided to use the grapes for experimentation. As he walked, lost in thought and occasionally nodding, Pei Pei was led to believe he had become somewhat dazed. Unfortunately, Gan Guyu's distraction led him to trip over something on the ground, causing him to fall directly. Judging by the sound, it seemed he had taken quite a tumble. "Are you all right?" Pei Pei hurried to help him up, scolding, "I told you to pay attention while walking." However, as she helped him up and glanced down, she quickly assessed herself to ensure she was unharmed before looking back at Gan Guyu. "Why are you bleeding from your nose again?" Gan Guyu chuckled bitterly. "I forgot to mention that my nose is inherently quite fragile. It tends to bleed easily with even the slightest injury." "Oh, is that so? What about before?" Pei Pei exclaimed in astonishment, then immediately complained again. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Gan Guyu shrugged helplessly and replied, "Did you give me the chance to explain before?" "Apologies, but to some extent, the last nosebleed was indeed, as you said, caused by the water gun." Chapter 22. Wild Kiwi. Did a water fight really cause a nosebleed? While Gan Guyu's nose is somewhat delicate, it is not so fragile as to succumb to such antics. The initial nosebleed was indeed a combination of his inherent fragility and a few other contributing factors. However, those factors are something Gan Guyu would never admit. His words were, in fact, a clever trap. It was true that the nosebleed resulted from the water fight, but it was primarily due to Gan Guyu splashing water on a Pei Pei rather than the couple of shots she had aimed at him with her water gun. Nevertheless, Pei Pei, oblivious to the nuances, felt quite guilty as Gan Guyu led her to believe otherwise. Given Gan Guyu's caliber, such playful tricks on a young girl were just about sufficient. He had no intention of overstepping boundaries. However, this time, Gan Guyu's nosebleed was genuinely the result of a fall. Fortunately, after years of experience, he adeptly managed to stem the bleeding and soon stood up, brushing the dust off his clothes. Before turning his gaze to the culprit that had tripped him, a vine from a wild plant, in a fit of anger, he yanked the vine out, muttering some harmonious phrases, only to realize that this vine looked somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed the identity of the plant. "What's wrong?" Pei Pei asked, noticing the sudden shift in Gan Guyu's expression. "Is there an issue with this wild vine?" "It's a treasure," Gan Guyu exclaimed excitedly. "If I'm not mistaken, this should be a kiwi vine." "Kiwi, what is that?" Pei Pei licked her lips, It's a fruit that resembles a monkey and is favored by monkeys, rich in vitamins. I mean, it has a restorative effect on mana that far surpasses that of grapes and sweet potatoes, Gan Guyu elaborated. Upon hearing it was a fruit, Pei-Pei's eyes sparkled, but she quickly inquired, "What is a monkey? Is it a type of magical beast?" It was then that Gan Guyu realized that the saltiverse continent lacked the animal known as a monkey, and quickly added, "Kiwi is the name used in my homeland. You could also refer to it as a kiwi fruit. The kiwi fruit is a sister variety cultivated after the kiwi was brought to New Zealand. With no significant difference in nutritional content, though the kiwi fruit has a slightly higher concentration of nutrients. Although the name kiwi fruit is derived from a bird native to New Zealand, it at least sounds more palatable to Pei-Pei." Prompting her curiosity, "Kiwi fruit? What makes it so unique? Furthermore, I've never seen this wild vine bear fruit." Kiwi fruit is a tender and flavorful fruit that promotes beauty and delays skin aging, Gan Guyu continued to explain. Kiwi fruit contains not only kiwi alkaloids, proteolytic enzymes, tannins, pectin, and sugars, along with trace elements such as calcium, potassium, selenium, zinc, and germanium, but also an abundance of vitamin C, which is particularly crucial on the saltiverse continent. When the beautiful Pei-Pei learned that kiwi fruit was superior to grapes and sweet potatoes in restoring mana, her eyes twinkled momentarily. However, upon hearing that it also possessed beautifying and anti-aging properties, her face radiated with delight, almost visibly marked with the words "I want," due to the unique nature of nature mages. Pei-Pei, at merely 19 years of age, appeared older than most of her kin in the nature forest. This had long been a source of concern for her, as an exquisite beauty, who wouldn't wish for their enchanting visage to linger a while longer. Moreover, in the nature forest, where even those under a century old maintain the beauty of youth, in truth, without Pei-Pei's urging, Gan Guyu was also eager to cultivate kiwi fruit, as he had no doubt about its market potential on the saltiverse continent. However, the kiwi fruit vine he had in hand was already severed, leaving him to ask Pei-Pei, "Pei-Pei, do you know where there are more of these kiwi fruit vines?" "There's a patch over the mountain." Pei-Pei pointed toward the other side of the valley, and she herself rushed toward that direction, appearing even more eager than Gan Guyu. The more beautiful the girl, the more she values her appearance. Pei-Pei was no exception, prompting Gan Guyu to shake his head and chuckle quietly. The slope of the back mountain was not steep, and the two soon reached the summit. Gan Guyu immediately spotted a patch of kiwi fruit vines not far away and hurried over joyfully. It was early June, the flowering season for kiwi fruit, and the vines were growing moderately well, with a scattering of white flowers blooming. Kiwi fruit, due to its varying species, can have flowers of different colors, including white, pale yellow, green, and peach pink. The ones Gan Guyu encountered should belong to the same variety. These flowers smell delightful, Pei-Pei praised. As fragrant as they may be, getting this patch of kiwi fruit to bear fruit will be exceedingly difficult, Gan Guyu remarked, examining the kiwi fruit before him. Without a support structure and growing prostrate on the ground, they won't thrive. Moreover, the most crucial point is that these flowers are all male and will not yield fruit. Male flowers? Pei-Pei asked in astonishment. Do these plants really have genders? Isn't it rare to see? Gan Guyu pointed to a small white flower and boasted, "Kiwi fruit is a dioecious plant. Only female flowers can develop into fruits. Look at this flower. It lacks the stigma characteristic of female flowers and only possesses some stamens. Hence it's a male flower that don't just stand there. If you want to taste kiwi fruit, hurry and search for the female plants." After saying this, Gan Guyu described the characteristics of female flowers to Pei-Pei. Eagerly, she nodded in understanding, and together they began their search for female kiwi fruit vines. However, as they combed through the area, their expressions grew increasingly disheartened. This patch of kiwi fruit was entirely male, with not a single female in sight. It truly is a topic of eternal discussion in the nature forest regarding the gender ratio of kiwi fruit vines. It's either all male or all female. Gan Guyu feigned a serious demeanor, nodding thoughtfully. "You're the female. Your whole family is female." Pei-Pei, witnessing her beauty dreams slipping away, wore a countenance darker than that of Shi, her mood plummeting to the lowest depths. Gan Guyu shrugged. "I am from the great celestial empire. I'm not skilled in gender reassignment surgery, so I can't transform these kiwi fruit vines into females. Aside from this patch, do you know where else there might be kiwi fruit?" Pepe pondered for a long time before finally uncertainly pointing to another small hill across the valley. We can only head over there and try our luck. I can't be certain if any are there. All right. Let us do our part and leave the rest to fate. Reluctantly giving up on cultivating kiwi fruit, Gan Guyu walked toward the other small hill with a heavy heart. Seeing this, Pepe stuck out her tongue and curiously asked, "Can you request a female kiwi fruit seedling from Mother Nature? If I can find a ready-made one, why trouble her?" Gan Guyu shot her a glance. Money is hard-earned. Who knows if there will be significant expenses in the future? Isn't saving a virtue? Oh, Pepe puffed her cheeks and hurriedly followed after him. Chapter 23. Pepe's Grapevine. Didn't you say kiwi fruit has genders? Pepe shot Gan Guyu a disapproving glance. If luck is on our side, we might encounter a kiwi fruit that is monoecious. You know, the more masculine types, Gan Guyu explained, gazing at the kiwi fruit vine they had searched so diligently for. But you see, these flowers are distinctly male and female. Pepe let out a huff, uninterested in bickering, and instead asked, "Now that we have found female flowers, what next?" "Then we begin the cultivation." Gan Guyu pondered for a moment before replying. Although there is a demand for kiwi fruit on the salt-averse continent, it is primarily a high-end need for mages, and it does not significantly alleviate famine. Moreover, kiwi fruit has stringent requirements for soil and moisture, making large-scale planting unfeasible at this time. However, planting a couple to sample is still a good idea. Gan Guyu gathered some sturdy branches to construct a rudimentary support for the kiwi fruit vine, which is essential for its normal growth and fruiting to prevent root burn. He dug a pit nearby to apply fertilizer. Finally, he didn't forget to water the kiwi fruit, leaving that task to Pepe. Judging by her joyful expression, she was likely already fantasizing about the ripening of the kiwi fruit. Before leaving, Gan Guyu, for good measure, performed artificial pollination on all the female flowers. Initially, when Pepe saw Gan Guyu plucking the male flowers, she looked ready to devour him. After much explanation, he finally made her understand his intentions, leaving her blushing furiously. "Once you can cast the spell of universal growth, we'll return to hasten the ripening of this kiwi fruit," Pepe commanded, her impatience evident. "And what about your grapes?" Gan Guyu pursed her lips. "Grapes?" Pepe was momentarily taken aback. Only then recalling the purpose of bringing Gan Guyu to the back mountain, she suddenly exclaimed, "Right, there are grapes! By the way, didn't you say my grapes were inferior? Have you come up with a plan for improvement?" "Don't worry. I've got it all figured out," Gan Guyu replied with a smirk, turning to leave. Pepe huffed softly and stuck out her tongue at Gan Guyu's retreating figure before following suit. The two soon returned to Pepe's grapevine. After a thorough examination, Gan Guyu inquired, "Pepe, this grapevine has been around for quite some time, hasn't it?" Pepe nodded. "I planted it with my grandmother, the high priestess, when I was young. It's been over 10 years now." This time, Gan Guyu refrained from jesting and sincerely praised, "Your grapes ripen in early June. They truly stand out among early maturing varieties. Yet for this vine to survive in such an environment and still bear fruit, I can only imagine the effort you've invested. What nonsense! If I weren't trying to offer you some encouragement, would I be begging you to hasten the ripening of the grapes? And what about early versus late maturity?" Realizing her good intentions had gone unnoticed by Gan Guyu, Pepe's dissatisfaction boiled within her, ultimately manifesting as a soft huff that it was nearly impossible to explain her efforts just to seek recognition. However, when it came to recalling the hardships of planting this grapevine, Pepe's expression turned contemplative. "Many times, I enjoy being alone here, whether in joy or sorrow. Gazing through the gaps in its leaves at the night sky gives me a sense of companionship. There were moments when it seemed on the verge of withering, but luckily, my grandmother, the high priestess, intervened, allowing it to survive. The yield is low, and I often feel too embarrassed to ask for help, exhausting my magical energy to nurture its growth. Generally, when it needs to be hastened, the harvest is also required by the clan." Gan Guyu gazed at Pepe, his heart heavy with empathy. This grapevine was no mere fruit-bearing plant to Pepe. Her deep emotional investment in the plant she had nurtured resonated with him profoundly. Initially, he had considered simply purchasing new grape seedlings for replanting. But now his thoughts shifted. "Rest assured, with me around, your grapevine will only thrive more abundantly, and the grapes will be both large and sweet," Gan Guyu proclaimed, patting Pei Pei on the shoulder with grandiosity. Large and sweet. Pei Pei queried, puzzled. How can grapes be sweet? Gan Guyu wore a defeated expression, taking a long while to recover before responding. Grapes are naturally a balance of tart and sweet, unlike the ones you grow, which are sour and astringent enough to make one's teeth ache. Oh, Pei Pei mumbled, feeling a bit embarrassed. Fine, just watch and see, Gan Guyu declared, waving his hand as he swiftly completed the soil-loosening task. Adding a suitable growing medium for grapes along with some organic fertilizer, not neglecting to thoroughly water the vine before finally stopping, he gazed thoughtfully at the decade-old grapevine and remarked, now that it is June, it seems we can only employ the magic of growth. That let's head back for now and return in a few days to take action. Hey, can you tell me what you plan to do? Pei Pei asked with curiosity. Quit acting like a curious child. You'll find out soon enough, Gan Guyu replied with a sly smile. Striding away and leaving Pei Pei alone beneath the grapevine, her expression one of indignation. Upon returning to his dwelling, Gan Guyu collapsed onto his bed, his mind racing that he purchased a grape seedling from the shop and promptly placed it into the seedling cultivator. Choosing immunity to pests and diseases was a must-as for enhancing vitality. Considering Pei Pei's earlier words about the difficulty of the grapevine survival here, he decided to opt for that as well. Just as he prepared to cultivate the grape seedling, an idea struck him, and he also purchased a batch of sweet potato seedlings, selecting only the pest immunity enhancement, and began the initial cultivation process alongside the grape seedlings. Almost instantly, as the cultivation commenced, Gan Guyu felt his magical energy deplete rapidly, that he halted just as it was about to be exhausted, marveling at the true cost of using such resources. After a while, the successfully cultivated seedlings finally appeared in his inventory. With a thought, the grape seedling and a cultivated virus-free sweet potato seedling materialized before him. He scrutinized them closely and chuckled self-deprecatingly. They look no different from ordinary seedlings. Clearly, without planting them, one could not discern their true nature. After spending so long wandering the back mountain, Gan Guyu felt fatigued and decided not to dwell further, that he stored the seedlings away. Preparing to lie down for a deep slumber, only to remember that his magical energy still needed restoration, he promptly munched on a sweet potato to stave off hunger before settling down to meditate. Chapter 24. Pruning a few days later. Beside his sweet potato field, Gan Guyu had erected sturdy supports. Pei Pei, who was unaware of his intentions, only realized he intended to plant a grapevine there when he placed the cultivated seedling under the trellis. What does planting grapes here have to do with improving mine? Pei Pei couldn't help but ask. It has everything to do with it, Gan Guyu replied, checking around to ensure he had noted all the essential points for planting grapes, that he then nodded, beginning to silently recite the growth spell. The grapes began to grow at a visible pace, soon covering the trellis. Pei Pei watched the dense foliage of the grapevine, secretly admiring the impressive growth. Truly, this fellow was remarkable. The grapevine he cultivated thrived splendidly. Thus, it seemed only natural that it would yield more and better grapes. However, Pei Pei remained puzzled about its relation to her own grapevine. That Gan Guyu's grapevine swiftly passed through a full cycle of growth, from budding leaves to shedding them, and finally sprouting new buds again. He finally ceased his activity. Pei Pei was even more perplexed now. Are you out of magical energy again? Why not just hasten its fruiting directly? Generally, newly planted grapes take 2 to 3 years to bear fruit. As a second-tier mage, Gan Guyu could use the growth spell to accelerate the vine's growth for up to 4 years, allowing it to bear fruit immediately. Therefore, his actions left Pei Pei utterly confused, leading her to speculate that he must have exhausted his magical energy and could no longer maintain the growth spell. That if Gan Guyu's previous actions were somewhat baffling, what followed left Pei Pei utterly astonished. He began inspecting the grapevine beneath the trellis, seemingly selecting something. Moments later, a sharp blade appeared in his hand, and he swiftly cut several pre-selected grape cuttings. What are you doing? Pei Pei gasped, nearly biting her tongue. Even if it's your own grapevine, there's no need to treat it this way. This is not wasteful at all, Gan Guyu retorted, placing the cuttings into his time-stopped inventory. This is preparation for improving your grapevine, do you understand? Just so you know, don't interfere with what I'm about to do. If you don't trust me, we can forget this whole matter. Pei Pei looked at the unfolding situation. feeling a fleeting desire to make Gan Guyu stop, that if he treated his own grapevine this way, what would he do to hers? Yet, after a moment's thought, she remembered that Gan Guyu had always acted in such an unusual manner. Yet he had never failed. Could there be some hidden wisdom in his approach? After a moment of hesitation, she finally nodded in agreement. Gan Guyu paused after he felt he had enough grape cuttings, then turned to ask, "Did you thoroughly water your grapevine as I instructed these past few days?" Pei Pei nodded. "I followed your advice without fail." "All right, then let us go," he said, stepping toward the back mountain. Pei Pei bit her lip, following with a sense of trepidation. However, they were oblivious to a tall, curious beauty observing their every move from afar. Upon reaching Pei Pei's grapevine, Gan Guyu did not immediately proceed with his next step. Instead, he turned to Pei Pei with a serious expression. "I must warn you, it's still not too late to back out. Whatever I do next, don't interfere." Pei Pei licked her lips, finally gritting her teeth and saying, "Understood. But if you end up ruining my grapevine, I want to let you off the hook." "You needn't worry about that," Gan Guyu replied, his confidence shining through as he suddenly produced a pair of pruning shears. Snip, the last bunch of grapes was severed from the vine and tossed to Pei Pei. "Your grapes, handle them as you wish." Pei Pei instinctively caught the grapes, yet before she could utter a word, another snip rang out as a thick branch was cut and fell to the ground. "What are you doing?" Pei Pei exploded. Gan Guyu merely shot her a glance, saying nothing to it. Dawned on Pei Pei what was happening, and she had no choice but to clamp her mouth shut, though her eyes remained wide with disbelief, her hands trembling slightly. Meanwhile, Gan Guyu remained unfazed by Pei Pei's reaction, his gaze now intensely focused as he gestured toward the grapevine, snipping away at choice branches, which fell pitifully to the ground. At that moment, a sharp and caustic voice echoed from the side. Gan Guyu appeared utterly oblivious, engrossed in meticulously pruning the grapevine, while Pei Pei turned her gaze towards the source of the voice, discovering it to be none other than the trio of Shi, observing Gan Guyu's actions, initially wore a look of sheer astonishment, which soon morphed into a mocking smile directed at Pei Pei. "I must say, Pei Pei, you truly embody the essence of water. Even when others bully you to this extent, you dare not utter a single word. How pathetic. How pitiable." The two companions behind her, Lu and another, regarded Pei Pei with undisguised disdain. This is my grapevine. What business is it of yours?" After a moment of hesitation, Pei Pei finally gritted her teeth and retorted, "This time, I will trust him. True, the grapevine belongs to you, but if everyone were to treat their own crops as you do, famine would swiftly spread through the natural forest." She scoffed with a blend of anger and amusement, adding, "At that point, you and that man will be the scourge of the entire natural forest." Pei Pei felt a wave of trepidation wash over her, momentarily rendered speechless, yet she managed a defiant huff before lapsing into silence. At this juncture, her only choice was to place her faith in Gan Guyu, and the thought filled her with a measure of concern as she glanced at him. She, catching sight of Pei Pei's expression, quickly deduced much of what was transpiring and chose to merely smirk, anticipating the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Gan Guyu remained blissfully unaware of the verbal skirmish occurring nearby, wholly focused on the extensive pruning of Pei Pei's grapevine. If the grapevine had previously been likened to sparse hair, by the time Gan Guyu concluded his work, it resembled a patchy hairstyle. Upon witnessing the transformed grapevine, Shi and her companions could no longer contain their laughter, while Pei Pei, though attempting to maintain her composure, was perceptibly anxious, a sentiment even Gan Guyu recognized. During this interval, Pei Pei refrained from voicing any objections to Gan Guyu's actions. In fact, upon Shi's arrival, she staunchly supported Gan Guyu, which elevated her standing in his eyes, that he smiled at her, remarking, "You possess quite the courage." Pei Pei forced a smile, yet her mind was rife with countless curses directed at Gan Guyu. "You have treated my grapevine with such disdain. Far worse than how you mishandled your own. What is your true intent? Have I misjudged you? Are you merely here to torment me? Is it mere coincidence that Shi arrived just in time to witness my humiliation?" Frustrated, she stepped closer for a better look, nearly losing her temper with Gan Guyu. "This scoundrel had virtually shaved my grapevine bald, leaving no leaves intact. How can my grapevine possibly thrive now? Pei Pei's heart sank, rendering her speechless. Do not fret. Now that it is in this state, you might as well place your complete trust in me, Gan Guyu remarked, noticing the pallor on Pei Pei's face. Understanding that she must have reached her limit, he quickly offered some reassurance. However, upon hearing phrases like, now that it is in this state, Pei Pei's frustration boiled over. Had she not wished to provide Shi and her companions with further amusement, she would have undoubtedly confronted Gan Guyu. Yet, Gan Guyu merely offered that one piece of comfort before refocusing on the neatly pruned grapevine, his expression once more becoming serious and concentrated. Observing his demeanor, Pei Pei swallowed her impending questions, feeling somewhat at a loss. After a moment's scrutiny of the grapevine, Gan Guyu swiftly identified a particular branch, under the watchful gaze of Pei Pei and the group of women. A short grapevine cutting materialized in Gan Guyu's hand. Pei Pei recognized it as the cutting Gan Guyu had previously taken from his own grapevine. The cutting was leafless, with buds at the nodes, and Gan Guyu deftly shaped its lower part into a wedge with a blade, creating slanted surfaces approximately an inch long that he then located a freshly pruned cut on the grapevine, slicing it down the center, maintaining the same inch length. Gan Guyu inserted the wedge-shaped end of the cutting into the incision on the grapevine, meticulously aligning the cut surfaces before securing it with a piece of plastic wrap he had prepared earlier. In the end, aside from the buds, the remainder of the cutting was entirely bound. After completing this series of actions in one breath, Gan Guyu exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, in order to yield a bountiful harvest from Pei Pei's grapevine, his chosen method was grafting. In the Celestial Empire, grafting techniques have long been promoted to ensure high yields and quality grapes. The son of an agronomist and a renowned scholar in the biology department, Gan Guyu had personally engaged in grafting practices that he inspected the newly grafted area with great care, nodding in satisfaction before turning his attention back to Pei Pei. Seeing that he finally paused, Pei Pei could no longer contain herself and prepared to inquire, only for Shi to burst into laughter first. Do you truly believe that cultivating fruit is akin to playing house? Do you think that after severing and reattaching, it will simply grow back together? Gan Guyu smiled slightly. Congratulations, you answered correctly. Shi was momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances with her two companions before erupting into laughter once more. Ignoring their amusement, Gan Guyu turned back to continue grafting the grapes. The method he employed was known as cleft grafting, which is relatively simple and boasts a higher success rate. This hardwood cleft grafting necessitated the removal of the upper branches, which could negatively impact the current year's fruiting. Thus, it was generally performed in the spring. However, with the magic of growth and play, such minor issues were elegantly disregarded by Gan Guyu. His hands moved swiftly, and before long, all the pruned cuts on the grapevine were successfully grafted with grape cuttings. Pei Pei gazed at the vine now adorned with grafted cuttings and, after a lengthy pause, finally managed to utter, "Now I understand what you did before." And Gan Guyu looked at her with curiosity. "A quack doctor," Pei Pei replied through gritted teeth. "Oh, how did you figure that out?" Gan Guyu feigned surprise. "Are you truly one?" Pei Pei nearly burst into tears, pointing at the grafted cuttings. "Look at what you've done to my grapes." Prompted by her words, Gan Guyu turned to inspect the situation. The sight of the grafted cuttings indeed resembled bandaging an injury. However, setting aside the jest, he quickly admonished, "Do not be overly anxious. In a few days, I assure you, I will return your grapevine to its lush state. But first, you must water it well. Remember to soak it thoroughly." At this point, will watering even make a difference? She teased from the side. Pei Pei had intended to echo this sentiment, but, wishing to avoid revealing her agreement with Shi, remained silent. Nevertheless, Gan Guyu discerned her unvoiced thoughts and cheerfully reassured, "If you do not provide sufficient water, do not blame me when the grapevine does not survive. Why don't you water it yourself?" Pei Pei pouted. "Aren't you a water mage too? My dear beauty, whose grapevine is this? Such a rudimentary task hardly warrants my assistance." Gan Guyu shot her a disapproving glance. His magical energy was far too precious to squander on watering plants. With that, he prepared to depart. "Where are you going?" Pei Pei called out, flustered at his intention to leave. "Back to rest, of course," Gan Guyu replied nonchalantly. waving as he left. "I shall return in 7 days. By then, those cuttings should have sprouted, and any that do not take root can be replaced." Naturally, Gan Guyu had considered the grafting success rate, and he still had some cuttings stored in his inventory, ready to substitute for any failed grafts. The timing felt impeccably arranged, as he could once again cast the growth spell in 7 days. Watching Gan Guyu depart with such nonchalance, Pei Pei seethed, yet unwilling to appear diminished in front of Shi, she clenched her teeth and began to water her beleaguered grapevine. Pei Pei was meticulous in caring for her grapevine, especially given its current battered state, which was enough to evoke sympathy from onlookers. Just then, 2 figures approached slowly from a distance. Pei Pei was too engrossed in her task to notice, but Shi and her companions promptly saluted. "High Priest." "Elder of the Law." Pei Pei turned to discover the High Priest and the Elder of the Law approaching together, her heart sinking in dread. How could these two possibly be here at this moment? A glance at Shi's triumphant expression immediately clarified the situation. Sure enough, Shi's next words were an accusation. "High Priest, Elder of the Law, look. That Gan Guyu has ruined the grapevine to this state. It is clear it will not survive." The High Priest and the Elder of the Law remained silent. Approaching the grape arbor with purpose, they scrutinized Pei Pei's grapevine attentively, the High Priest's expression growing somber, while the Elder's face became as cold as eyes to Shi and her companions reveled in their schadenfreude. While Pei Pei felt a rising sense of anxiety as she pondered the implications. "Is it truly Gan Guyu's doing?" the Elder inquired in a deep voice. "Yes. No." The starkly opposing responses rang out simultaneously from Shi and Pei Pei. The High Priest glanced at Shi, then turned to Pei Pei. "Which is it, yes or no?" Pei Pei had intended to offer an explanation on Gan Guyu's behalf, even to take the blame if necessary. Yet, under the unwavering gaze of the High Priest, whom she held in the highest regard, she found herself unable to lie, and thus murmured, "It was him. But High Priest, please let me explain. He meant for my grapevine to—" "No need for explanations," the High Priest interrupted. "It was indeed his doing." "Yes," Pei Pei replied, stunned. The High Priest surveyed the freshly grafted grapevine, then nodded at the Elder. A resounding incantation was chanted by the Elder of the discipline. Soon, the newly grafted short branches of the vines began to burst forth with buds, and tender green grape leaves rapidly unfurled. Chapter 26, Reflections. Hiss, along with 2 others, stared in astonishment at the scene before them, while Pei Pei was equally taken aback by the unexpected unfolding of events. Rendered momentarily speechless, the High Priest was slightly taken aback, but soon his face was filled with admiration. Only the Elder of the discipline cast a cold glance at Hiss, let out a heavy snort, and departed swiftly without uttering a word. Afterward, the High Priest turned to Pei Pei with a faint smile, saying, "Let's have Gan Yu visit me when he has the chance. This child, he." Pei Pei felt as though she had yet to awaken from a dream, and she pinched her cheek to bring herself back to reality. After the Elder of the discipline angrily departed, Hiss and the others exchanged glances, silently retreating. After giving Pei Pei some instructions, the High Priest too soon took his leave, leaving her alone beneath the revitalized grape arbor, lost in thought. The next day, at the summit of the sacred tree, in the High Priest's residence, the High Priest, kneeling before the statue of the Mother of Nature, was lost in murmured prayers when a knock echoed from the entrance, prompting him to rise and say, "Come in." The wooden door swung open, revealing a young man clad in a red and blue plaid shirt, paired with cropped jeans and sporting army green flip-flops. "High Priest, did you summon me?" "You've arrived. Come here." The High Priest nodded at him, then turned away, gazing at the shrine of the Mother of Nature, remaining silent for a long while. Gan Yu obediently approached, and seeing the High Priest's reticence, he too was unsure how to initiate conversation, so he directed his gaze towards the statue of the Mother of Nature he had encountered previously. In the spacious hollow of the tree, an unexpected silence enveloped them. Suddenly, Gan Yu let out a low exclamation of surprise. Though his voice was soft, the High Priest heard it and slightly trembled, regaining his composure to inquire, "What is it?" "Huh?" "Nothing." Gan Yu hastily shook his head, though he felt a sense of disorientation. Why did the Mother of Nature appear somewhat familiar? Was it merely because he had seen her once before? He refrained from voicing this thought, fearing the high priest might misconstrue it as an impious attempt to establish a connection with the divine. Perhaps it was because this mother of nature bore a resemblance to the people of his homeland, making her seem somewhat endearing. Gan Guyu internally rationalized, "Come, sit." The high priest then led him to the reception room, where a wooden tea table held a cup of pale green liquid, emanating a somewhat cloying fragrance. Clearly a rare delicacy. "How fragrant!" Gan Guyu exclaimed, gazing at the mysterious liquid. "This is the juice extracted from the fruit of the sacred tree. There are only a few cups produced each year," the high priest explained with a chuckle. "Would you care to try?" Gan Guyu, unreserved, expressed his gratitude and eagerly downed the mysterious liquid, causing the corners of the high priest's eyes to twitch. Such a precious substance consumed in one gulp was akin to describing a cow chewing peonies. Gan Guyu, however, paid it no mind, letting out a fragrant belch and placing the cup back on the table. Thanking the high priest once more, a wave of warmth radiated from his stomach, soon enveloping him in a comforting heat, restoring not only his magical energy, but even increasing it. The delicate perspiration that emerged, carrying a faint aroma, brought Gan Guyu indescribable delight, prompting him to exclaim again, "This is divine nectar, a treasure of the earthly realm." Seeing Gan Guyu's reaction, the high priest chuckled inwardly, though her expression remained laden with significance as she observed him. "Are you not afraid that this so-called divine nectar might actually be a deadly poison? You must know that there are those in the forest of nature who are quite wary of your presence." Gan Guyu, secretly pleased, thought to himself, "Did you not claim this was the juice of the sacred tree? Even if I am not well educated, I am aware that the fruit of the banyan tree is edible. Moreover, if you truly wish to poison me, there would be no need for such elaborate measures with this peculiar substance. Simply poisoning the drinking water would raise far fewer suspicions." However, despite these thoughts, Gan Guyu feigned a look of terror, prompting the high priest to shake her head and chuckle. "Rest assured, I have no intention of doing so. Have you not already felt the benefits of the sacred tree's fruit?" Gan Guyu know that. A look of lingering dread on his face, to the point that even the high priest could detect a hint of pretense. Before she could speak, Gan Guyu quickly diverted the topic. "You did not summon me merely to offer me a cup of juice, did you? I find myself rather curious about you," the high priest stated directly. "What you did with Pei Pei's grapevine involved a technique known as grafting. Am I correct?" Gan Guyu was taken aback. How could an elderly woman from another world know about grafting? He quickly recalled that he had not even mentioned this term to Pei Pei. Observing Gan Guyu's expression, the high priest was nearly certain of her suspicions. She sighed, "I never imagined such divine skills truly existed. How did you come to learn of grafting?" Gan Guyu inquired, striving for calmness. "I learned it from an ancient text," the high priest replied candidly, conjuring a paper-bound volume from thin air. "However, I have tried grafting myself, yet have never succeeded, unlike your grafted grapevine, which has seen all its short branches thrive." Yesterday, Pei Pei had exuberantly returned to inform Gan Guyu that the elder of the discipline had successfully induced the grapevine to flourish, with all grafts taking root, a success rate that astonished even him. After a moment of reflection, he speculated that the enhancement plan for initial seedlings had played a role. However, at this moment, Gan Guyu's attention was entirely captivated by the object in the high priest's hand, to the extent that he overlooked the storage ring on her ring finger, that in truth, this was not an ancient text but a notebook. The high priest, noticing Gan Guyu's intense gaze, hesitated before handing the notebook over, cautioning, "The material of ancient texts is quite fragile, unlike beast hides. You must handle it with care." Gan Guyu held the paper notebook in his hands, nearly moved to tears that in the desolate wilds, paper was non-existent. Writing was done on the hides of magical beasts. And this notebook was protected by a layer of cowhide paper, with a neatly penned inscription in fine calligraphy. "Fundamentals of planting." How strange. This handwriting seems oddly familiar, and he quickly flipped open the notebook, revealing robust and elegant penmanship. Gan Guyu soon discovered that this was a compilation of agricultural insights, indicative of a meticulous note-taker, some passages even accompanied by illustrations. Next to certain Chinese characters were translations in the common script of the desolate wilds. However, Gan Guyu quickly noticed that many pages of the notebook had been torn out, and the translations were incomplete, riddled with errors. The high priest's hopes of successfully grafting based on the information contained within were little more than a pipe dream. As he casually turned to the notebook's title page, he felt as though struck by lightning. There, in the same fine calligraphy, was revealed the identity of the original owner, Agricultural Technical School of N City. Class 81, Gan Guyu. Chapter 27. The misunderstanding caused by the notes. The high priest, observing Gan Guyu's dazed expression as he stared at the title page, explained, "These few lines have not been translated, but it stands to reason that they belong to the original owner of this ancient text. It is of no consequence if you do not recognize them." She had assumed Gan Guyu was troubled by his inability to understand the Chinese characters, unaware that he was utterly astonished into silence. There were many named Gan Guyu in the Celestial Empire, but there was only one from the Agricultural Technical School of N City, Class of 81. He was not a renowned figure or a high-ranking official, merely an ordinary senior agronomist. The crucial point was that he had a son named Gan Guyu, after his son unexpectedly traversed into another world. He had discovered his father's notes here. What on earth was happening? The fortunate bamboo that had traversed with him had appeared in the northern part of the continent, diverging from his path. However, when he crossed over, he had not brought his father's notes with him. Gan Guyu looked at the high priest in confusion. "How did this come into your possession?" "This has been passed down through generations of high priests in the forest of nature, with a history spanning several millennia," the high priest explained, noticing Gan Guyu's peculiar expression. "Many predecessors attempted the techniques described within, yet all failed without exception. That it was long regarded as mere fanciful tales or figments of imagination, thus preserved only as a relic until, at this point, a nostalgic look crossed the high priest's face. Gan Guyu grew increasingly anxious. Until what? Until the previous high priest accidentally brought this ancient text out, and it caught the eye of a seer. The high priest continued reminiscing. The so-called seer was a term used by the world to refer to a time-manipulating mage who had surpassed the 10th tier, a being of legendary status, whose mere presence was something to boast about for a lifetime. "Seer?" Gan Guyu pressed. "What did he say?" "He claimed that this book should originate from another dimension, concealing great secrets and wealth within," the high priest said, her expression tinged with excitement. What secrets could possibly lie within an agricultural notebook? Gan Guyu was left speechless, pointing at the tattered pages of the notebook and inquiring, "Has this object been in such a state of disrepair since its discovery?" The high priestess nodded. "When we acquired this tome years ago, we indeed found that several pages were missing. The text within is indecipherable to us. It was only through the collective wisdom of numerous sages that we managed to translate portions of it." Filled with confusion, Gan Guyu pondered how his father's notebook from years past had traversed time to the desolate continent of Xianhuang, appearing to be in relatively good condition. Furthermore, he wondered how these so-called sages could possess a basic understanding of the Chinese language. Was he not the only accidental traveler in this realm? Such inquiries, for now, remained unresolvable, prompting Gan Guyu to shrug and say, "High Priestess, this is merely a collection of notes on agricultural practices. The techniques inscribed are indeed genuine, but regrettably, this notebook is incomplete. Some details are either lost or inaccurately translated, rendering it of limited practical value. Yet, the issues extended beyond this. While the notes documented fundamental knowledge, they lacked the comprehensiveness of a textbook, merely highlighting key points. Could one expect a notebook to mention common knowledge, such as the spacing between rows for planting crops? The content of the notebook itself possessed inherent limitations. For the inhabitants of Xianhuang, it was as abstract as calculus would be to preschoolers. Coupled with its damage and subpar translation, it appeared to the high priestess as an inscrutable tome that, of course, even if the denizens of the natural forest fully grasped the contents of the notebook, they would still struggle to apply them practically. Setting aside the significant issue of barren land, the scarcity of agricultural tools would pose a considerable challenge for the people of Xianhuang. Take grafting, for instance. Without the plastic film Gan Guyu procured from the marketplace, they would have to rely on grass ropes to bind the grafting site, leaving the top of the scion exposed, thereby drastically reducing the chances of success. The high priestess's grafting failures were even simpler to explain. How could one expect to successfully graft a grapevine onto a fig tree? Gan Guyu's notes would not specify the necessity for a certain degree of genetic affinity between rootstock and scion. After listening to Gan Guyu's detailed explanation, the high priestess, though still somewhat perplexed, grasped one crucial point. This ancient tome, preserved for a millennium, seemed rather useless, whereas the young man before her appeared to embody a living agricultural textbook. As for Gan Guyu's extensive knowledge, she attributed it entirely to the benevolent Mother Nature. The high priestess simply smiled at him and shifted the topic. She produced a sweet potato, her face brimming with admiration. By Mother Nature. I must say, this is the most exquisite food I have ever encountered. Gan Guyu replied with a grin. The marvel you speak of, high priestess, likely pertains not to the flavor of the sweet potato or its benefits for mages, but rather its yield. Am I correct? Indeed, the high priestess conceded. The continent has suffered from famine for many years. We mages have tirelessly traveled far and wide, assisting the populace in cultivating grain and repelling monsters. But it has only been a drop in the bucket. However, the sweet potato holds the potential to transform the situation. If it can be propagated across the continent, the term famine shall become a relic of the past. This matter can certainly be advanced. But we must not rush, Gan Guyu thoughtfully remarked. The introduction of a new entity is not accomplished overnight, especially when it concerns such a vital issue for the populace, from the emergence of the sweet potato to its acceptance and trust by the people. A process is undoubtedly required. The high priestess paused, then shook her head with a wry smile. You are right. I momentarily overlooked such objective factors in my excitement. Indeed, even the simple knowledge of leaving space between rows for wheat planting requires countless demonstrations to gain the trust of the people, let alone a grain they have never heard of before. Gan Guyu continued. Moreover, the sweet potato seedlings that are guaranteed to be free from pests and diseases are only available through me. Providing a substantial quantity of such seedlings presents its own challenges. The expanse of the Xianhuang Continent is vast. If sweet potato cultivation truly takes off, the demand for seedlings would reach astronomical levels. Gan Guyu could procure a limited number of seedlings through his resources and magical power. But should the entire populace begin to cultivate sweet potatoes, advanced breeding techniques must be promoted to enable farmers to propagate their own seedlings. Chapter 28. A box of magic crystals. Gan Guyu had set out for the high priestess's residence in the morning. Yet upon returning to his small tree hollow, it was already evening. However, the light was on in his dwelling. You're finally back. Pei Pei, who had been drowsy, stood up. If you hadn't returned soon, I would have gone looking for you. If I hadn't returned, you would have likely fallen asleep, wouldn't you? Gan Guyu remarked, observing Pei Pei's eager demeanor reminiscent of a waiting spouse. Naturally, Pei Pei had no time to ponder such complexities and quickly asked, So, what did the high priestess say? What else could she say? Naturally, she praised me to the heavens. Gan Guyu shrugged, wearing a look of nonchalance. Since the grapevines are flourishing under my care, the high priestess simply wanted me to share my experiences. How vain! Pei Pei stuck out her tongue at him. The high priestess was asking you to honestly explain what sorcery you employed. I assure you, I spoke nothing but the truth. Gan Guyu replied earnestly. He had indeed elaborated on the key points regarding grafting. Finally, he produced a wooden box and raised an eyebrow. You might not believe it. But look, this is from the high priestess. Pei Pei glanced over, and as Gan Guyu opened the box, a dazzling array of colors emerged, causing her eyes to sparkle with wonder. What is this? So much, it's all magic crystals. Gan Guyu chuckled proudly. This is called encouragement, you see? Pei Pei stepped closer for a better look, her eyes darting, and she grinned mischievously. Stop boasting. Just admit it. The high priestess must have asked you for sweet potato seedlings. Gan Guyu was taken aback. No way. How did you become so astute all of a sudden? What do you mean? I have always been a paragon of beauty and wisdom, Pei Pei retorted, sticking out her tongue. In truth, it's not difficult to deduce. This box of magic crystals consists entirely of those of the third rank and below, of all elements, yet lacks any from the nature element. The primary trade on the continent essentially utilizes these magic crystals as currency. Moreover, since you have been lamenting your insufficient magical power, the high priestess undoubtedly considered this when bestowing upon you. Not bad. It seems you're not just a pretty face, Gan Guyu exclaimed, as though meeting Pei Pei for the first time. However, she immediately reverted to her original self, licking her lips and smiling. The most crucial reason is that I had mentioned the sweet potatoes to the high priestess and discussed their promotion. Oh, so you sold me out. Gan Guyu feigned surprise, pointing at her with a grin that in truth his understanding aligned closely with Pei Pei's conjecture. He had indeed agreed to assist the high priestess in promoting sweet potatoes and had explained the need for sufficient magical power to cultivate disease-resistant seedlings. The high priestess had generously rewarded him with a box of magic crystals, alleviating his concerns. After all, one cannot expect someone to work without proper sustenance, can they? As for the monetary value required to purchase the seedlings, he could easily acquire diamonds from the back mountain, a trivial matter that did not warrant the high priestess's worry. Moreover, Gan Guyu could directly utilize the sweet potato vines from his field for improvements, saving some monetary value. Is this considered selling you out? Pei Pei raised an eyebrow with a playful smile. I merely sought to earn my share of the reward. By that logic, it seems you have a point. Gan Guyu mused thoughtfully, nodding as he tossed a third-rank water element magic crystal from the box towards her. All right, let us divide the spoils. Pei Pei caught it, but expressed concern. Will your magical power suffice? The quantity of sweet potato seedlings the high priestess requires must be considerable. Missing just one crystal is inconsequential. Gan Guyu waved his hand dismissively, feigning a wealthy and carefree demeanor. In reality, while the high priestess had provided him with a substantial amount of magic crystals, he was not expected to produce all the seedlings at once. As previously discussed, any endeavor must follow a gradual process. The high priestess intended to initially test the waters near the outskirts of the natural forest, and once the sweet potatoes gained recognition, further promotion would follow. Thus, she only took the batch of seedlings that Gan Guyu had cultivated previously, instructing him to deliver more in the coming days, which would hardly cost him many magic crystals. Upon hearing this, Pei Pei licked her lips and cheerfully accepted the third-rank water element magic crystal, adding with a hum, "Finally, my efforts haven't been in vain. In that case, I shall graciously accept." Gan Guyu had long since grown immune to her tone and simply collapsed onto his bed, stretching lazily. The message I received from the high priest today was utterly mind-boggling. To this day, I have yet to fully digest it. Now that I find myself at leisure, a wave of drowsiness washes over me. Observing this, Pei Pei promptly remarks, "You look rather fatigued. You should take a good rest, and I shall take my leave now. By the way, I have tidied up your room for you. I truly wonder how your belongings could create such disarray despite their modest number." "Thank you." Gan Guyu gestures with one hand in acknowledgement. It must be said, when this little beauty displays her dutiful and considerate side, she truly embodies the essence of it. Pei Pei, delighting in a sea-blue magic crystal, joyfully departs. She certainly does not revel in such trifling benefits. Rather, Gan Guyu's recent efforts in improving the soil and tending to the grapevines have proven immensely beneficial to her. Meanwhile, Gan Guyu has already slipped into the realm of dreams, oblivious to all. The following day, upon rising and stepping outside, Gan Guyu is enraptured by the fresh air of the natural forest, feeling invigorated. However, he does not venture far, instead busily engaging just outside his own door. When Pei Pei stretches and steps out to find him, a simple frame has already been assembled. "What are you doing?" Pei Pei approaches to greet him. "Awake." Gan Guyu replies without turning his head, simply gesturing. With a flick of his hand, various tools such as hoes, sickles, shovels, and pruning shears materialize on the makeshift frame. Pei Pei stares in astonishment. "Are you showing off? So many magical tools." Gan Guyu nearly chokes on his own saliva, chuckling at Pei Pei before retrieving a wooden sign, hanging it beside the frame. Upon seeing the sign's content, Pei Pei's gaze towards Gan Guyu shifts dramatically. "I never imagined you possessed such noble sentiments." Gan Guyu, beaming with pride as he gazes at the sign that reads, "Public property. Please return promptly after use," responds with a smile. "Of course, you should know who I am. This mindset and awareness are of a party member's caliber." Pei Pei, naturally oblivious to what he means by party member, is nonetheless momentarily impressed by Gan Guyu. Even Gan Guyu, known for his audacity, feels a slight chill run down his spine under her scrutinizing gaze, prompting him to make a hasty retreat. Chapter 29. The grapes ripen. "I must say, your social skills are rather lacking. Gan Guyu comments, glancing at Peipei's grape trellis without turning around. Peipei, perplexed, replies, "How is it that my social skills are lacking? Someone has expended considerable effort on your grapevines. Yet they ceased at the budding of leaves. Clearly, they harbor no desire to witness your grapes bear fruit." Gan Guyu quips with a shrug. Upon hearing this, Peipei realizes he is merely being obstinate, sticking her tongue out at him and dismissing his comments. This growth of all things was a spell cast by the elder of the tenants at the high priest's request, and who in the natural forest is unaware that the elder has long held a disdain for Peipei. Would they genuinely expend their magical energy to assist her? Gan Guyu gazes at the lush grapevines, feeling a flicker of surprise. Peipei has merely slightly improved the soil quality and ensured basic hydration and nourishment. Yet the vines have remarkably flourished in just a few days, rivaling even professional large-scale cultivation. It seems that only the vitality-enhancing optimization option in the seedling cultivation device could achieve such results, which elevates Gan Guyu's regard for the universal biological manipulation console. What are we waiting for? Hurry, let us activate the growth spell. Peipei, eager and impatient, urges him. Gan Guyu glances at her. What is the rush? To yield a good harvest, certain procedures must be completed first. He approaches the grape trellis, scrutinizing it meticulously. Before Peipei can inquire further, Gan Guyu begins his work, loosening the plastic ties binding the grafting points and selectively removing some of the newly grown shoots. Despite having developed a level of immunity to Gan Guyu's antics, Peipei cannot help but question, "What on earth are you doing? Surely you're not envious of my flourishing grapes." Yes, I am green with envy," Gan Guyu retorts, rolling his eyes at her while continuing his task. In truth, he is merely removing the shoots from the old grapevine that serves as the rootstock to ensure the healthy growth of the scion. Additionally, pruning the grapevines is essential to maximize nutrient storage and prepare for future fruit bearing. Once he completes these tasks, Gan Guyu steps back, focuses on the grapevines, and with a thought, the vines continue their rapid growth, soon transforming into a verdant canopy, creating an exquisite shade. What causes Peipei's eyes to sparkle is the clusters of emerald green grapes burgeoning on the trellis. Gan Guyu does not cease the growth spell. The clusters of grapes gradually swell, hanging heavily beneath the trellis, their color shifting from unripe green to a rich purple red. When Gan Guyu finally halts the spell, the trellis is adorned with clusters of resplendent jewels. Peipei blinks in disbelief at the sight of the laden trellis, exclaiming, "By the mother of nature, how did we manage to harvest so many grapes at once? What are you rambling about?" Gan Guyu responds with disdain. "Do you think I only care for quantity over quality? Go, pluck a couple of bunches to taste." In high spirits, Peipei pays no heed to Gan Guyu's commanding tone, scampering over to gather 2 large bunches of grapes. Noticing that Peipei simply gazes at him, unwilling to take a bite, Gan Guyu feels a wave of exasperation wash over him. What, does she intend to use him as a taste tester now? Seemingly aware that Gan Guyu has seen through her little scheme, Peipei sticks out her tongue and chuckles, peeling a grape and, after a moment's hesitation, offers it to Gan Guyu. "Here, the first grape, a reward for your great achievement." Gan Guyu, disinterested in engaging with her antics, seizes the opportunity. For such treatment of being fed grapes by a beautiful girl is indeed a rare pleasure. He opens his mouth and takes the grape from her hand. Instantly his senses are alight. A triumphant success. The flavor of this grape surpasses any he has tasted before. Initially, Gan Guyu's goal was merely to cultivate grapes of standard quality, yet he has exceeded expectations, observing the expression of pure enjoyment on Gan Guyu's face. Peipei is taken aback. Without peeling her own grape, she hastily pops one into her mouth. The sweet yet not cloying juice possesses a hint of tartness, a refreshing taste she has never experienced before. How could grapes be so enticing? While Gan Guyu is astonished by the superior flavor, Peipei, having never truly tasted grapes before, wears an even more exaggerated expression of delight than him that moment. A message from the universal biological manipulation console resonates in Gan Guyu's mind, pulling him from his grape-induced reverie and striking another chord of excitement within him. The happiness index has reached the required threshold. Would you like to upgrade the main console? Happiness index, while maintaining a calm exterior. Gan Guyu is inwardly startled. What exactly is this happiness index? Upon closer inspection, he discovers that the number in the display box next to the monetary value has changed from 0 to 1. The red heart symbol next to the number confirms to Gan Guyu that this indeed pertains to the happiness index. But how did this single point of happiness index suddenly manifest? His gaze falls upon Pei Pei, whose face radiates happiness, leading him to form a plausible hypothesis that it seems that employing the universal biological manipulation console to help others experience joy is how one accumulates points in the happiness index. The purpose of the happiness index is now at least somewhat clear. It serves to upgrade the universal biological manipulation console. However, what benefits come with this upgrade? Currently, Gan Guyu remains uncertain. Yet he believes it cannot possibly be a negative development. Thus, he silently affirms in his heart, upgrade. Soon, the universal biological manipulation console relays a new message. Upgrade successful. The universal biological manipulation console is now at level 2. All facilities have been granted the authority to upgrade to level 2. As it turns out, upgrading the main console is a prerequisite for upgrading other facilities, such as the warehouse, soil cultivation dishes, and seedling cultivation devices. Gan Guyu scoffs slightly. Is that all? Upgrading the main console doesn't provide any other enhancements? How stingy. Nonetheless, at least he now understands what the number next to the monetary value signifies. From now on, in addition to scavenging for monetary value, he must also embody the spirit of helping others, addressing their difficulties, and even creating challenges to resolve for the sake of accruing happiness index points for the upgrade of various facilities on the console. What transformations will these upgrades bring? Gan Guyu begins to envision a bright future while simultaneously relishing the freshly picked grapes. Soon, the two large bunches are thoroughly devoured by him and Pei Pei. Chapter 30. The storage ring. Pei Pei reclines beneath the grape trellis, squinting her eyes to bask in the dappled sunlight filtering through the grape leaves, a look of utter contentment on her face. You truly do not mind the dirt beneath you, Gan Guyu teases, gesturing toward the clusters of grapes overhead. Shall I help you harvest all the grapes? No. Pei Pei quickly waves her hands and rises. Look how charming they are hanging on the trellis. Why would we pick them? It is better to harvest them when we wish to eat. Really? You've never seen such things before. Gan Guyu wore a face of disdain, pondering where the goddess-like demeanor had vanished to. As she suddenly transformed into a mere commoner, but he continued to earnestly persuade her, with me around, there will be plenty of delicious food in the future. Do you really intend to guard it all like this? Pei Pei stuck out her tongue at him before revealing the truth. With so many grapes, where can I even put them? These are fruits, unlike wheat that can be dried and stored for a long time. Gan Guyu suddenly realized. Don't you have a storage ring or something? I do. Look, Pei Pei showcased the storage ring on her little finger, rolling her eyes and pouting. But it's the most basic kind. The space is small, and the time flow ratio inside and outside is merely 1 to 2. Gan Guyu furrowed his brow. Isn't the time inside a storage ring supposed to be stagnant? How could it be that simple? Pei Pei replied with irritation. There are significant differences between storage rings, mainly based on 2 criteria: the size of the space and the control over the time flow ratio. The larger the space and the greater the disparity in time flow, the more valuable the storage ring. I see. I always believed that time inside storage rings was perfectly preserved. Gan Guyu expressed his astonishment that up until now, he had only encountered one storage device, which was the warehouse in a universal biological operation table, where time was indeed completely frozen, leading him to form such a misconception. Why would you think that? You've never used a storage ring before? Pei Pei inquired curiously. Precisely because I've never used one. That's why I thought so. Gan Guyu replied dismissively with a chuckle, then asked, so, how large are the typical storage rings you know of, and what is their time flow ratio? He refrained from inquiring about Pei Pei's storage ring, knowing that given her previous status in the natural forest, merely possessing a storage ring was already commendable. It would be unreasonable to expect it to be of exceptional quality. Generally speaking, a storage ring with dimensions of 1 zhang in length, width, and height is considered rather good. Storage rings crafted by space mages inherently possess a time flow ratio of 1 to 2 due to the materials used, and to achieve better results, one would need to seek the assistance of a time mage. Pei Pei began to enlighten Gan Guyu The best storage ring I know of belongs to Grandma High Priestess. It is a renowned masterpiece created by the esteemed space mage Master Space and the time mage Master Tame. Boasting a remarkably large internal space, with a terrifying time flow ratio of 1 to 300, that means while nearly a year has passed outside, only a single day has elapsed within the storage ring. Gan Guyu smiled silently. A mere 1 to 300 was nothing extraordinary compared to his personal warehouse, which could even be upgraded, potentially transforming into something remarkable in the future. While he was secretly pleased, Pepe suddenly shifted the topic. However, there exists a type of storage ring that is even more precious, one with a time flow ratio of 1 to 1, where time inside and outside is completely synchronized. Did you not mention that storage rings inherently possess a time flow ratio of 1 to 2? How does this 1 to 1 storage ring come into play? Gan Guyu questioned, perplexed. Moreover, what makes such a storage ring so precious? Is the internal space exceptionally vast? On the contrary, Pepe stuck out her tongue. Storage rings without the time delay effect usually have a smaller internal space. However, these storage rings have a unique characteristic. They can contain living beings that in other words, a person can voluntarily enter such a storage ring. The notion of a storage space that one could enter changes everything. Despite the fact that the Xianhuang Continent currently consists of a single unified empire, various magical families, magical academies, and even the natural forest itself can be considered formidable factions. Such a storage item could undoubtedly serve as a strategic weapon. Unfortunately, these types of storage rings currently only exist in legends. Pepe lamented, shaking her head. What do you mean? Gan Guyu pressed for clarification. Such storage rings cannot be crafted by ordinary individuals. Pepe continued to explain. Creating such a storage ring requires the elimination of the inherent 1 to 2 time flow ratio. In other words, it is akin to adding a reverse time flow to counteract the existing time flow disparity. Gan Guyu's eyes sparkled with understanding. Achieving this must be quite challenging, which is why such storage rings are exceedingly rare and precious. Pepe nodded. Indeed. Accomplishing this is exceedingly difficult. Moreover, this challenge cannot merely be overcome through diligent training. It necessitates formidable talent. Talent? Gan Guyu queried with curiosity. What sort of talent qualifies as formidable? A dual system mage of space and time, Pepe answered. Gan Guyu raised his hands in exasperation. Any dual system mage is a favored child of the gods, a rare existence, as long as they do not meet an untimely demise in their youth. They will undoubtedly become renowned and powerful mages across the continent once they reach maturity. Although not directly related to the two magical systems of time and space, Gan Guyu had been in the natural forest long enough to recognize that mages of these two types were relatively the most powerful. Compared to mages of the same rank, time and space mages hold a substantial advantage in battle, a fact that is not an exaggeration. However, their numbers are among the lowest, second only to nature mages. Additionally, their spells are the most intricate and challenging to master that in such a context. The emergence of a dual system mage of time and space is likely as difficult as the birth of a tri-system mage like Gan Guyu. Of course, if that tri-system mage could also cast spells instantaneously, that would be another matter entirely. Speaking of which, I've suddenly recalled something, Pepe exclaimed, turning abruptly to Gan Guyu. You don't have a storage ring. Do you? Where do you keep your wheat and sweet potatoes? Do you possess some other storage tool? The old gentleman complained about the slow updates. While this is indeed a fact, Xiaojiang merely wishes to stretch the word count. There are still manuscripts to prepare for an explosive release. After some consideration, I have decided to provide 2 updates, ensuring not to disappoint the old gentleman. However, Xiaojiang also requires more support and encouragement. So I hope everyone can contribute more recommendation votes and collections. Simultaneously, I will provide additional updates for every 10,000 rewards and for every newly appearing elder. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 31. It turns out to be a nunnery. My brother often offers tributes to the Mother of Nature. Should she not bestow upon him a storage space? Gan Guyu once again relied on the Mother of Nature as an excuse, boasting with a sense of pride. Although the space is limited, time within it is permanently halted. Is that so? Pepe exclaimed with astonishment and envy. Gan Guyu had initially intended to convey this information to persuade Pei to simply store the grapes with him. Yet, Pei merely expressed her admiration and did not pursue the matter further. Gan Guyu certainly would not beg Pei for assistance. It would be inappropriate to create any misunderstandings, so he swiftly moved past the topic. Little did he know that Pei had indeed considered storing the grapes initially, but ultimately dismissed the thought. Her concerns were not rooted in the idea of entrusting her fruits to someone else, but rather in her belief in Gan Guyu's modest claim that his storage space was limited. If a storage space could halt time entirely, it would be absurd if it were also significantly large. Influenced by her preconceived notions, Pei instinctively believed that Gan Guyu's storage space would struggle to accommodate his own food supplies, given her awareness of the yield of sweet potatoes. Thus, she felt too shy to make a request for storage. Especially since Gan Guyu had already done enough favors for her, of course. An even more significant reason was that Pei genuinely wanted to savor the sight of the grapes hanging on the vine for a little while longer. The feeling of a bountiful harvest was intoxicating, especially when it came to such beautiful and delicious grapes. The two of them leisurely rested beneath the grapevine for an afternoon, and after thoroughly enjoying the sight of the abundant grapes, Pei finally licked her lips and said, "Let's go, it's getting late. Tomorrow I'll bring Lin and the others over to let them taste these grapes." Gan Guyu gave her a thumbs up. To be willing to share such splendid grapes with others. How generous! "Oh, hush," Pei playfully scolded. "They're all good sisters, so why shouldn't I share? And there's an element of showing off in it too, isn't there?" Gan Guyu teased. "Shall we invite Shixi as well?" "Absolutely not. Besides, you wouldn't be able to invite her anyway." Pei stuck out her tongue at him and turned to leave. The two prepared to return to their lodgings for a rest, but halfway there, Gan Guyu, feeling inspired, decided to take a detour to check on his sweet potato field. Although he had not utilized the universal growth stimulant, and the season wasn't particularly suitable, the sweet potato field was already lush with vibrant sweet potato vines. Gan Guyu was in good spirits and plucked a large handful of sweet potato leaves before stopping. "Are you planning to eat sweet potato leaves tonight?" Pei discerned the intentions of Gan Guyu, yet wore an expression of indifference. Initially, this dish was palatable, but once the novelty wore off, it was merely mediocre, lacking the delectable quality of sweet potatoes. "Oh, have you become so spoiled so quickly?" Gan Guyu playfully scolded, tapping her forehead. "It is indeed the case," Pei muttered. "The flavor of these sweet potato leaves cannot compare to those specifically cultivated for consumption, yet must you express disdain even for this?" Gan Guyu inquired, astonished. After all, this could still be considered a vegetable, albeit traditionally used as fodder. Did the inhabitants of the salty wasteland truly disdain it? Moreover, Ed sweet potato tips were undoubtedly a well-loved dish for all ages. However, Pei seized upon a flaw in Gan Guyu's words. "What do you mean by saying I should not find it unpalatable? Am I not entitled to my own opinions?" "That is not what I meant," Gan Guyu conceded. Pei huffed lightly and chose not to pursue the matter further, turning away. After a brief moment, at Pei's abode. "Hey, why are you cooking in my kitchen?" Pei exclaimed at Gan Guyu, who had marched into her kitchen uninvited. "I lack the necessary ingredients at my place," Gan Guyu's voice echoed from within. During his time in this world, he had boiled water and cooked sweet potatoes in his own kitchen, to the point of feeling nauseated by them. Occasionally, he even found himself nostalgic for Pei's hard, flat cakes. Yet he soon called out, "Where do you keep your garlic and Sichuan pepper?" "Garlic, Sichuan pepper. What are those?" Pei responded, momentarily bewildered that a silence enveloped the kitchen until Gan Guyu emerged, his expression darkened. "I did not expect your kitchen to be as lacking as mine." In truth, it was Gan Guyu's oversight that in a land so barren that staple foods were scarce, how many would bother to cultivate ingredients like ginger and garlic? Ultimately, Gan Guyu had to ask again where the oil was located. To his surprise, even this fundamental request left Pei flustered. "I don't have any oil here." "So you eat sweet potato leaves raw?" Gan Guyu was left speechless. "Of course they are cooked," Pei replied matter-of-factly. Gan Guyu face-bombed, and oh wonder, Pei found the texture of sweet potato leaves unappealing. Could boiled vegetables ever compare to stir-fried dishes? Though some preferred boiled greens, it was evident that Pei was not among them. Observing Gan Guyu's expression, Pei realized that perhaps the preparation of sweet potato leaves was not as simple as boiling them. Gan Yu assumed Pei's lack of oil was due to her awkward status in the natural grove and asked, exasperated, "Whose house has oil? Can we borrow some?" He began to head outside. If you turn the natural grove upside down, you still wouldn't find a drop of oil. Pei called out, exasperated. "Are you craving a stir-fry? I'd advise against letting Sissy and the Elder of Regulations know about that." "What do you mean?" Gan Yu paused, puzzled. Pei imitated him, shrugging her shoulders. "You know that the oil used for stir-frying on the continent is rendered from the fat of the black-toothed pig, right?" Gan Yu nodded, acknowledging his understanding. The black-toothed pig was a relatively common, low-tier magical beast in the salty wasteland. Not particularly strong but gluttonous, often raiding fields at night, making it quite an annoyance. However, its meat was renowned for its deliciousness and chewiness, making it popular among the populace. Hunting black-toothed pigs was one of the key solutions for alleviating hunger. Most importantly, the fat from these pigs served as the primary source of edible oil on the continent. There was no such luxury as vegetable oil in the salty wasteland. Upon seeing Gan Yu nod, Pei continued to explain. "Perhaps you hadn't noticed this before, that in fact, the people of the natural grove do not consume meat. Hence they cannot use oil derived from the black-toothed pig." "What?" Gan Yu, who had always relished meat, lamented after a pause. "So the natural grove is essentially a nunnery?" Chapter 32. Pei's outburst. "A nunnery? What is that?" Pei asked, perplexed by Gan Yu's unfamiliar term. Gan Yu, slightly irritated, explained the meaning of a nunnery to her. And to his surprise, the little beauty nodded thoughtfully. "It does seem to fit. They abstain from meat, eat only vegetables, compassionately help cultivate crops for the people, and devoutly worship Mother Nature. Could it not be likened to a nunnery?" Gan Yu considered this and found it oddly fitting. However, did this mean he too would have to lead a monk-like existence? A grave thought struck him. "Pei, can the sisters of the natural grove marry?" Pei's face flushed at his words, and she hurriedly replied, "Why you? What are you saying? Marrying or not marrying is still far off for someone so young." Gan Yu fell silent, that he had inquired about the sisters of the natural grove, and while Pei was indeed one of them, he had not directed the question specifically at her. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of relief that if Pei's words were to be believed, then the inhabitants of the natural grove were indeed allowed to marry. Considering the previous gender structure of the natural grove, barring exceptional circumstances, these grass-skirted beauties would surely find husbands. Similarly, he too could wed a girl from the continent. In that case, while he might be limited to a vegetarian diet, it was certainly preferable to a life of asceticism. That Gan Yu's thoughts returned to the present as he gazed at the heap of sweet potato leaves, already contemplating planting rapeseed, stir-frying. What nonsense, however, for now. He had no choice but to relinquish his longing for sought-ed sweet potato tips and sighed heavily. Alas, life, oh life, how full of helplessness. Stop wallowing in sentimentality, Pei teased, sticking out her tongue with a smile. "Are you still going to cook? If you don't want to, I could take a turn instead." "Is that so?" Gan Yu exclaimed with delight. "Then I would be most grateful. Thank you. Thank you, my foot." Pei playfully shot a stream of water at him, splattering his face. Although she was initially unsure of the meaning behind "thank you," in conjunction with Gan Yu's current lewd expression, the implication was quite clear. "Pei, what special occasion is it today that you've gathered everyone?" Linlin asked as Pei led her toward the back mountain. "It's not your birthday." "Is it?" You'll find out soon enough." Pei replied with a mysterious smile, then called to the other grass-skirted beauties following behind. "Everyone hurry up, I have a surprise for you all." The group erupted into chatter and laughter as they speculated about the reason for Pei's gathering. Among them, only Gan Yu knew the truth, yet he was disinclined to reveal it, opting instead to slip his hands into his pockets and follow quietly. "Little Gan Yu, you surely know what is going on with Pei today. Don't you?" He attempted to distance himself from the group for some peace, yet someone always approached him. His status had changed significantly, providing everyone with divine tools, and occasionally improving the soil of their wheat fields had earned him the friendship of many grass-skirted beauties. Recently, rumors had circulated that even the high priestess had sought a batch of sweet potato seedlings from him, creating quite a stir in the natural grove. Just now, this grass-skirted beauty approached him with a question. But her true motive was evidently flirtation. Yet why was the nickname Little Ganyu so widely used? Ganyu found himself at a loss. He had once been known as the senior sister slayer, and while he could easily see through her intentions, he merely smiled in a very official manner, responding earnestly, Pei Pei has finally managed to keep a secret. It would be inappropriate of me to reveal it. Little Ganyu certainly knows how to be considerate. The flirting beauty giggled. Sister has a little secret that nobody knows. But if you want to know, I could share it with you alone. Sisters, listen up. Little Yu's approach to teasing the young man is so kitsch. Who could disagree? Little Ganyu, don't listen to Little Yu. I bet if you expressed interest, her next line would be about finding a quiet place, just for the two of you, to share it slowly. Oh no, the truth has been revealed. The group burst into laughter. Before Ganyu could respond, a shadow suddenly rushed over, grabbing him and pulling him to the front of the group. Ganyu glanced at Pei Pei, who still held on to him but feigned calmness, and felt a smile creep onto his face. The other girls were momentarily stunned before erupting into even louder laughter. Even Little Yu, who had previously teased Ganyu, scolded playfully. Pei Pei, you little minx, how old are you this year? How can you be so shameless? Little Yu, your words are like shooting yourself in the foot. Everyone saw it. Who is truly the shameless one? We all know. Another wave of laughter ensued. This time, Pei Pei, feigning composure, blushed deeply but still did not release her grip on Ganyu's hand. Ganyu was now quite puzzled. This little beauty, typically a touch proud, had suddenly become so bold. Had their relationship progressed so swiftly that he had not even noticed? Pei Pei initially led Lin Lin at the forefront. But the enchanting hula-skirt beauties behind her relentlessly teased Ganyu, which inexplicably stirred an unusual feeling within her. She herself was unaware of the cause, until Xiao Yu's playful jests escalated to an unprecedented level, compelling her to inexplicably pull Ganyu back. That it was only after this action, followed by a chorus of laughter from her companions, that she comprehended the absurdity of her behavior, leaving her momentarily dazed. What has come over me? How could I have acted so impulsively? Oh no, my friends are starting to mock me, all because of this fellow. Ahem. At that moment, a gentle cough interrupted Pei Pei's reverie, that a male voice softly inquired. Are you not planning to let go of him? Pei Pei then realized she had been holding on to Ganyu without releasing her. Startled, she quickly flung Ganyu away and turned to see Lin Lin regarding her with a mixture of surprise and admiration, which made her face flush a deep crimson. The gazes of her companions had not strayed from Pei Pei and Ganyu, and upon witnessing this spectacle, they erupted into laughter once more. Unable to utter a single word, Pei Pei resorted to delivering a playful punch to Ganyu, stomped her foot, and dashed ahead like a startled deer. Pfft! This girl Pei Pei is truly something. Sisters, at this rate, perhaps we should all disperse. Ganyu, Pei Pei is in your hands now. We shall not intrude any longer. Whoa, that sounds about right. Ah, just as the ladies jested about heading back, a sudden shriek from Pei Pei pierced the air. It's Pei Pei! Ganyu and the others gasped in alarm, abandoning their playful banter and rushing forward. Chapter 33. The Azure Sparrow Ganyu and her companions hurriedly pursued. Discovering Pei Pei beneath the grape trellis, they quickly surrounded her, full of concern for her well-being, only to find her staring blankly at the grapevine, her lips slightly parted and trembling. Ganyu instantly recognized the source of Pei Pei's despondency. The once lush grapevine now bore only a sparse handful of grapes, the rest having been stripped bare. Scattered on the ground were a few fallen grapes, none intact, creating a scene of utter devastation. Following Pei Pei's gaze, the others soon noticed the peculiar state of the vine, exchanging bewildered glances. Ganyu could not contain her anger, exclaiming, "Who could be so cruel? Was it Haisai and her gang?" Zaya Ganyu, Lin Lin discreetly gestured for her to be quiet. Do not forget. Intentionally destroying someone else's crops invites the wrath of Mother Nature. And no matter how much Haisai dislikes Pei Pei, she would not stoop to such a level. Besides, look at the state of this place. Who would so recklessly ruin these grapes? Flustered, Ganyu unwittingly speculated ill of Haisai, only to realize her error and awkwardly scratch her head. If it's not human interference, then what could it be? It's the azure sparrows. Pei Pei pointed to a nearby hillside where a flock of blue-hued birds was gazing their way. exclaiming, "When I arrived, they were stealing my grapes." The azure sparrows seemed to understand Pei-Pei's grievance, chirping noisily in response, seemingly unafraid of Gan Guyu and the others. These small, low-tier avian magical beasts had previously been known to pilfer grains from the fields, but it was unheard of for them to feast on grapes. Gan Guyu pondered for a moment before grasping the situation, realizing that both she and Pei-Pei had overlooked an important detail, that Pei-Pei's grapes were no longer the sour, unpalatable fruits of old. They had transformed into delectable morsels that anyone would covet. Not to mention, the vitamin C they contained was a vital nutrient for magical beasts. It was clear that the azure sparrows had been lured by the sweet aroma of the grapes and had decided to indulge in a feast. Infuriated by the audacity of the sparrows, Pei-Pei, after casting a quick incantation, unleashed a torrent of water towards the flock. This was no ordinary spray. It was a formidable water lance summoned through the incantation of a second-tier spell. The lance sped towards the azure sparrows, piercing one before the rest scattered in panic, fleeing into the sky. However, they did not escape far as multiple water lances erupted, striking down numerous sparrows. Ultimately, only a fraction managed to escape. The girls stared at Gan Guyu in astonishment. In the brief span that Pei-Pei had unleashed one water lance, Gan Guyu had conjured a dozen, dispatching the fleeing azure sparrows one by one. Eventually, Gan Guyu sat down heavily, panting, evidently having exhausted her magical energy. "Is this the power of instant magic?" One of the hula-skirt beauties gasped in disbelief. Many present could manage to cast a series of second-tier spells in quick succession, but none could match the speed Gan Guyu had just demonstrated, as incantations required time. Moreover, during the incantation process, targets would not remain stationary like targets for one to strike. Thus, a mage must constantly adjust their aim while casting spells. Instant magic, however, allowed for rapid casting without the need for such adjustments. Often, targets would be caught completely off guard, leading to a significantly higher success rate. Pei-Pei glared at the fallen azure sparrows, letting out a huff before turning to Gan Guyu. "Thank you for allowing me to vent my frustration." "It's nothing," Gan Guyu waved her hand dismissively. "If it weren't for my limited magic, those little birds wouldn't have escaped at all. They dared to pilfer our grapes." Unintentionally, Pei-Pei felt her face heat up at Gan Guyu's words, recalling their earlier encounter. However, before she could respond, Gan Guyu proposed, "Now that there are so few grapes left, shall we try to regrow them? It would be a shame to gather everyone only to leave empty-handed." Pei-Pei expressed her reluctance, turning to Lin Lin. "Lin Lin, could you cast a growth spell on my grapevine?" "Are you certain?" Lin Lin countered. "It looks like this vine has only borne fruit once. Will it even be able to bear again?" "No worries with my brother here. You can cast the spell without concern," Gan Guyu reassured her. The soil beneath the grapevine was rich enough, and hastening its growth for another year should pose no issue. After Gan Guyu trimmed the grapevine slightly, Lin Lin began to recite the lengthy incantation for the growth spell. Before long, clusters of plump, purple grapes adorned the branches once more. "Mother Nature above!" The girls gasped in amazement at the sight. In their experience, a single grapevine yielding 1 or 2 bunches in a year was considered a bountiful harvest. They had never imagined witnessing such abundance. Previously, they had only seen destruction and remnants. But the current scene was undeniably stunning. As Pei-Pei beheld the glistening clusters of grapes, her spirits lifted considerably. With her companion's admiration ringing in her ears, she felt a swell of pride, promptly picking several bunches and distributing them among the girls, eagerly exclaiming, "Try these, everyone, taste them!" Fruits such as these were a rarity even for nature-affiliated mages, who typically enjoyed them only a few times a year. Thus, when Pei-Pei offered the grapes, the girls, astounded, quickly expressed their gratitude before devouring them without hesitation. These grapes seem to be larger than any I've ever seen," one girl remarked curiously while peeling the skin. Meanwhile, a hula-skirt beauty had already popped a grape into her mouth, her eyes lighting up in delight. "Is this really a grape? The texture!" Seeing her reaction ignited curiosity among the others, who hastily followed suit, stuffing grapes into their mouths. "Sweet, it's actually sweet. So delicious. Woo-woo, this is what true delicacy tastes like." Cheers of delight erupted, and soon the area beneath the grapevine fell silent, as everyone became engrossed in savoring the fruit, forgetting to converse. Observing this, Pepe hurriedly plucked all the grapes from the vine, exuberantly declaring, "There's more. Don't hold back. Today we have grapes aplenty." Chapter 34. Is this how perception can be utilized? Before long, only grape skins and seeds remained strewn about the ground. The girls wore satisfied expressions, showering Pepe with praises and thanks to at this moment. Pepe waved her hand with a smile. "In truth, this has little to do with me. The credit for these delectable grapes truly belongs to another." This answer was not difficult to deduce. As all eyes turned toward Gan Guyu, Gan Guyu shrugged, acknowledging their assumption. The grapevine is still Pepe's. Therefore, the grapes are naturally hers as well. "Zai Gan Guyu, you are truly humble. The grapevine belongs to Pepe, and so do the grapes. In my opinion, the magical beings summoned by Pepe are also hers." The girls erupted into another round of hearty laughter. Gan Guyu remained unbothered by their teasing, simply smiling and saying nothing. That he turned his head and caught sight of Pepe, whose head was lowered to an almost unbearable extent, revealing only the blood-red flush of her cheeks. The other women, sensing that the jest had gone on long enough, decided to cease their playful banter and turn their attention to seeking advice from Gan Guyu on the cultivation techniques for grapes. Over the past few days, the women of the natural forest had frequently consulted Gan Guyu regarding various planting issues, and he, without reservation, answered every inquiry with utmost thoroughness. Whenever he assumed the role of teacher Gan, his demeanor and expression transformed into one of intense seriousness, completely shedding his usual casual laziness. That on several occasions, Pepe observed this stark contrast and found herself inexplicably drawn to it. Just what kind of person was he? Her feelings for Gan Guyu had evolved from disdain to aversion, then to curiosity, and eventually to an inexplicable camaraderie, now seemingly tinged with an ambiguous emotion she could not quite articulate. It was precisely these peculiar feelings that left her blushing and flustered whenever the topic of Gan Guyu arose, rendering her incapable of even the most basic argument or retort. Gan Guyu elaborated on grape cultivation techniques. He even demonstrated grafting techniques hands-on. The women were obedient students, attentively absorbing his teachings until dusk, leaving only Pepe and Gan Guyu beneath the grape trellis. Gan Guyu stretched languidly and inclined his head towards Pepe, saying, "Let us head back now." "Oh," Pepe responded, clearly distracted, only snapping back to reality upon hearing his call. After walking a few paces, Gan Guyu suddenly halted and turned back, exclaiming, "I almost forgot something." "What is it?" Pepe followed him back, and upon realizing what he was doing, hurriedly rushed to his side, whispering anxiously, "What are you up to?" "Satisfying a craving," Gan Guyu replied nonchalantly as he collected the fallen azure sparrows. Although these azure sparrows were small, they still contained some meat, and having endured a prolonged vegetarian diet, Gan Guyu was absolutely famished. With the prospect of indulging in this wild delicacy, he was determined not to let it slip away. "You!" Pepe quickly scanned her surroundings and, finding no one else, lowered her voice further. "If you're caught stealing meat by the elders of discipline, it will be disastrous. Then we shall be cautious and avoid detection," Gan Guyu replied nonchalantly, placing all 13 azure sparrows into his personal storage. "May I borrow your kitchen? Are you trying to get me into trouble?" Pepe's eyelids twitched. "I'm just joking. Why so tense? My place is a kitchen too," Gan Guyu retorted with a feigned air of disdain. "Look at you. I merely tested the waters, and you exposed yourself. I originally intended to give you an opportunity to savor the azure sparrows together." "Go away. I'm not eating that," Pepe exclaimed in exasperation. Gan Guyu shrugged, "Suit yourself," and proceeded towards his dwelling. "Are you really going back to cook the azure sparrows?" Pepe quickly intercepted him. "If you wish to avoid misfortune, I advise against it." Gan Guyu sensed an underlying message in her words and asked, "What do you mean?" "Engaging in such mischief within the sacred tree's hollow will surely attract attention," Pepe asserted with great certainty. "What? Is there surveillance in my dwelling? That's an invasion of privacy." Gan Guyu exclaimed in disbelief that if that were the case, how could he ever summon the fifth lady for a grand pampering session in his room? "Surveillance? No, it's just that the scent of meat carries far along the sacred tree's branches," Pei clarified. There was once a sister who sneaked in black-toothed pigs in her own room. And that night, many sisters were so tempted that they couldn't sleep. Such a thing actually happened. Gan Guyu asked, astonished. Did this sister face punishment afterward? Indeed, she did not escape unscathed. Pei replied, curling her lip. The elder of discipline used a sensing technique to catch her, and she was then punished to fetch water for the high priest and the elders for 7 consecutive days, returning to her room utterly exhausted. Sensing technique, Gan Guyu suddenly realized, smacking his forehead. The sacred tree hollow, being a natural growth, could indeed be surveyed with a first-tier sensing technique. To engage in wrongdoing here was truly a lapse in judgment. At that moment, Gan Guyu also recognized that the absence of male kin in the natural forest, coupled with the prohibition against male guests staying overnight, held a certain rationale. For instance, Gan Guyu could utilize sensing techniques to cough. As a man of integrity, how could he ever partake in such shameless acts? However, he soon became aware of a serious concern. Though he would never stoop to such behavior, what about those grass-skirted beauties who might be eyeing him? Could there be a few unscrupulous women among them? Upon reflecting on the possibility of someone secretly observing his sculpted abs while bathing or sleeping in the hollow, Gan Guyu felt an unsettling shiver run down his spine. With this thought, his eyes darted, and he suddenly adopted a grave tone. Pei, we must address an important issue. The growth of all things is not infallible, and we cannot always reap our fruits in a timely manner. The problem of magical beasts stealing our crops must be taken seriously. Pei was puzzled by Gan Guyu's abrupt shift in topic. However, upon further contemplation, she realized the truth in his words and looked at him with hopeful anticipation. This issue has plagued us for many years. Do you have a solution? I propose building new shelters near the crops, allowing us to remain vigilant and drive away any magical beasts that come to steal our harvest in the days leading up to the gathering. Gan Guyu eagerly shared his idea. Naturally, Pei could not fathom Gan Guyu's self-important thoughts. She merely considered, I see, it's not entirely unfeasible. But you, a man blessed by the mother of nature, can only come up with such a rudimentary plan? Whether clever or foolish, I have made my decision. We shall relocate, Gan Guyu declared resolutely, making his way towards the valley in the back mountain. Relocate? But what could you possibly be doing there? Pei asked in confusion. Is it really necessary to travel that far just to choose a site? To find a secluded spot to roast birds? Gan Guyu replied without looking back. Pei observed his retreating figure with a peculiar expression. I say, you aren't planning to sneak out and eat meat, are you? The recommendation votes are rather lackluster. My friend Xiaojing shamelessly rolls around in the ice and snow, pleading for collections and recommendations. Chapter 35, Stealing a Bite. I must say, the taste of these azure sparrows is quite delightful. Want you give it a try? No, thank you. You enjoy it yourself. There's plenty more. Besides, I'm not one to indulge alone. Truly, I must decline. Then why did you follow me? I merely wish to observe. Yet you're constantly swallowing hard. What does that signify? Thirsty? Surely not. A water mage like yourself claims to be thirsty. Pei was left speechless and turned her head away, no longer regarding Gan Guyu. However, the aroma of the roasting azure sparrows wafted irresistibly into her nostrils, and she had yet to dine. Just then, her stomach audibly grumbled, and Gan Guyu stifled a laugh with great effort. Upon reaching the back mountain, Gan Guyu found a sheltered spot to set up a campfire, plucking the feathers and innards from the azure sparrows, prioritizing a few of the fatter ones to skewer with branches. Lacking any other seasonings, he simply rubbed a bit of salt onto the meat before placing it over the fire to roast. The azure sparrow, slightly smaller than a quail, soon began to sizzle as the fat rendered out, releasing a tantalizing aroma. Once fully cooked, Gan Guyu gallantly invited Pei to taste first, but she flatly refused. After several rounds of persuasion, Gan Guyu resigned himself to feasting alone. Taking a bite, he discovered a mildly crispy surface that yielded rich flavors, bringing a satisfied expression to his face. While this simple preparation may not have been deemed exquisite, to Gan Guyu, who had long been deprived of meat, it was immensely gratifying. He devoured one azure sparrow in mere moments, hardly leaving behind any bones, most of which he had crushed and swallowed whole. As Gan Guyu reached for a second skewer of roasted azure sparrows, Pei could no longer maintain her composure. Gan Guyu attempted to entice her once more, but despite her evident temptation, she held firm, compelling Gan Guyu to unleash his ultimate tactic. Pei, surely you wouldn't mind sampling some grapes? He inquired. Not at all. As long as it's not meat. Pei nodded in agreement. Regrettably, those grapes have all been consumed by the azure sparrows. Gan Guyu continued to tempt her. By eating these azure sparrows, you are essentially consuming grapes. That is absurd. Pei chuckled. Bemused. Not at all. I merely wish to remind you that these azure sparrows have feasted upon your grapes, and by consuming them, you are merely reclaiming what is rightfully yours. It's not stealing meat. Without hesitation, Gan Guyu thrust the skewer of azure sparrows into Pei's hands. Don't you want to exact revenge for your stolen grapes? Pei, already wavering, found her resolve further shaken by his nonsensical reasoning. Her gaze flickering, she glanced around, confirming the absence of others, and took a deep breath, forcing herself to grumble fiercely. This is for stealing my grapes. With that, she took a bite of the roasted azure sparrow. The tempestuous Pei devoured the azure sparrow with a voracity that even the previously swift Gan Guyu could not rival. Squinting, Gan Guyu offered another skewer, while Pei, having broken her restraint, unabashedly gazed at the grilled azure sparrow and inquired, "It also pilfered my grapes, did it not?" Before Gan Guyu could affirm her suspicion, she took another hearty bite, consuming not only the azure sparrow, but also her decorum and the mantle of goddesshood. That it was only after she had obliterated the azure sparrow that Gan Guyu remarked with a chuckle. I find your appetite astonishing. How do you manage to maintain such a figure? Are you not aware that there exists a physique in this world that remains unaffected by overindulgence? Pei retorted with a light scoff. Wiping her mouth. I am truly impressed, Gan Guyu replied with a grin. But I would wager that this is not your first act of culinary thievery. Pei shivered slightly, then forced a laugh. What nonsense! You, my dear, are not one to spin tales. Should you be caught, do not implicate me. Gan Guyu teased, shaking his head. If you truly haven't tasted meat in 19 years, you would have long lost any craving for it. How could you so unwittingly follow the scent of the azure sparrow? Moreover, I suspect that there are certainly others in the natural forest who indulge in meaty delights. Pei scrutinized Gan Guyu for a prolonged moment, and he met her gaze with a self-assured smile. Ultimately, her shoulders slumped in concession, conceding to Gan Guyu's conjecture. Gan Guyu refrained from further teasing, and the roasted azure sparrow disappeared into both their bellies. He wiped his mouth, still lingering in the aftertaste, while Pei unabashedly belched. However, Gan Guyu chose not to bring forth the remaining azure sparrows for another round. Instead, he reserved them for future cravings. That as the night deepened, Gan Guyu controlled the earth element, burying the remnants of bones and the campfire until not a trace remained. Satisfied with his work, he beckoned Pei to prepare for their return. That moment, Pei suddenly called out to Gan Guyu, "Wait a moment." She then dashed off in another direction. Before long, she returned at a brisk pace, handing Gan Guyu 2 leaves. Chew on this to avoid returning home with the lingering scent of meat. Gan Guyu examined the leaves, which emitted a refreshing fragrance. Ah, is this not mint? He asked, intrigued as he placed the mint leaves in his mouth. You claim not to be a habitual offender, yet you seem quite adept at post-meal cleanup. Pei chuckled and turned to leave, but Gan Guyu curiously inquired, Did you cultivate this mint? This herb? Mint. It's merely a wild grass from the slope. Pei replied, surprised that Gan Guyu recognized such a common plant. I see. Anything that cannot fill the stomach is regarded as wild grass. Gan Guyu remarked with a bemused smile. Could this grass possibly yield delicious fruits? Or perhaps develop tubers like sweet potatoes? Pei suddenly exclaimed, her eyes alight with hope. Not at all, Gan Guyu shrugged. Its primary use is indeed to freshen breath and invigorate the mind. Occasionally, it can alleviate fatigue or headaches. Upon hearing this, Pei's interest waned, and she merely mumbled an acknowledgement while chewing the mint leaves. As they returned to their dwelling, they unexpectedly encountered Lin, who was on her way to visit Pei. The young girl was momentarily taken aback to see the two together before her nose twitched, and her expression turned peculiar. The trio entered Pei's room, where Lin mischievously exclaimed, "What a delightful fragrance! Pei, how could you indulge without inviting me? I shall not accept that." Gan Guyu quickly grasped the situation, realizing that Lin was no stranger to their indulgences, particularly regarding the use of mint. After all, how could Pei conceal such matters from her closest friend? "Oh, Lin, how could I possibly forget you in such affairs? It's just that this time it was this fellow." Pei hastily pointed at Gan Guyu to clarify. Lin immediately understood Pei's implication. The azure sparrow had been brought down by Gan Guyu, and the authority over it did not rest with Pei. Gan Guyu, recognizing the nuances, chuckled, "I am not one to hoard food. Fear not, there is plenty to spare." Chapter 36. Bamboo, did you not summon us to assist in constructing your new abode? Why have you come here? Pei asked, puzzled, eyeing Gan Guyu. Do you wish to reside on the back mountain? At dawn, Gan Guyu had taken Pei to the back mountain, surveying the area as if searching for a prime location for his dwelling, prompting a wave of sarcasm from Pei. "What is wrong with residing here? It is conveniently close to your grapevines," Gan Guyu replied earnestly, gesturing towards the nearby grape trellis. "I also intend to plant some grapes here. It will make supervision much easier." "Speak the truth," Pei said, arms crossed and scrutinizing him with disbelief. "Did you not already plant a grapevine near your sweet potato field? Why the sudden change of location?" Realizing he could not deceive her, Gan Guyu shrugged. "This area is less populated, making it easier to start a fire." Pei understood that the convenience of fire was not solely for cooking sweet potatoes. Casting a sidelong glance at Gan Guyu, she nodded seriously. "I admire your line of thought." They exchanged a smile, with Pei concluding that Gan Guyu was merely seeking a more discreet location for his meaty indulgences. After several nights of sleeping in his clothes, Gan Guyu was eager to implement his relocation plan as soon as his magic for growth had cooled down. "But do you truly require my assistance in building a house?" Pei asked again. "Are you not a soil mage capable of manipulating stones and mud to construct a modest abode? How could it be so devoid of skill?" Gan Guyu shot her a look. "I am a cultured individual. My residence must be elegant and exquisite." Pei stuck her tongue out at him in disdain. "Enough with that. Aside from this supposedly low-skill plan, do you have any other options? I warn you, you cannot chop down these trees on the back mountain to build your house. There are hardly any left." "I would not stoop to using such inferior timber," Gan Guyu scoffed, then approached the base of a slope to inspect the soil, nodding slightly. Pits began to appear as if summoned by his will to Pei's curiosity. Peculiar, root-like objects appeared in his hands, resembling plant tubers she had never seen before. "What is this newfangled thing?" Pei inquired, licking her lips. "This is a bamboo rhizome," Gan Guyu explained. "Bamboo is an incredibly versatile plant, primarily used for constructing dwellings. Bamboo reproduces through its underground rhizomes, where nodes sprout roots and shoots. Some shoots grow upwards into bamboo shoots, while others spread horizontally to form new rhizomes, eventually creating a bamboo grove." Realizing the verbal explanation lacked clarity, Gan Guyu began to plant the bamboo rhizomes into the ground, then enlisted Pei's help to water them. Bamboo thrives in warm, moist conditions, requiring ample moisture and well-draining soil. Thus, Gan Guyu scoured the back mountain for an optimal planting site, nearly resigning to expend magical energy to cultivate suitable soil. Once he ensured sufficient moisture, Gan Guyu snapped his fingers, and with a thought, bamboo shoots sprang from the ground, rapidly forming a lush grove. The speed of bamboo growth, even without the aid of his growth magic, is astonishing, especially now as he exerted his powers. Only after the bamboo had multiplied to an abundance sufficient for constructing a villa did Gan Guyu cease his natural growth incantation. As a breeze rustled the bamboo, it swayed and produced a soothing rustle. Pei stood in awe at the sight, momentarily at a loss for words. Without further ado, Gan Guyu proceeded to the next step, but he drew forth a large machete and began to harvest the fully grown bamboo, also collecting some bamboo shoots along the way. When he piled the bamboo stalks into a small mountain before Pei, the young beauty did not hesitate to chastise Gan Guyu for his perceived destruction of the beautiful bamboo grove. "Do not fret, bamboo grows rapidly, and it will not be long before it regrows," Gan Guyu casually reassured her, then added, "Now is the time when I will require your assistance." "Humph. Tell me more. I shall decide whether to help based on my mood," Pei Pei replied, raising her chin defiantly. "If you desire a satisfactory secret base, I kindly request you to assist in extracting the moisture from these bamboo stalks." Gan Guyu raised an eyebrow, a teasing glint in his eyes. "By the way, if you have a container, the extracted moisture will be yours. It is quite a valuable resource. In processing bamboo for use, extracting moisture through fire is an essential step, serving to prevent dampness and straighten the stalks. After splitting the bamboo pole and roasting it over a fire, the juice that flows from both ends is referred to as bamboo sap, which possesses a sweet flavor. This sap contains over a dozen types of amino acids: glucose, fructose, sucrose, and various other nutrients, offering benefits such as quenching thirst and alleviating coughs and phlegm. However, due to the presence of the water element mage Pei Pei, the drying process of the bamboo poles no longer requires fire. She merely needs to control the release of the water elements within the bamboo. This method eliminates the need to roast each bamboo pole individually, greatly enhancing the efficiency of the initial processing of large quantities of bamboo to a staggering degree. While embodying the labor role assigned to her by Gan Guyu, Pei Pei vented her dissatisfaction. "Can't you do something as simple as extracting the moisture from plants yourself? Why do you always make me do the heavy lifting?" "Because I have more important matters to attend to," Gan Guyu replied with conviction, "like laying a solid foundation and planning the internal structure of the new house." At this point, Pei Pei suddenly recalled something and quickly inquired, "By the way, you have the building materials now, but do you possess the skills to construct a house?" Although Pei Pei was not particularly knowledgeable about bamboo, she understood that harvesting bamboo poles and erecting a bamboo house were two entirely different undertakings, with vastly differing levels of difficulty. Could this fellow truly transform these bamboo poles into the elegant and unique dwelling he described? "Rest assured, I have built wooden houses before. Switching to bamboo should not pose a significant challenge," Gan Guyu asserted with confidence. Hearing this, Pei Pei felt reassured, and the bamboo poles before her were now ready for use. However, Gan Guyu did not immediately utilize these poles. Instead, he proceeded to a vacant area beside the bamboo grove. Chapter 37. Constructing the bamboo house. Pei Pei was born and raised in the natural forest, residing in the hollow of a sacred tree. Yet, she had occasionally journeyed with the nature mages from her tribe, so she was not unfamiliar with the concept of houses on the mainland. However, witnessing the construction process firsthand was a first for her. Before her, the uneven patch of ground began to churn and gather soil according to Gan Guyu's will, forming a compact earthen platform. Subsequently, the platform was compressed and solidified, ultimately sinking into the ground. Pei Pei observed that the hardness of this compacted soil was quite impressive. Gan Guyu continued his work, employing bamboo poles as supports embedded within the foundation. Mimicking the structure of reinforced concrete, he tightly wrapped a layer of sandpaper around the surface of these bamboo poles, which not only prevented moisture, but also roughened their surface, thereby increasing their overall surface area. A layer of mud adhered firmly to the sandpaper, not slipping even slightly. Finally, ample soil enveloped these bamboo supports, akin to flesh being added to a skeleton, while the strength of bamboo could not compare to that of steel. Gan Guyu, as a tri-element mage capable of instantaneous spellcasting, demonstrated considerable talent in elemental control. The soil was continuously compacted under his guidance, yet the bamboo supports remained uncompressed and intact during this process. Gan Guyu employed a first-tier nature magic perception spell, ensuring his mastery over the internal structure of the foundation. He also took care to add several layers of waterproof plastic sheeting around the perimeter of the foundation to prevent excessive moisture from rain. As bamboo, unlike steel, had relatively poor anti-corrosion properties, warranting special attention. Finally, some stones he unearthed were stacked around the outermost edge of the foundation, creating a semblance of a boundary, while others were embedded in the surface for waterproofing and reinforcement. Of course, some gold ores were also unearthed and promptly exchanged for monetary value. At the Universal Biological Operation Table Point, one should not disregard gold simply because diamonds are more valuable. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, is it not? The construction of this rudimentary foundation did not consume much of Gan Guyu's time. partly because he did not intend to build a tall structure, and bamboo houses were relatively lightweight, requiring minimal foundation. Additionally, the use of magic considerably reduced labor and significantly increased efficiency that in the Celestial Empire. When constructing buildings of a certain height, foundation work becomes a crucial aspect, often taking longer than the construction of the building itself. Next came the step of erecting the main body of the house. Gan Guyu instructed Pei while building the ground-level supports along the foundation. In regions with abundant rainfall, bamboo houses are typically elevated above the ground to avoid excessive moisture. During the foundation's compaction, Gan Guyu intentionally allowed some bamboo poles to protrude above the ground to serve as platforms. The design for the bamboo house included a floor that was still 3 feet above the ground. Together, the two of them erected the entire structural framework of the bamboo house, gradually inserting bamboo poles for the floor and walls. Despite Pei being a stunning beauty, she was no stranger to farm work and household chores. And she was not one of those dainty young ladies lacking in strength. After a while, it was actually Gan Guyu who, covered in sweat, began to breathe heavily. When he turned to rest, he found Pei unfazed, prompting him to reluctantly continue working. Pei quickly grasped the technique of building the bamboo house under Gan Guyu's guidance, mastering the details and becoming increasingly proficient. Eventually, her efficiency rivaled that of Gan Guyu, and she excelled in handling the finer details of assembly. It was truly a case of the student surpassing the teacher. Witnessing Pei's remarkable talent in constructing the bamboo house left Gan Guyu feeling somewhat embarrassed as her architectural instructor. As they worked, Pei did not hesitate to tease the exhausted Gan Guyu. I must say, while you may have grown a bit undernourished, you are still a man, right? Can't you handle this? Do you dare say I can't? And for the record, I am of normal height. Gan Guyu retorted angrily, unconsciously accelerating his pace, ready to explode. However, this state did not last long, as Gan Guyu soon faltered, slowing down and making frequent mistakes, nearly causing the entire bamboo house to collapse. I say, can you be a bit more professional? Pei unabashedly criticized him, laughing. Did you not say you had built houses before? How come you seem so inexperienced? I have built one before, but it was just that once, Gan Guyu admitted. So you are merely a theoretical type, Pei remarked. You didn't just lend a hand, did you? How large was that house? About this big. Gan Guyu gestured at waist height. It was a small wooden house I built for our family dog in the backyard when I was a child. Pei paused her work, contemplating for a while before recovering. I have reason to suspect that if I weren't helping you, you might not truly be able to construct this bamboo house. What a joke! Even if I were alone, building a bamboo house would be a piece of cake, Gan Guyu declared with a facade of bravado. That wall of yours seems a bit crooked, Pei pointed out mercilessly. How could that be? Perhaps your eyes are askew, Gan Guyu fired back. However, before he could finish, the bamboo wall he had only partially completed collapsed with a crash, scattering bamboo poles and burying him beneath them. Pei witnessed this scene, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth as she turned back to her work, quietly chuckling. Perhaps, who knows? The two toiled away for an entire day, and despite the assistance of magic, the construction of the bamboo house did not progress as smoothly as hoped due to one individual's shortcomings. They were forced to return to their original dwelling to rest, planning to continue the next day. On their way back, the one who lagged behind was met with Pei's unrelenting disdain. Yet, despite her scolding, Pei felt a small, secret satisfaction in knowing she had outperformed this fellow in some regard. As for the protagonist, who had been thoroughly mocked, he was now utterly exhausted, akin to a dog, not wanting to utter a single word, dragging his weary body back to his dwelling and collapsing onto the bed, quickly falling into a deep slumber. Observing his state, Pei hesitated for a moment before bringing him a basin of hot water. Hastily wiping his face and hands before departing, that as she left, she did not forget to mutter, I just can't stand someone being filthy. Just this once, don't let it happen again. It remains uncertain whether the now comatose individual was aware of her words. Chapter 38. Bamboo tubes. I lost track of time while writing, and this chapter is late. My sincerest apologies. The next day when Gan Guyu awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. Who usually had the habit of rising early, rarely found himself in such a situation. He quickly got up, wincing from aches all over his body, and noticed that he was covered with a blanket. After a moment's contemplation, he surmised the reason behind it, that he knocked on the door next door, but no one answered. He then ran to the wheat field, only to find no trace of Pepe. Ultimately, he located the young beauty at the bamboo house construction site, where she was busy alongside Linlin. Pepe worked with her usual efficiency, while Linlin appeared flustered, struggling even more than Gan Guyu. Seeing this scene, Gan Guyu let out a quiet sigh of relief. At least Linlin looked like a novice. If all the maidens of the forest were as formidable as Pepe, where would I hide this old face of mine? Suddenly, Linlin exclaimed, "Oh, here comes Xianhuang." She promptly spotted Ganyu approaching and called out, "Xianhuang, you're rather inconsiderate. To think you only invited Pepe to assist with building your new dwelling. Have you forgotten about me, your friend?" "Not at all. I merely thought you were all busy. Constructing the bamboo house is primarily my own endeavor," Ganyu quickly explained with a smile. "That girl Pepe merely came out of curiosity. And later, out of sheer enthusiasm, lent me a hand. Oh, is that so?" Pepe turned towards Ganyu, her radiant smile contrasting with her deliberately measured tone as she asked, "So, I was simply assisting a certain lazybones?" Ganyu feigned exaggerated surprise as he looked toward Pepe. "Oh dear, I didn't ask you to help with the heavy lifting. I only needed you to extract moisture from the bamboo. Don't go. I see potential in you for constructing the bamboo house. Keep it up. I don't mind at all, don't I mind?" Pepe shot him a sidelong glance, adopting a stern expression as if to walk away. Ganyu swiftly pulled the young beauty back and, before she could break free, whispered, "Thank you." Pepe understood that Ganyu's gratitude was not merely for her help with the bamboo house, but for another reason entirely. A blush crept on her cheeks as she stammered, "Why you? What are you thanking me for? I was just curious about the bamboo. I'm merely playing at building a house, not doing it to assist you." Unbeknownst to Linlin, who was blissfully unaware of the events from the night before, she watched the playful exchange between the two, giggling incessantly. "I think I'm beginning to understand why Xianhuang only invited Pepe. Oh dear, am I being a bit of a nuisance here?" "Linlin, you silly!" Pepe exclaimed in alarm, grabbing a nearby bamboo tube and hurling it at Linlin. Linlin playfully dodged, making a face as she said, "Some people forget their friends when a pretty face is involved. Xianhuang, I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Good luck." She waved a cheer of encouragement at Ganyu before disappearing. Ganyu chuckled, shaking his head as he watched Linlin retreat, then turned back to Pepe, whose cheeks were still flushed. He shifted the topic. "When did you all arrive? It seems your progress on the construction hasn't advanced much." "Oh, we just got here not long ago." Pepe suddenly recalled something and casually walked toward the bamboo tube she had thrown earlier, "but I'll retrieve it for you." Upon noticing her intent, Ganyu quickly interjected, "Let me get it. Don't touch it." Pepe cried out suddenly, striding towards the bamboo tube herself. Ganyu paused, taken aback by her vigorous reaction. Wasn't that a bit excessive? Oh, that bamboo tube at that moment. He realized it appeared somewhat unusual. Driven by curiosity, he hurried after it. Seeing Ganyu disregarding her warning and attempting to seize the bamboo tube, Pepe panicked and sprinted. Ganyu sensed something peculiar about the tube and quickened his pace. Just as he reached for the bamboo tube, a jet of water surged forth, sending the tube flying far away. Ganyu turned in shock to look at Pepe, who ignored him and seized the opportunity to dash past him toward the tube. This time, however, Ganyu did not pursue her further. Pepe, now close to the tube, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yet as she reached for it, the bamboo tube suddenly sank into the ground, vanishing from sight. Pepe halted, her hands suspended in the air, momentarily at a loss for how to react. But she quickly regained her composure, shooting an angry glare at the self-satisfied Ganyu. Ganyu grinned. "You thought you could use magic. Yet I can't employ a little trick of my own?" As he spoke, the bamboo tube erupted from the ground beside him, easily falling into his grasp. "Give it to me, you wretched Ganyu. Return it at once," Pepe exclaimed in exasperation, chasing after him. Ganyu took off running, dodging Pepe's advances while examining the bamboo tube in his hand. After a short while, Ganyu marveled, "Did you carve this? Quite impressive. I had no idea you possessed such talent. You could easily make a living off your looks, though the artistic quality could use some improvement." What had intrigued Ganyu was the image etched onto the surface of the bamboo tube. It depicted a grapevine with a woman clad in a wizard's robe beneath it. One hand pointed at a young man, that a jet of water obscured the young man's features. Yet his distinctive shirt and cropped jeans unmistakably revealed his identity. Realizing her seeker was out, Pei Pei panicked and swiftly conjured a water gun aimed at Gan Guyu. Fortunately, in her fury, she retained enough composure to ensure her attack would only inflict minor harm. However, Gan Guyu was taken aback. "You can't be serious." As the water gun shot forth, it was intercepted by a watery barrier. Gan Guyu's first-tier water magic, Water Shield. Once his heart settled, Gan Guyu hastily called for a truce, but Pei Pei was relentless. Unleashing a barrage of water guns towards a shield that is a second-tier water mage, Pei Pei could only cast Water Gun and Water Shield. The two spells were quite practical in their offense and defense. Yet her current method of attack was becoming rather one-dimensional. Gan Guyu, having only learned these two spells from Pei Pei, decided not to engage her directly and simply focused on maintaining the Water Shield. He recognized that Pei Pei was merely venting her frustration while trying to mask her embarrassment. Before long, Pei Pei's onslaught ceased. Gan Guyu looked over to find her slumped on the ground, panting heavily, a clear sign of magical exhaustion. Seeing Gan Guyu nonchalantly pocketing the bamboo tube before her, Pei Pei seethed. "That is mine. Give it back. Who claims it belongs to you? If you call its name, will it respond?" Gan Guyu retorted playfully, "By the way, who does the bamboo truly belong to? You haven't forgotten, have you?" Pei Pei was immediately at a loss for words. The bamboo was cultivated by Gan Guyu, and thus, by strict definition, the tube belonged to him as well. Yet, something felt amiss as she pondered her response. Gan Guyu approached her with a sincere expression. "It's beautifully carved. I quite like it. How about you give it to me?" Caught off guard by his earnest request, Pei Pei struggled to formulate a response. After a long pause, she finally huffed. "Well, I suppose I could part with it, thank you." Gan Guyu seized the opportunity before she could reconsider, striding away with an enthusiastic shout. "Let us get to work." This guy Pei Pei watched Gan Guyu's retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. In another hollow of the forest, "Are you saying they're building a house?" Hiss, looking astonished. "What is Gan Guyu up to, constructing a house? Is he planning to move?" "Yes. I've been observing for 2 days, and the basic outline of his house is already taking shape," replied Anmi, one of his tall companions, as she reported back to her leader. "I confirmed this with Lin Lin." Hiss fell silent for a moment, deep in thought before asking, "Have you discerned anything unusual about the peculiar plant he is using? Other than knowing it's called bamboo." "I know nothing else. However, it seems they're treating it like timber," Ami responded hesitantly. The two fell into another silence. After a moment, Ami added, "Sister Hiss, that obnoxious man is constructing a new dwelling, which means he is voluntarily moving away from the sacred tree. Isn't that one of our goals? If he is so considerate, we could enjoy some leisure ourselves. Why not?" While that is true, Hiss furrowed her brow. Speaking slowly, "I can't shake the feeling that there is a scheme at play." "Indeed, you're right. That guy is definitely up to no good," Ami agreed indignantly. During this period, Hiss and her companions had not been having an easy time. Since the grapevine grafting incident, the Elder of the Order had not issued any new directives, making it seem as though Gan Guyu had vanished from existence. Yet in reality, Gan Guyu was a constant source of annoyance for them. Of course, this was a predicament of their own making. Ever since Gan Guyu began conducting impromptu lectures on agricultural knowledge, he had garnered a significant following among the maidens of the forest, even catching the attention of the high priestess. Now, every field of wheat was employing the planting techniques Gan Guyu had taught, resulting in neatly arranged rows that were not only pleasing to the eye, but also boasted increased yields. Initially, Hiss harbored a certain disdain towards the changes in wheat cultivation methods proposed by others. Yet the subsequent yield data rendered her speechless. Previously, Hiss's wheat production was among the best in the natural forest, but now she found herself overshadowed, with even some of her tribesmen, who had once struggled with their yields, surpassing her. This unsettling shift made her increasingly restless. In the desolate and barren lands, the quantity of grain produced directly dictated one's status, a universally acknowledged principle. Hiss had been able to act with arrogance in the natural forest, not only because she was summoned as a direct descendant by the Elder of Discipline, but also due to her consistently high wheat yields, which reinforced her standing, while there had been others with superior yields. They were unfortunately an unappreciated water mage, whose status remained unaffected and who suffered under the oppression of her peers. But now, a grave crisis loomed. His could distinctly perceive the dwindling awe that others once held for her, slowly dissipating into nothingness. Although His disapproved of Gan Guyu, the principle of rational and dense planting had become a revered standard following numerous experiments conducted by many. Eventually, His and her companions had no choice but to abandon their haphazard method of sowing wheat like weeds, opting instead for orderly rows with proper spacing. However, this forced alteration was far from a delightful experience, and His's animosity towards Gan Guyu only intensified. What further exacerbated their frustration was the realization that in rationally dense planting, the seeds could not simply be scattered on the surface of the soil. They needed to be buried around 5 centimeters deep, a point Gan Guyu had previously emphasized. Yet for the nature mages, achieving this was not as effortless as it was for earth mages. It necessitated manual tilling of the land. Fortunately, Gan Guyu had prepared several communal artifacts in the form of hoes to alleviate the burden of cultivation for everyone. However, with His's pride, she was unwilling to accept such assistance from Gan Guyu. Her subordinates, Lulu and Anmi, witnessing their leader's steadfastness, naturally aligned themselves with her. Initially, the trio continued to sow seeds, but inevitably, their wheat succumbed to lodging, leaving them on the brink of total loss. Consequently, they resorted to rudimentary tools such as branches for tilling the land, often finishing a couple of plots only to be left sore and blistered. Well, no matter how arduous the labor, they had finally managed to plant the wheat, which provided a slight comfort to His and her companions. His had some acquaintances across the continent, and she later contacted a spatial mage, commissioning him to craft a diamond hoe for her, which finally resolved this issue. Upon hearing this news, Gan Guyu merely shrugged and remarked, "Wealth allows for whims," before leaving the matter at that. Yet, the situation was far from over, as at that moment, a sweet potato variety emerged, sweeping across the natural forest and the entire continent under the promotion of the High Priestess. Many grass-skirted beauties obtained sweet potato vines or seedlings from Gan Guyu, while others improved the soil quality in their fields. However, none of this came to His and her companions. It was not that they could not obtain it, but rather that they stubbornly refrained from asking. Soon after, Gan Guyu successfully grafted grapes, landing another heavy blow on His, though the instigator remained blissfully unaware. Following this, the elder of discipline fell silent, leaving His and her companions in a state of confusion until they recently discovered Gan Guyu beginning to construct a bamboo house. As His snapped back to reality from her reverie, she noticed Anmi wearing a cautious expression, for His's demeanor had evidently darkened, clearly recalling some unpleasant memories. His cleared her throat and advised Anmi, "Regardless, we must closely monitor what he intends to do. There may be underlying issues we are unaware of that I understand." Anmi nodded quickly before turning to leave. Chapter 40. Mission accomplished unbeknownst to Gan Guyu. His was still preoccupied with plotting against him while he was wholly focused on constructing the bamboo house alongside Pepe. However, even if he were aware, he would merely chuckle, as it would not affect him in the least. After several days of labor, Gan Guyu finally completed the main structure of the bamboo house. The house was elevated to prevent moisture, oriented north-south, with a 3-tiered staircase at the entrance. The roof was constructed with staggered, double-layered bamboo strips, interlaced with 2 layers of waterproof plastic sheeting, and topped off with bundles of straw. Inside, the house featured a single room and a hall, but a loft was also created in the ceiling for future needs. Gan Guyu designated the kitchen to the backyard under the eaves, with a stove fashioned from rocks. Similar to traditional rural wood-burning stoves that in the desolate lands, numerous methods for igniting fire existed, ranging from primitive to advanced. Ordinary folk struggled to secure enough food, resorting to burning wood, which was not abundantly available due to the barren nature of the land. Even the hardiest of kindling was not easy to come by. Those slightly better off resorted to using relatively inexpensive low-tier fire element crystals for heating. The most straightforward solution came from fire mages, who could control fire elements with their innate magical abilities. Of course, unless for personal preference, noble fire mages would not take on the role of cooks. They typically only offered sparks when camping outdoors. As the construction progressed, both Gan Guyu and Pepe became increasingly adept at building the bamboo house, with the frequency of mistakes requiring rework diminishing. However, their pace began to slow as the later stages of the project involved more intricate details that demanded greater time for refinement. Indeed, it was a meticulous process. Just as Gan Guyu was racking his brain over the details of doors and windows, Pei Pei took a diamond carving knife and diligently began to etch designs of flowers, birds, insects, and fish around the house. Some patterns harmonized well with the bamboo house, while others appeared rather peculiar. Why does my figure always seem to be depicted in a state of being splattered? My face is my livelihood. Furthermore, there is no height disparity between us, is there? If anything, you are slightly shorter, so why portray yourself as towering over me by half a head? That is exceedingly irresponsible. Pei Pei, of course, paid no heed to Gan Guyu's grievances and continued her artistic endeavors with a smirk. Aside from teasing Gan Guyu about his height, her other carvings were impeccable, deserving of the highest praise for their vividness and lifelike quality. Upon inquiring, Gan Guyu learned that this was indeed one of Pei Pei's talents. As a child, her artistic abilities had already begun to manifest. However, after she was caught secretly carving on the trunk of the sacred tree, the elder of discipline had nearly lost his temper and almost expelled her from the natural forest. Fortunately, the image she had carved depicted the mother goddess of nature, and with the high priestess intervening, the incident was ultimately dismissed on the grounds of Pei Pei's youthful naivety, serving as a minor reprimand. Nevertheless, her artistic skills garnered unanimous acclaim from the community. After Gan Guyu completed his busy work, he chanced upon Pei Pei finishing her carving of the mother goddess of nature in the center of the living room's wall. He instinctively gazed at it, noticing its remarkable spirit and vitality. Yet, an inexplicable familiarity surged within him, prompting him to furrow his brow. Strange, I can't have truly seen this mother goddess before, can I? Don't you often listen to divine oracles? Have you never encountered the visage of the mother goddess? Pei Pei curiously retorted upon hearing Gan Guyu's murmurs. Gan Guyu was momentarily speechless. Did this girl genuinely believe divine oracles were as common as cabbages? Frankly, he was uncertain whether deities like the mother goddess even existed. Perhaps there were, but they were merely immensely powerful mages beyond comprehension. Gan Guyu refrained from answering Pei Pei's question, instead diverting the conversation with a chuckle. You are quite peculiar, being a water mage. You do not worship the sea god, yet you follow the crowd in venerating the mother goddess. This is the natural forest. Can I possibly hold another stance? Pei Pei shot Gan Guyu a glare. Besides, I am a member of the natural forest. It is perfectly normal for me to honor the mother goddess. Gan Guyu smiled and chose not to pursue the topic further. Although being a water mage was not a disgraceful identity, it did subject Pei Pei to some criticism, which remained a minor source of discomfort for her. Thus, the two continued to banter and refine the details of the bamboo house. Completing the project 2 days later, the windows were designed in abundance, with a Chinese-style lattice, and the window panes replaced with plastic sheeting, allowing for exceptional light penetration. The edges of the windows and doors were finished with bamboo strips, lending an aesthetic and exquisite appearance. The most striking aspect remained Pei Pei's artistic creations. Had they not contained self-deprecating elements, they would have been flawless, Gan Guyu thought with a wry smile. The only remaining task was to furnish the interior. Compared to constructing the bamboo house, weaving bamboo utensils was a far more familiar endeavor for Gan Guyu. As he had often played with bamboo strips during his childhood, he transformed each bamboo stalk into stools, plates, and storage racks. Pei Pei, filled with curiosity, did not forget to apply her newfound knowledge, successfully crafting larger furniture such as bamboo beds, tables, chairs, and cabinets. This left Gan Guyu in awe, pondering who the true inhabitant of Earth was. Naturally, all the furniture bore the mark of Pei Pei's craftsmanship. Gan Guyu gazed at the symmetrical floral patterns adorning the cabinet door, nodding in approval at Pei Pei. However, the girl's next remark left Gan Guyu both exasperated and amused. I deliberately made this cabinet a tad shorter, so you won't have trouble reaching the items at the top. The contents of the room were nearly arranged to perfection, and any additional necessities could be acquired as they came to mind. Gan Guyu relished this gradual process of enriching her home. Yet, her endeavors were far from over. She ventured outdoors, using the leftover bamboo poles to construct a simple fence and create a modest little gate. This was the essence she sought. Within the enclosed courtyard, she had not forgotten to erect a support structure and plant a grapevine. Beneath the trellis, Gan Guyu arranged a pair of bamboo chairs and a small tea table, and sitting there for a brief respite, she truly felt a sense of serenity akin to gazing upon the southern mountains. Finally, with a decisive clap of her thigh, she cleared 2 small patches for vegetable beds and planted some unfamiliar flora that Pei Pei had yet to encounter. "What delectable treasures are these?" Pei Pei inquired, licking her lips. "Hee, these are all precious gems," Gan Guyu replied with a mysterious smile. "When we feast in the future, these will be absolutely indispensable." Turning back to admire her new abode, Gan Guyu exuberantly patted Pei Pei on the shoulder, proclaiming, "Mission accomplished." Continuing to seek recommendations and collections, it has been nearly a month since the farmer's upload, and today Xiao Jiang stumbled upon the farmer still holding a place on the new book rankings. Although it is not a significant list and the results are far behind those of the greats, it serves as a substantial encouragement for me. Thank you all for your support. I express my gratitude here. Chapter 41. The pork butchering prodigy in the newly constructed courtyard. Beneath the bountiful grapevine, Gan Guyu and Pei Pei reclined comfortably in their chairs, a platter of plump, juicy grapes resting on the small table between them. These grapes had been freshly harvested from Gan Guyu's own vine, and their flavor continued to captivate Pei Pei. "This is what life is all about, so indulgent," Gan Guyu exclaimed, squinting her eyes as she spat out a grape seed. Over the past few days, the two had hardly done anything, focusing solely on alleviating the fatigue brought on by their recent construction of the bamboo house, and they finally felt rejuvenated. Pei Pei nodded in agreement, though her mouth was too busy to engage in conversation. Once she swallowed her grape, she continued, "We've rested for several days now, and your grapes have ripened. May I invite Lin Lin and the others to visit?" "By all means. Let them all come. Having moved into a new home, it's only fitting to host some guests and revel in the festivities," Gan Guyu replied, nodding slowly. However, she then added, "Just be mindful. I plan to bring out those remaining Tianqing sparrows tonight." At this point, Gan Guyu fell silent, merely casting a glance at Pei Pei that unmistakably conveyed 3 words. "You know." Pei Pei, of course, understood all too well, her eyes glimmering with excitement, nearly drooling at the prospect. She realized that Gan Guyu's caution referred to selecting which friends to invite while also being wary of prying eyes. Pei Pei sprang up from her bamboo chair, exclaiming, "Understood." She grabbed a bunch of grapes from the table, ready to rush back to the holy tree to rally her friends. Meanwhile, Gan Guyu remained reclined in her chair, closing her eyes to savor the leisurely afternoon. Just then, however, a mournful sound emanated from the direction of the holy tree. Piercing through the air, upon hearing this, Pei Pei's expression changed drastically. "Oh no, a magical beast is attacking. We must hurry to help." "A magical beast attack?" Gan Guyu leapt to her feet. "Is it from the holy tree?" "To be precise, it is from the wheat fields. The magical beasts are likely after our food," Pei Pei explained to Gan Guyu, but then a thought struck her, and her face turned even graver. "If I recall correctly, your sweet potato field is closest to the edge of the natural forest, so the magical beasts will likely reach there first." Gan Guyu let out a curse and dashed toward his sweet potato field. However, he had barely taken a few steps before Pei Pei called out to him, "Wait, what are we waiting for?" Gan Guyu replied, his tone urgent. Pei Pei weakly pointed to the grapevine. "I think you should learn from my lesson and harvest these grapes first." Without a word, Gan Guyu rushed back. The two raced down the mountain, and before they even reached the wheat fields, they spotted the magical beast that a group of grass-skirted beauties was engaged in battle with them. The black-toothed pigs, a common low-tier magical beast on the continent, were not particularly large. Once mature, they resembled the size of a piglet on Earth. Their attack power was not formidable, often roaming in packs in search of food. Upon observing the scene, Pei Pei deduced, "It appears to be a herd of black-toothed pigs. We can handle this." However, she refrained from voicing her unspoken thought that if the pigs had made it this far, Gan Guyu's sweet potato field was likely in dire jeopardy. Gan Guyu was no fool. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, he too reached a grim conclusion, his expression darkening considerably. What Pei Pei deemed manageable, Gan Guyu perceived as quite arduous. Aside from him and Pei Pei, All others in the natural forest were nature element mages, that if the black-toothed pigs had weak attack power, the natural mage's offensive capability could almost be described as non-existent. Among the nature magic Gan Guyu was aware of, the only one with lethal potential was a high-tier spell known as Life Drain, which was a daunting 8th-tier magic. This meant that nature mages below the 8th tier lacked even the ability to directly kill a mouse with their spells. Nevertheless, this did not imply that nature mages were utterly helpless against the black-toothed pigs. The 2nd-tier nature magic, Vines Entwining, was a pure control spell that summoned magical vines from the ground to ensnare the enemy. While this spell was not inherently lethal, once the nature mages ensnared the black-toothed pigs with Vines Entwining, they could either use offensive spell scrolls or approach with blades to finish the job. Additionally, the effectiveness of Vines Entwining was influenced by the caster's strength that a 2nd-tier nature mage might only be able to entrap an enemy, while a high-tier mage or one skilled in spellcasting could potentially tighten the vine's grip enough to snap the opponent's neck. Gan Guyu could faintly see the high priest and elders efficiently dealing with the herd of black-toothed pigs not far away. However, at that moment, Gan Guyu and Pei Pei were experiencing a different spectacle. Pei Pei first conjured a water shield for protection and then began chanting the water gun spell, specifically targeting the black-toothed pigs that had been ensnared by the vines yet continued to struggle. The grass-skirted beauties, seeing Pei Pei's arrival, synchronously coordinated their attacks with her, ensnaring one black-toothed pig after another to serve as targets. Having just indulged in a bounty of grapes, Pei Pei was brimming with magical energy, unleashing water gun spells as if they were free, achieving tremendous results in a short span. S for Gan Guyu. While he was a tri-element mage, he regrettably had yet to learn any earth magic. Possessing only 4 spells, Perception, Vines Entwining, Water Shield, and Water Gun. In the current situation, the 1st-tier nature magic Perception was utterly useless. The black-toothed pigs rampaging for food had not concealed themselves. Moreover, if they managed to evade the Vines Entwining, they would inevitably launch attacks on the grass-skirted beauties, many of whom were already sustaining injuries. Observers began to gaze at Gan Guyu in astonishment. Having only 3 applicable spells mattered little to him, as they felt somewhat superfluous that he employed just one spell, the 2nd-tier water gun, and with a crucial prefix, instant cast. His eyes glinted ominously as he silently proceeded toward the direction of his sweet potato field. Yet along his path, every black-toothed pig, whether charging at him, fleeing, ignoring him to feast, or engaged in battles with others, was suddenly pierced by a water gun and fell lifelessly. How powerful! How terrifying! This chilling display caused the women of the natural forest to shudder. Just then, Pei Pei's astonished voice rang out, nearly causing Gan Guyu to trip and fail his act. The atmosphere shifted from tense to stifling, erupting into uncontrollable laughter. Wow, Mother Nature above, is this the legendary pork butchering prodigy? Chapter 42. The costly consequence due to the lack of effective offensive means. The battle between the inhabitants of the natural forest and the herd of black-toothed pigs dragged on for quite some time. Ultimately, the pigs managed to escape, leaving behind some carcasses, marking a Pyrrhic victory for the natural forest. Indeed, a Pyrrhic victory. This was not due to the casualties among the nature mages. On the contrary, while some nature mages sustained injuries, those of the 4th tier and above could cast healing spells. Following the melodic chants, a bright green light enveloped the injured, rapidly healing their wounds. The term Pyrrhic victory here referred to the situation in the farmlands in the fields of the multitude. The wheat seedlings lay scattered haphazardly, many reduced to mere stumps, with the tender green shoots devoured entirely. Among them, a lady in a grass skirt found herself in an especially lamentable predicament, having just employed her skills to nurture her wheat field. She was joyfully harvesting with her scythe when she was taken by surprise by a horde of black-toothed pigs, who ravaged her crops, leaving her utterly bereft of tears to shed. However, this time, the fields bore witness to a new spectacle, with the soil itself turned into a chaotic mess. Such a phenomenon had never occurred during previous beastly incursions, yet the reason became apparent to all almost immediately. The sweet potatoes haphazardly sown along the edges of their fields had been thoroughly consumed, and even the underground tubers, not yet fully grown, were unearthed. The vast expanse of farmland lay in disarray. The high priestess was leading a group of individuals to survey the situation, while the elder of the code was berating several grass-skirted maidens nearby, her voice filled with indignation. How could you let it come to this during your watch? Only now do you raise the alarm when the black-toothed pigs have already penetrated so deeply. Just look at the devastation wrought upon our fields. Elder, we truly did not slack off, one woman implored anxiously. When we first spotted the black-toothed pigs, they were still quite distant, and we sounded the alarm immediately. But they quickly swarmed us, and we could not hold them back. Swarmed. Do you think this is my first encounter with a herd of black-toothed pigs? The elder's anger was palpable, her nostrils flaring. These creatures possess low intelligence. Every time they arrive, they do so in a disorganized fashion that if you had truly spotted them in time, it would not have been a herd, but merely a few stragglers. Had you raised the alarm then, we would have faced them with much greater ease. You plainly shirked your duties and failed to notice the black-toothed pigs in a timely manner. That is not true, another grass-skirted maiden interjected urgently. We were all together, and by the time the black-toothed pigs came into view, they were already in a large group, and we were all taken aback. The others nodded in agreement, causing the elder to pause momentarily before responding with a cold smirk. Ah, so you all conspire to absolve yourselves of blame, hoping to escape punishment? Not a chance, hiss. Take these maidens away. They will face the elder's judgment later. Yes, elder of the code. Hiss replied respectfully, then cast a contemptuous glance at the grass-skirted maidens. So, will you leave on your own, or shall I escort you? We are innocent, one girl exclaimed defiantly. Hiss remained silent, her cold smile unwavering, while Lulu and Anmi stepped forward, effectively encircling the grass-skirted maidens. The one who had previously protested was about to voice another argument when her companions restrained her. Just as the atmosphere grew tense and the group prepared to concede, a voice suddenly cried out, "Wait!" Everyone turned to see Pepe, momentarily taken aback. Hiss was the first to react, sneering. I wondered who had the audacity to defy the elder of the code. Are you here to speak on their behalf? I warn you, do not let a few slain black-toothed pigs make you forget your place. The grass-skirted girls did not wish to involve Pepe and quickly urged, Pepe, don't get involved. It's just a matter of accepting the punishment. Nothing serious. As they spoke, they prepared to follow Hiss away. This time, the formation of the black-toothed pig herd was unusual. If anyone is to be blamed, it is Hiss. Pepe exclaimed urgently as the others were about to abandon their argument. Instantly, the atmosphere fell silent, and eyes began to shift between Pepe and Hiss. Hiss, momentarily startled by the accusation, turned back to Pepe, her smirk returning. Little girl, you must not speak so recklessly. It is clear that the negligence of today's watch led to the delayed warning. How could that possibly involve me? When the black-toothed pigs reached the wheat fields, they were indeed already in a large group, making the alarm too late. Pepe retorted, her heart racing yet striving to maintain composure. And it is precisely Hiss who is responsible for this outcome. The tension lingered, with even the elder of the code merely observing Pepe with a cold gaze, silent. Hiss, rather than becoming enraged, laughed derisively. It seems some have become too comfortable in their lives, forgetting the pain of past wounds. You think this is a game? Which of your eyes saw the black-toothed pigs charging directly into the wheat fields? If I recall correctly, you were the last to arrive. I warn you, reckless words have consequences. Elder of the code, you must take charge. Rest assured, if anyone dares to slander another, I shall not let them off lightly. The elder of the code replied, casting a sharp glance at Pepe before snorting with disdain. Pepe! The grass-skirted maidens looked at her with urgent concern, shaking their heads as if to signal her to remain silent. They all knew of the tension between Pepe and the elder. Why would she willingly place herself in harm's way? It's fine, Pepe replied unexpectedly, smiling slightly. If I am wrongfully accused of negligence leading to such great loss, then the punishment shall be severe. You should worry about yourself first. Hiss sneered. To think you would dare to place blame on me. I truly wonder what you are thinking, that if you cannot substantiate your claims today, not only will they face punishment, but you shall not escape unscathed either. If I dare to say such a thing, Rest assured I have my reasons. Pepe huffed lightly, her demeanor confident. Come, everyone, follow me. The truth of this matter will soon be revealed. With that, Pepe boldly strode toward the entrance of the forest of nature. Hiss scrutinized Pepe's expression for a moment, noting only her confidence, which piqued her curiosity. The elder of the code instinctively turned her gaze toward Hiss, who quickly approached her side and whispered, I am unsure of her intentions or where her confidence stems from. What does this have to do with me? After a moment of silence, the elder replied, Let us follow her and see that if we have nothing to hide, there is no need for trepidation, that I wish to see what this impudent girl is up to. In this unusual situation, the elder of the code ought to have felt pleased. She trusted Hiss and was certain that her group could not possibly be the instigators of the beastly assault. Thus, Pepe's previous statements were mere slanders. If she could solidify this point, it would provide a perfect opportunity to deliver a harsh lesson to Pepe. Yet, a sense of unease lingered within her. Pepe was no fool. On the contrary, she was quite clever, having navigated the treacherous waters with Hiss and her cohorts over the years without ever giving them much leverage against her. Now, her sudden, confident defense of others seemed far from baseless. What lay at the heart of this matter? The elder pondered silently. Meanwhile, Pepe, unperturbed and undaunted, continued to follow her own course, her eyes set firmly ahead. The others exchanged glances between Pepe and Hiss, both appearing assured in their respective positions, leaving the onlookers perplexed. Was Pepe mistaken in her accusations against Hiss, or did Hiss truly possess such remarkable composure? Linlin edged closer to Pepe, whispering, What is going on? You are driving me crazy. I am merely speaking up for the sisters. They have done no wrong. Pepe replied softly. How can you be so sure it isn't their fault? Linlin pressed urgently. Others may not know, but I do. Hiss just said you were undeniably the last to arrive and did not witness the initial situation. Some things do not require first-hand observation. One can deduce the truth through reasoning. Pepe teased, sticking out her tongue playfully. That's not my sentiment. It was just something that fellow mentioned earlier. That fellow. Linlin paused, quickly realizing who Pepe referred to, and exclaimed, Wait, what about Xiao Guyu? He has been missing since just now. There he is. Pepe pointed ahead. Linlin looked up to see a man clad in a red and blue checkered shirt and cropped jeans busily tending to something at the edge of a sweet potato field. From their distance, it was difficult to discern clearly. You don't mean to lead us to Xiao Guyu's field, do you? Linlin turned to Pepe, who had seemed intent on guiding them to the entrance of the forest of nature to unveil some evidence. It was not only Linlin's assumption. Most of those following Pepe shared the same expectation. They had all overlooked one detail. Xiao Guyu's field was conveniently located near the edge of the forest of nature. Linlin's comment had not been whispered low enough, and several of the group paused, their expressions shifting to one of understanding as they glanced at Hiss with newfound intrigue. Others, however, remained oblivious to any deeper meaning in Linlin's words, assuming it was simply casual chatter between her and Pepe, Hiss included. Meanwhile, the elder of the code remained lost in her thoughts, entirely unaware of the exchange between Pepe and Linlin that in no time. A group of individuals had arrived at the edge of Gan Guyu's sweet potato field, and upon discerning the nature of his activities, their expressions transformed into a spectacle of intrigue. The state of Gan Guyu's sweet potato field was nothing short of chaos. The fertile soil lay scattered around, devoid of a single green leaf. Only occasionally could one glimpse a few segments of sweet potato vines that had escaped the ravenous jaws of the black-toothed pigs. Amidst the disarray of the uprooted earth, there remained several partially gnawed sweet potatoes, their bite marks distinctly fresh and vivid. Yet this scene could hardly be deemed surprising. What truly rendered the onlookers' expressions peculiar were the magical vines summoned by second-tier natural magic that surrounded them. Without exception, each of these vines bore a black-toothed pig. These pigs were still alive, their short legs ensnared by the vines, emitting pitiful whimpers. Upon closer inspection, the observers noticed that the pig's signature sharp black teeth had all been forcefully removed. With blood frothing from their mouths at that moment, Gan Guyu was seated atop one particularly large black-toothed pig. This pig, larger than the rest, was a rare third-tier magical beast, a standout among its kind. Unfortunately, It was tightly bound by a tangle of magical vines, revealing only its sizable head, half of its rear, and a small tail. Meanwhile, Gan Guyu made no idle gestures. Barefoot, he wielded a pair of army green flip-flops. With a fierce demeanor, he struck the sole against the pig's face and muttered, "That'll teach you to steal." With a resounding thwack, the magical vines constricting the pig's stout legs flared up and twisted, launching the black-toothed pigs into the air before they crashed back to the ground, their faces hitting the earth first, eliciting sympathetic winces from the onlooking women. But that was not the end. Gan Guyu raised his other flip-flop and with a sharp slap struck the pig's rear, exclaiming, "I'll teach you not to pilfer." The surrounding vines lifted again, twisting once more, thud. Another round of sympathetic grimaces spread across the faces of the crowd at that moment. A perceptive individual seemed to uncover something, picking up an object from the ground. Upon closer inspection, they realized, to their shock, that it was a broken black tusk. Lin, feeling a chill run down her spine, gazed at Gan Guyu and muttered, "Could it be that these black-toothed pigs lost their tusks in such a manner?" A collective gasp echoed through the crowd as they experienced a sudden pang of discomfort in their own mouths. "Hey you!" Pei approached Gan Guyu, though she inadvertently appeared somewhat cautious. "Oh, everyone s here." Gan Guyu turned to acknowledge them with a nod, only to strike the pig's face once more with his flip-flop. This was followed by another thud that caused the ground to tremble slightly. "What on earth are you doing?" Pei remarked, suddenly feeling a twinge of sympathy for the black-toothed pigs, whispering, "You've only ruined a field." "Is this such a grave offense?" Gan Guyu had no intention of halting his actions, cursing under his breath as he delivered another blow to the pig's rear, then turned to Pei and said, "What is the matter? These magical beasts are neither protected animals nor household pets. Nobody will come to their defense for a bit of rough treatment, and if I don't strike, it's a wasted opportunity." All right, you've been at it for quite some time. Why not take a break?" Pei hastily suggested, "Everyone's here now. Shall we discuss the matter at hand?" Upon hearing this, Gan Guyu struck the pig's face with a flurry of blows, then huffed, stood up from the pig's back while slipping on his flip-flops, and clapped his hands, asking, "Let us get to it. What could possibly be more urgent than teaching this bunch of foolish pigs a lesson?" Unexpectedly, the elder in charge of the regulations stepped forward, taking the initiative to confront him. "So it's you, Gan Guyu. It turns out this black-toothed pig attack was orchestrated by you. What punishment do you deserve?" Chapter 44. A difficult position at the elder's words. Silence fell over the crowd, their mouths agape in astonishment as they exchanged bewildered glances. Gan Guyu, equally perplexed, turned to Pei and asked, "What does this mean?" Pei, just returning from her shock, had yet to respond when the elder continued with a mocking tone, "I've heard you're quite skilled at farming, and have thus grown arrogant, looking down on everyone. Who granted you permission to cultivate new land here? Do you not realize that because of your field, we have lost our ability to predict the movements of the black-toothed pigs?" What followed was a fervent and animated tirade from the elder, who was practically spitting with indignation. After listening for some time, Gan Guyu finally grasped the meaning behind the elder's words, but found himself at a loss for how to respond. Glancing at Pei and then at Shi, blinking in confusion. Previously, Gan Guyu had vehemently criticized the security forces of the natural forest, but Pei had immediately sensed that this particular beast attack was unlike any that had come before. Ever since the natural forest had collaborated with the Cipralo's Mage Academy to repel several large-scale assaults from magical beasts, the creatures had learned that the natural forest was a formidable stronghold and had ceased their frequent incursions. Consequently, any subsequent appearances of famished magical beasts were either a few strays or low-tier beasts like the black-toothed pigs, which were not only lacking in intelligence, but also woefully inadequate in strength. Completely oblivious to the nature of the natural forest, when low-tier magical beasts banded together to forage, they followed a fixed pattern. Initially, they would disperse in search of food, only notifying the entire group to gather once a food source was found. The natural forest had not faced disturbances from high-tier magical beasts for many years, so the daily security measures merely needed to be stationed at the edges of the fields that if any scouts from magical beasts appeared, an immediate alert would suffice. And if a sudden attack from high-tier magical beasts did occur, the outcome would likely remain unchanged regardless of the security's location. Through inquiries, Pei quickly uncovered the truth. When the black-toothed pigs reached the fields, they had already arrived in a sizable group. After hearing Pei's explanation, Gan Guyu immediately recognized the crux of the matter. It was indeed his solitary sweet potato field. It was clear that the black-toothed pigs had discovered food there and begun to congregate, entirely disregarding the presence of the rotating group of women stationed in the other fields. This oversight had led to the unexpected and successful raid by the black-toothed pigs. Realizing the sequence of events, Gan Guyu was filled with rage, charging towards a sweet potato field with the resolve to slay a pig with every 10 steps. Meanwhile, Pei attributed the blame to Xisi, who had assigned the field to Gan Guyu, and was intent on seeking justice from the high priest after the battle when she witnessed the elder berating the women on duty that day. As the elder continued her relentless questioning, those who had previously grasped the situation were now left dumbfounded. Those who had not yet realized the key point now wore expressions of enlightenment, only to descend into profound confusion afterward. That wasn't this field assigned to Gan Guyu by Xisi as a means to trouble him. Did the elder and Xisi truly intend to deny this fact and frame Gan Guyu instead? All eyes turned toward Xisi, only to find her complexion paling further as the elder's accusations grew increasingly fervent. Everyone, including Gan Guyu, was taken aback, then quickly glanced at the elder. It dawned on them that she had been unaware that this field was assigned to Gan Guyu by Xisi. Lu, standing behind Xisi, awkwardly approached the elder, gently tugging at her. However, the elder was engrossed in her impassioned speech, oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere surrounding her. Finally, seizing a moment when the elder paused for breath, Gan Guyu kindly interjected, "Esteemed elder, do you understand why this field is here?" Upon hearing this, the elder turned to Gan Guyu, finally noticing the mischievous glint on his face. She scanned the surroundings and saw the strange expressions on everyone's faces. Her peripheral vision caught Pei, causing a jolt of realization within her, and she abruptly turned back to Xisi, noting her ashen complexion, along with the awkward expressions of Lu and Me behind her. The elder was no fool. She quickly pieced it together. In her earlier fervor, she had mistakenly thought she had caught Gan Guyu in a trap, only to realize she had set herself up for embarrassment instead. Xisi was quite the rascal, creating such a situation without even a word of warning, leaving her utterly humiliated. Had Xisi's trio known what was on the elder's mind, they might have truly burst into tears. To assign Gan Guyu a plot of land filled with stones and gold mines just to vex him, was it truly worth her time to seek accolades for such trivial matters? Even just moments ago, Lu had nearly torn off the elder's grass skirt. Yet she had chosen to ignore it. If there was any fault to be found, it lay in the oversight of the magical beast attack. This had stemmed from a lapse in experience. Over the years, the natural forest had never allowed those low-tier beasts to succeed through their vigilant protection of the fields. Xisi, eager to find Gan Guyu a plot of land far from everyone else and of poor quality, had inadvertently overlooked this detail. However, it seemed that, as Pei had suggested earlier, Xisi was indeed the mastermind behind the black-toothed pig's successful raid. The elder had effectively shot herself in the foot, her expression darkening as she fell silent, her mind racing with calculations. Why was it that whenever matters involving Gan Guyu arose, she lost her composure? Had she known that this plot of land belonged to Gan Guyu? Or had she asked a simple question upon her arrival? The situation would undoubtedly have played out differently. She would undoubtedly use a momentary lapse as an excuse to absolve Xisi, casually shifting topics to gloss over the matter. It would not be out of the question for her to offer a certain price to Gan Guyu to silence him. But now, she had already unleashed a torrent of accusations against Gan Guyu, only to realize that the true culprit was someone else entirely. Her trusted confidant, that it was impossible to simply blame another and expect her stance to remain unchanged, that if we were to speak of a momentary oversight. Gan Guyu, as a newcomer, had even more reason to err than Xisi. Having not spared Gan Guyu, using this as a justification to shield her favored one would be utterly unbecoming. After all, she was the elder of discipline, caught in a dilemma. This was the state of the elder of discipline at that moment. She fell silent. A palpable hush descended upon the crowd. Xisi, accustomed to her haughty demeanor over the years, was no longer the center of attention. Many present were keenly awaiting the outcome of this farce. Pei finally had her moment of vindication before the elder of discipline and Xisi. suppressing her delight while licking her lips. Gan Guyu truly was a nemesis to the Elder of Discipline and her cohorts. Wait, where had he gone? Only then did she realize Gan Guyu was no longer by her side. As she prepared to look around, when she heard his muttering behind her. I told you not to squander my provisions. Bang! The ground quivered. Chapter 45. The disposal. Though the black-toothed boar was not particularly formidable, it was still a magical beast, and it would take more than a few tumbles to kill it. Whether it would suffer a fate worse than death, however, remained to be seen. Most of the onlookers had suffered varying degrees of damage to their crops. And while they instinctively felt pain at Gan Guyu's chastisement of the black-toothed boars, they could not help but feel a secret satisfaction. Yet the Elder of Discipline and Shisi were far from pleased, feeling a sense of trepidation instead. How could a mere second-tier mage single-handedly deal with so many black-toothed boars? At that moment, they found themselves at a loss, unsure whether to leave or stay. Pepe noticed their awkwardness but did not miss the opportunity to pour salt into the wound. It seems, Elder of Discipline, that you too acknowledge that the allocation of this land to Gan Guyu was somewhat inappropriate. Yes, I am quite curious, Shisi. Why was it that you insisted on assigning this area to him in the first place? Why, you little brat, you know perfectly well. When had Shisi ever endured such humiliation? Especially at the hands of Pepe. She was on the verge of exploding, only to be restrained by Lulu and Anmi just in time. That it was one thing to bully Pepe on a normal day, but the current situation was rather sensitive. They could not act recklessly. Oh, this land was allocated by you, Shisi? The Elder of Discipline pondered for a long time, unable to think of another way out, and could only brace herself to ask. Upon hearing the Elder's tone, Shisi realized she was being forced to concede. Overwhelmed with despair, she took several deep breaths before finally admitting, yes, it was my oversight that allowed him to cultivate the land here. Resulting in this situation, though it was an oversight, the damage caused is irreparable. The voice of the Elder of Discipline grew increasingly somber. After a moment's hesitation, she continued, return to your quarters for reflection. You are not to leave without permission. The elders will convene to discuss your punishment. Understood. Shisi felt a wave of emptiness wash over her, her legs giving way as she nearly collapsed, only to be hastily supported by Lulu and Anmi. In my view, that seems unnecessary, came a voice just as Lulu and Anmi prepared to escort Shisi away. Everyone present recognized the voice and promptly turned to pay their respects. High Priestess. The Elder of Discipline's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. Everyone knew that the High Priestess had always been protective of Pepe, and her arrival was clearly a show of support for her. The Elder had initially planned to delay proceedings and privately consult with the other elders to administer a light reprimand to Shisi. But what did that statement, unnecessary, imply? Was the High Priestess intending to take matters into her own hands and punish Shisi right then and there? With this thought, the Elder's expression darkened further. High Priestess. In stark contrast to the Elder's demeanor, Pepe's face radiated joy as she sweetly called out. But before she could continue, the High Priestess gestured for her to remain calm. I am somewhat aware of the events that transpired, she said, smiling at the crowd without casting a glance at Shisi, instead approaching Gan Guyu at that moment. Gan Guyu had already dismounted from the back of the black-toothed boar and respectfully greeted, High Priestess. Good, such a good child, the High Priestess said, patting his shoulder before turning her gaze to the pitiful black-toothed boars and inquiring, even if they have ravaged your crops, must they endure such torment? Do you intend to eradicate them completely? A few sharp-witted maidens in grass skirts perked up at the High Priestess's words. If she was suggesting that Gan Guyu spare the black-toothed boars and grant them a swift end, it would make sense, but her final question carried an intriguing nuance. Do you intend to eradicate them completely? Was she referring to them or to the boars? Gan Guyu smiled. They are merely beasts. I leave their fate to the High Priestess. Puffed. A muffled laugh erupted from the crowd. The High Priestess cast a knowing glance at Gan Guyu, her amiable smile unchanging. In my opinion, one should spare when one can. Initially, Pepe did not catch the double entendre in their exchange, but when someone laughed aloud, she quickly grasped the implication. Struggling to contain her amusement, she stood beside Lin, silently observing how Gan Guyu would respond. To her surprise, Gan Guyu readily spread his hands and declared, No problem. I already said it's entirely up to you. Pepe immediately pouted, unable to resist muttering under her breath. This guy. When did he become so agreeable? Surely he hasn't lost his nerve? But then she reconsidered. Since it was the high priestess advocating on his behalf, she had no reason to object. Meanwhile, the high priestess merely smiled, remaining silent and still. However, I do have one condition, Gan Guyu continued, and the black-toothed boars ensnared by the magical vines were not released. With a wave of his hand, the ground around the third-tier black-toothed boar he had been seated upon began to churn. To the bewilderment of the onlookers, a handful of glossy black granules appeared in Gan Guyu's hand, which he evenly scattered across the freshly turned soil, after covering it with a thin layer of earth and watering it. Gan Guyu bent down and said, "Who will lend a hand? Let all things flourish." The high priestess looked to the elder of discipline, who in turn glanced at Shishi. Gan Guyu's intent became clear. He wished to trap the black-toothed boar within. Yet few had faith in his approach, given that the boar's tusks could easily breach even solid earth, let alone thorny plants. Shishi, naturally, held similar doubts, but Gan Guyu continually signaled her not to cease her spellcasting. Out of spite, she complied, wishing desperately for the plants to grow quickly and ensnare the elusive creature that, of course, the eventual outcome would surely disappoint Shishi, as the plants blossomed into delicate white flowers and bore clusters of red berries. All while Gan Guyu remained unscathed, signaling her to stop. Returning to the high priestess's side, Gan Guyu smiled lightly. If this beast manages to escape, I certainly won't pursue it further. With a snap of his fingers, all the magical vines withered and disappeared, allowing the battered black-toothed boars to limp away in panic, vanishing into the distance, that no one paid them any heed. All eyes, including Gan Guyu's, were drawn to the wall formed by the unfamiliar plants. Chapter 46. An unjust decision. The third-tier black-toothed boar, ensnared within the plant wall, had merely participated in a brief game of taiko with Gan Guyu, unlike those boars that played heaven and earth's dual heroes, which had been left battered and bruised. The moment its bindings were released, it charged toward the encircling plants. The plant wall quivered. Another tremor followed. Then the plant wall fell still. Accompanying the stillness was a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Indeed, the black-toothed boar was a pig, and to describe its cries vividly would not be an exaggeration. The crowd exchanged glances, instinctively moving closer to the plant wall. The wall towered over 5 feet, allowing taller individuals like Lulu and Anmi to peer over its top, while those of average height, like Gan Guyu and Pepe, found it more challenging. However, for a nature mage, discerning the situation within the wall was merely a matter of employing a sensing spell. Whispers of low chants rose and fell like a gentle tide. Even the high priest was not exempt from the custom, utilizing perception techniques to probe the circumstances within the verdant barriers of flora. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd, clearly astonished by the unfolding events inside. "I can't believe it actually works." Beside Pepe, the instigator, Gan Guyu, wore a look of sheer surprise. Evidently, this was merely an experiment for him. Not a foregone conclusion that a petite beauty huffed loudly, expressing her discontent. After all, a water mage was not versed in perception techniques. Gan Guyu smiled wryly. "Step forward, and I shall lift you up to see." "Really?" Pepe glanced at Gan Guyu, then obediently positioned herself at the edge of the plant barrier, only to find him utterly motionless. Just as she prepared to turn and question him, a tendril of magic suddenly sprouted from the ground, ensnaring her legs and swiftly hoisting her above the barrier. Caught off guard by Gan Guyu's sudden maneuver, Pepe was initially startled, but upon regaining her composure, she immediately fumed. "You insufferable Gan Guyu! Could you not have given me a heads up?" Gan Guyu shrugged. "Did I not say I would lift you to see? Are you not seeing now?" Pepe was tempted to retort that she did not want to see, yet her curiosity about the happenings beyond the barrier remained insatiable. After a brief internal struggle, she huffed softly and begrudgingly peered down at the scene within the plant enclosure. That I in the heart of it all, a black-toothed pig lay pitifully still, obediently motionless, its face and forelimbs dotted with thorns embedded deep into its flesh. The wounds now red and swollen, eliciting pitiful grunts from it that a creature known for ravaging crops, The black-toothed pig had been subdued by mere thorny plants. Surely, this was a case of karmic retribution. Upon returning to the ground, Pepe curiously examined the plant barrier, yet dared not touch it. As the crowd pondered the nature of this extraordinary flora, the lower edge of the barrier unexpectedly parted, revealing a large opening. The black-toothed pig, the first to notice, hesitated momentarily before cautiously probing the entrance with its snout. Satisfied that all was clear, it bolted out, fleeing without a backward glance. Gan Guyu, taken aback by this turn of events, soon returned to his stoic demeanor. Meanwhile, the surrounding women exchanged peculiar glances at the law elder. Gan Guyu had previously stated that if the black-toothed pig managed to escape, he would cease to pursue the matter with Xisi. It was evident that while Gan Guyu had successfully trapped the black-toothed pig, it had ultimately been released, and the manner of its release was unmistakably through the sixth-tier nature magic, control of natural elements. Nature magic diverged significantly from other elemental magics. This sixth-tier spell was one such example. Common elemental magics such as water, fire, earth, ice, light, darkness, wind, and thunder all corresponded to innate abilities that controlled their respective magical elements, with the sixth tier serving as a pivotal distinction between sorcerers and archmages, typically featuring hallmark spells of their schools that are in stark contrast. The hallmark spell of nature magic was the innate ability of growth, while the sixth tier magic had but one, control of natural elements. Moreover, the incantation for growth rivaled that of a 10th tier forbidden spell, whereas controlling elements required no incantation at all, merely the invocation of magical energy. Naturally, the ability to control natural elements was immensely practical. For a newly minted 6th-tier archmage to possess such a spell was akin to wielding a formidable advantage. However, among those present, only two could wield this magic: the 6th-tier law elder and the 8th-tier high priestess. Gan Guyu quickly scrutinized the law elder's expression, noting a hint of surprise amidst her otherwise grim countenance, which seemed genuine. Thus, it became evident who had liberated the black-toothed pig. Indeed, the high priestess chuckled softly. It appears that Mother Nature finds the black-toothed pig rather pitiable and has chosen to grant it a reprieve. With that, she regarded Gan Guyu with quiet anticipation. After a moment of silence, Gan Guyu finally nodded with a smile. In that case, I see no reason to continue troubling it. Mother Nature above, you are a kind-hearted child, the high priestess remarked, patting him on the shoulder before turning her gaze towards the law elder. Although Xisi made a mistake, it was largely due to negligence. Excessive reprimands should be spared. The law elder, fearing further complications, quickly turned to Xisi with a cold tone. Why aren't you thanking the high priestess for her mercy? Xisi, nearly rendered speechless by the rapid turn of events, promptly complied, bowing respectfully. Mother Nature above, thank you, High Priestess, for your kindness. The High Priestess slowly shook her head. Nonetheless, a minor punishment must still be administered. Xisi, if I recall correctly, your wheat field did not sustain significant damage during the black-toothed pig's assault. Did it? No, Xisi replied. My field is situated closer to the holy tree, and the black-toothed pigs rarely venture that way. In that case, you shall exchange fields with Gan Guyu, the high priestess declared coolly, trading your unaffected land for this barren plot. What? Almost everyone present, including Xisi, the law elder, and Pepe, believed they had misheard that in truth. The high priestess was referring to the exchange of crops, meaning that this harvest from Xisi's field would now belong to Gan Guyu. To trade Gan Guyu's fertile land for Xisi's unimproved soil, and on a one-to-one basis, no less. Although Xisi's field still bore crops, was this truly a punishment? Surely, she was grinning ear to ear at this turn of events. What? Do you contest this? The high priestess continued to regard Xisi, arching an eyebrow. Xisi, regaining her composure, steadied her voice. I concede. I do not concede. Pepe could no longer contain herself. High priestess, this is unjust. Ugh. Mid-sentence, her mouth was swiftly covered by Gan Guyu. He shot Pepe a warning glance, then turned his attention to the law elder. I also find the high priestess's arrangement quite agreeable. Let us settle on this. Upon hearing Gan Guyu's endorsement of her proposal, the high priestess smiled kindly at him and then turned back to Xisi. The newly acquired field must be well cared for and not left fallow. I shall heed the high priestess's teachings, Xisi replied. bowing her head. The high priestess then averted her gaze, directing it towards the group of grass-skirted maidens on duty that day. Inform them that the focus of future guard rotations will be on Shixi's field. The crowd immediately grasped the high priestess's intent. This field would serve as both a lookout and a decoy, providing the rear with more preparation time in the event of a beastly assault. Did this not mean that Shixi's field would be the first target during such an attack? This was indeed the essence of punishment. Once the high priestess concluded her directives, she departed. The law elder and the others fell silent, quickly vanishing from sight. Pei playfully nudged Gan Guyu. "Hey, it seems the high priestess thinks quite highly of you." "Of course. You need only consider who I am," Gan Guyu boasted outwardly. Yet inwardly he marveled at the wisdom that comes with age. Today's unfolding events, framed as Pei advocating for her peers, were in fact driven by her indignation after hearing Gan Guyu's analysis and seeking an explanation from Shixi. Upon learning the details, the high priestess swiftly recognized that the crux of the issue lay with Gan Guyu. As long as he was amenable, Pei would relent, thus creating considerable leeway for negotiation. Hence, upon her arrival, the high priestess directly approached Gan Guyu, expressing her desire to quell the matter. The long-standing conflict between Pei and the elders had escalated, now further complicated by Gan Guyu, who shared an adversarial relationship with the law elder. If Gan Guyu had been just another peer, or even less formidable than Pei, it might have been inconsequential. However, Gan Guyu was far from an ordinary individual. He was an expert cultivator, a triad mage, and an unparalleled talent deeply intertwined with the natural world. His actions since arriving in the natural forest had showcased his immense potential and value. Such a figure was destined to shine brightly and gradually establish his own prestige, garnering admiration from those around him that if he remained at odds with the powers that be, it would ultimately be the entire community of the natural forest that would suffer. Thus, the high priestess was ever vigilant for opportunities to foster reconciliation. And today may very well have presented such an opportunity. Gan Guyu subtly conveyed his willingness to accept mediation to the high priestess while simultaneously demonstrating his prowess through the handling of the black-toothed pig, signaling to both her and the law elder that he was not the one to be subdued, but rather the one who could impose terms. The high priestess, observing Gan Guyu's deft control over multiple tendrils of magic, silently admired his mastery, but chose not to mention it. Instead, she allowed the third-tier black-toothed pig to escape, a subtle reminder to Gan Guyu to avoid appearing too greedy. Ultimately, the high priestess proposed her solution. Previously, she had considered cultivating crops along the fringes of the natural forest as a buffer and lookout. But sadly, the soil in those areas was often so poor that even weeds struggled to survive, leading to the abandonment of her plans that in the present day. The land of Gan Guyu undoubtedly provides the high priestess with an opportunity to revive her plans. However, she is acutely aware that Gan Guyu would never agree to become the scapegoat in this matter. Consequently, she resolved to have his exchange the farmland in the rear for Gan Guyu's land. Gan Guyu had already contemplated relinquishing this sweet potato field and recultivating near his bamboo hut on the back mountain. Improving the soil quality was not a daunting task for him. Through this arrangement, the high priestess offered him a modicum of compensation, which he found quite satisfactory. As for her role was merely to manage a plot of land as a shield for everyone. This punishment could certainly be considered a minor reprimand for her. Moreover, the focus of future inspections would undoubtedly fall upon her exclave, making a repeat of the total crop failure highly improbable. The Elder of Regulations quickly grasped the High Priestess's intentions and recognized that Gan Guyu had already made concessions. Thus, it was only fitting that she also made certain compromises. Although this outcome was not her original desire, given her earlier blunders, it was a far better resolution than she had anticipated, despite owing a significant favor to the High Priestess. She would now have to tread carefully in dealing with Pei and Gan Guyu. Gan Guyu privately assessed the current situation, while Pei appeared to be in a trance. The charming young lady, however, had no such distractions. She was surrounded by the grass-skirted beauties on duty today, incessantly expressing her gratitude, leaving her feeling somewhat bashful. "By the way, Pei, do you know what that tree is?" one girl inquired, pointing at the plant fence, unable to contain her curiosity. Pei turned to look and stuck out her tongue. "I have no idea. Perhaps we should ask that fellow later." At this moment, The grass-skirted beauties, who had yet to depart, were also curiously examining the circle of plants that could tame the black-toothed pigs. Summoning Gan Guyu's spirit back, Pei Pei remarked, "Now you should introduce this treasure to everyone." "Right? You are quite right. This indeed is a treasure to me," Gan Guyu teased with a smile. "Stop being cryptic and spill the beans," Pei Pei exclaimed in exasperation. "Those clusters of small red fruits must be its produce. Right? Can they be eaten?" "Well, they can be considered a type of ingredient." Gan Guyu hesitated, uncertain. "To be precise, it should be a seasoning." "Hey, what are you doing? Don't eat that." Upon hearing Gan Guyu describe it as an ingredient, Pei Pei eagerly plucked a cluster of small fruits from the tree and tossed a couple in her mouth to ate that moment. Gan Guyu's warning came too late. In the next second, Pei Pei nearly spat out her own tongue. Gan Guyu, witnessing this, fell silent, hands raised in a gesture of regret. "Something so numbing. You tell me you can eat this?" "Ugh, ugh." Pei Pei grimaced, tears in her eyes, pointing at her mouth in frustration. "Are you deliberately trying to trick me? Look, my lips are already trembling." "Who told you that Sichuan pepper is eaten like that?" Gan Guyu replied, both amused and irritated, casting her a sideways glance. "You didn't listen to me finish speaking. You can't blame me for this." After rinsing her mouth several times, Pei Pei finally felt a bit better and retorted, "So how is this supposed to be eaten?" "You'll find out tonight," Gan Guyu chuckled, reminding her. "Don't forget, we have an event planned for this evening. Have you sent out the invitations?" "You're still fixated on that?" Pei Pei shot him a look. "Everyone is quite exhausted from dealing with the black-toothed pigs today. I'm not sure if they'll be in the mood. Precisely because of that, we need to lighten up," Gan Guyu encouraged with a grin. "Why not ask around? Who knows, they might want to unwind." Pei Pei hesitated for less than a second before cheerfully nodding. "All right then." Considering the elder of regulation's expression today, it truly warrants a celebration. With that, she dashed over to Lin Lin, whispering something in her ear, and the two girls ran off together. Chapter 48. Sharing the feast. Gan Guyu truly underestimated the allure of food for the group of girls. No sooner had he returned to the bamboo hut than Pei Pei led her companions, chattering excitedly as they arrived. Gan Guyu was taken aback by the number of people present. Several familiar grass-skirted beauties had gathered, including Lin Lin and Xiao, and regardless of how one looked at it, being able to frequently admire beautiful girls dressed in light attire made Gan Guyu quite content with life in the natural forest. He had always enjoyed lively gatherings, and now that everyone had arrived, he hurried to present them with fruits. Pei Pei eagerly grabbed a bunch of grapes, beaming as she sought a place to sit and indulge. But Xiao suddenly asked, "Oh, Gan Guyu, what is this? Is it also a fruit?" Pei Pei was puzzled by this. Grapes were renowned as luxury items on the mainland, and Xiao surely knew this. What could she have seen that prompted such a question? Pei Pei turned to see Xiao, and holding an oval, reddish-brown fruit, curiously examining it. "Wow, Gan Guyu, you secretly planted a new fruit without telling me." Pei Pei mockingly chided as she approached, licking her lips at the sight of the fruit in Xiao's hand. "That's a misunderstanding. We planted this together," Gan Guyu protested, raising his hands in feigned innocence. "We planted this together?" Pei Pei paused, noticing the fine hairs on the fruit skin and suddenly recalling something. Could this be that what was it called? Kiwi, Gan Guyu prompted. Although he personally preferred the name Chinese gooseberry, it was acceptable to name it kiwi since the species did not exist on the barren continent. Yes, that's it," Pei Pei exclaimed, dancing with joy, then suspiciously asked, "How do you eat this?" Gan Guyu chuckled to himself, realizing the little lady was still shaken by the Sichuan pepper incident, but he smiled and took a kiwi, quickly peeling it before handing it to Pei Pei. "Like this. Once you peel it, you can eat it directly." Gazing at the vibrant green flesh of the kiwi, Pei Pei forgot to express her gratitude, her eyes sparkling as if only this kiwi existed in her world. She had long yearned for this fruit, rumored to enhance beauty. Gan Guyu distributed the remaining kiwis among the girls, ensuring each received one, but soon realized he had none left for himself. A while ago, out of boredom, he had ventured to the back mountain and used the technique of universal growth on the kiwi vine. Due to inherent flaws, even after he performed artificial pollination, the yield had been disappointing. Xiao noticed this and appeared somewhat embarrassed. It seems there isn't enough to go around. No worries. I've had my fill already. These were specially prepared for you all. Gan Guyu waved his hand dismissively, encouraging everyone to enjoy a tea this moment. Pei also recognized the situation and felt even more awkward than Xiao, and she knew Gan Guyu had not truly eaten them unless he had secretly indulged at night. Which she would have certainly known that it was evident that Gan Guyu had not anticipated bringing so many sisters along, thus the kiwis were insufficient. Realizing this, Pei felt a pang of guilt. She glanced at Gan Guyu, then at the kiwi in her hand, and after a brief internal struggle, she resolutely decided to offer the kiwi to Gan Guyu. Thus, she extended the kiwi back toward him. The others looked at Pei in astonishment. And Lin curiously asked, "What's wrong, Pei? Don't you want to try it?" Pei attempted to explain, but as she opened her mouth, a drool slipped from the corner of her lips. Pfft. The group was momentarily stunned before erupting into peals of laughter. The more composed individuals like Xiao remained seated, while Gan Guyu and Lin lay on the ground, curled up, one hand clutching their bellies and the other pounding the ground, laughing uncontrollably. Pei's face flushed crimson, and she hastily wiped away the drool, feeling both embarrassed and flustered. After some time, the laughter subsided, and the group regained their composure. Pei had already buried her face in her arms on the table. All right, Gan Guyu said, still unable to suppress his mirth. Yet understanding that making fun of a girl was not a commendable act, that he made an effort to steer the conversation elsewhere. Pei, what were you about to say? I'm not eating this kiwi. I'm giving it back to you. Pei mumbled, her voice muffled as she extended the kiwi forward again. You can't be serious. Gan Guyu feigned surprise. Everyone just had a good laugh at you for a moment. You're not really upset, are you? He then exchanged knowing glances with the others. No way, Pei, you've never been this petty. All right, we apologize. We shouldn't have laughed at you. If you refuse to forgive us, we want to eat this kiwi either. Woo. You can't be serious, but I want to eat it. Ugh. You all. Pei quickly raised her head, only to be met with smiling faces and another hand that had just been covered. The blush on her cheeks returned, and she felt a wave of emotion, yet she murmured softly, I'm not mad at you. Gan Guyu gently patted her head, smiling. Enough of this. Let us see how this kiwi tastes. But you. Pei protested anxiously. Gan Guyu interrupted her, wearing an air of indifference. I've consumed more kiwis than you've had pancakes. This delicacy holds no allure for me. Pei fell silent for a moment, conjuring a diamond carving knife from thin air, the very one she used for her art. With a swift motion, she sliced the kiwi in half and decisively offered one half to Gan Guyu. Gan Guyu chuckled in surprise, ultimately nodding to accept the kiwi from Pei's hand. The onlooking women fell silent at this scene, with Lin widening her eyes, her gaze flitting between Gan Guyu and Pei. Eventually, she leaned closer to Pei and whispered with a playful smirk, I didn't know you could be so audacious. Don't say such things. Pei replied hurriedly. This is merely a temporary measure. Do you understand what temporary means? Lin's curiosity piqued. Haven't you informed him what it signifies for opposite-sex mages to share fruit? Why should I tell him? Pei's eyes sparkled with mischief. Lin inwardly mused, as I suspected, casting a resigned glance at Pei. Meanwhile, Gan Guyu inquired with a grin, What secretive conversation are you two having? It's nothing, Pei stammered, then added, We were just discussing planting some kiwis ourselves. It's not right to always have you treat us. That sounds good. Later, I'll teach you how to plant them. Gan Guyu laughed heartily, devouring the half kiwi in one bite. Chapter 49. The main course of dinner. This is truly delightful. Lin exclaimed after swallowing a piece of kiwi flesh, genuinely praising. The flavor is intriguing, but more importantly, I can distinctly feel that this kiwi enhances magical prowess even more than grapes. Indeed, Xiao chimed in, her face alight with joy. After consuming several bites of kiwi, she felt completely rejuvenated from her earlier battle with the black-toothed pig, and her magical energy had increased as well. However, upon noticing Pei's peculiar state, she gasped in surprise. Not just her, but all the women present observed Pei's unusual demeanor. After consuming her half of the kiwi, Pei had closed her eyes, and a faint aura of magic began to emanate from her. The women displayed expressions of delight, while Gan Guyu looked puzzled. About to speak when Lin Lin gestured for him to remain silent. Moments later, Pei Pei's aura settled, and she opened her eyes, brimming with excitement. Lin Lin embraced her dear friend, exclaiming, "Pei Pei, you are incredible." The others echoed their congratulations. It dawned on Gan Guyu that Pei Pei had successfully advanced to a third-tier mage. Over the past few days, Pei Pei had consumed an abundant amount of vitamin C, and this half-kiwi had finally aided her in reaching the final threshold. Amidst the joy, Gan Guyu couldn't help but ponder. When he had advanced to second tier, it had seemed instantaneous, not nearly as complicated. Little did he know, the higher the tier, the more prolonged and intricate the process of advancement became. Pei Pei's journey to third tier was certainly not comparable to the fleeting moment of his second-tier ascension. "Thank you for the kiwi," Pei Pei expressed gratefully, her spirits high. "However, even though I am now a third-tier mage, you know I lack any third-tier spells to cast, right?" Gan Guyu's concern was evident. The women recalled that, as a water mage, Pei Pei's scarcity of spells was beginning to affect her. Yet, Pei Pei appeared unperturbed. "It's fine. Currently, having the water gun spell is sufficient in the natural forest. Once I save enough tuition, I shall attend the Cipralo's Mage Academy for further studies. Learning spells can wait." "You plan to go to the Mage Academy?" Lin Lin exclaimed, her face reflecting reluctance. "When will you go?" "It's still early." Pei Pei quickly reassured her friend. "I still have a long way to go in saving tuition." "However, times have changed," Lin Lin replied, still looking worried, glancing at Gan Guyu. "Now that your grapes are plentiful and of high quality, they should fetch a good price." Lin Lin's reminder only heightened Pei Pei's anticipation, but in the face of her reluctant friend, she felt compelled to mask her excitement. She didn't wish for today's gathering to resemble a farewell party. So she quickly smiled and said, "That's all in the future. Before we leave, we must plant kiwis together." Lin Lin's eyes lit up. "Really? Then it's settled." Pei Pei nodded. "It's a promise." Gan Guyu interjected playfully. Hey, is that a promise? You still haven't received the seedlings." "Oh no!" Pei Pei exclaimed, suddenly realizing a problem. "I was so focused on eating that I swallowed the kiwi seeds. I shouldn't have allowed certain individuals to coerce me." "What? You swallowed the kiwi seeds?" Gan Guyu's face turned pale. "In a while, you'll have kiwi sprouts growing from your head." The women collectively rolled their eyes at Gan Guyu. Pei Pei, caught between laughter and exasperation, retorted, "Please, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Gan Guyu remained serious. "Have you ever eaten kiwis before? Do you know what is peculiar about kiwi seeds?" The living room of the bamboo house fell silent, the women exchanging glances until a timid voice broke the quiet. "Woo-woo, Gan Guyu just ate some seeds himself." All the women turned their gazes toward Gan Guyu, that he quickly attempted to explain earnestly. "Those seeds need to be consumed by females to sprout. It won't affect me." The women, not easily fooled, fell into a thoughtful silence before. "Liar. Scoundrel. Whoa, that's bullying. All right, it was just a joke." Gan Guyu confessed hastily, seeking leniency. "However, what you see in the kiwi, those black seeds are indeed seeds, but if you plant them, the germination rate will be too low. Most kiwi seedlings are obtained through layering and cuttings." "Daring to tease us?" Pei Pei huffed, sticking out her tongue at him. "If you don't provide us with seedlings to make amends, I shall write Gan Guyu, the scoundrel liar, all over your wall." Gan Guyu stared in disbelief. "Can it be done like that? Is there any justice left?" The women erupted into laughter, after a jovial exchange of grapes and playful banter. Pei Pei suddenly recalled something and leaned closer to Gan Guyu, whispering, "I remember there aren't many azure sparrows left. Will tonight's feast be a bit lacking?" "Not at all. I was well prepared," Gan Guyu replied confidently with a smile. "Speaking of which, it's about time. Come, let me show you the main dish for tonight." "Now, isn't it still a bit early?" Pei Pei questioned, but upon seeing everyone eagerly following Gan Guyu out of the bamboo house, she quickly stuffed a few grapes in her mouth and called out, "Hey, wait for me." Upon arriving in the backyard, they found the area barren except for a brand new stove. Before the women could ask, Gan Guyu waved his hand, and 2 black-toothed pigs appeared on the ground before them. Thanks to the time-stopping effect of his storage, these pigs remained in the same state as when they had been slaughtered. "Just as I thought," Xianhuang remarked with a knowing expression When Pei Pei mentioned tonight's gathering as a feast, I suspected it wouldn't be merely about fruit. With so many black-toothed pigs delivered today, it would be unreasonable not to secretly stash one or two. Pei Pei forced a smile in response. Well, that's just how it is. Ah! The women showed little surprise, as it seemed most had already assumed the main course would be black-toothed pigs. Only Gan Guyu shot Pei Pei a disapproving look, recalling how she had just worried about not having enough azure sparrows to eat. Lin Lin, meanwhile, was chuckling beside Pei Pei. What a perfect match. You've quickly found a shared interest that in the future, you can sneak a bite while he keeps watch, making it safer. You wicked Lin Lin, dare to mock me. Pei Pei pretended to strike at her, but then suddenly heard Gan Guyu lamenting. Oh no, I overlooked it. I haven't prepared any pots, pans, or utensils. No big deal. Lin Lin patted her chest confidently. I have an entire set of dishes and kitchenware hidden in a cave on the back mountain. Specifically for occasions like this that I'll just go fetch it. With that, she turned and dashed away. Gan Guyu watched her retreating figure and grinned at Pei Pei. So, those are the tools you usually employ. Huh? Pei Pei chuckled, and the other women shared knowing smiles. Seeing the lively discussions you're having in the review section excites me immensely. Ah. Let's keep the energy up. Although the talk about diamonds, coal, and graphene veered off topic a bit. It's essentially a currency recognized by the system, nothing too grand, and the diamonds in this realm have some variations compared to our stay tuned. Perhaps everyone should discuss what little Guyu and the others should plant next to try. Chapter 50. Pei Pei slaughters pigs. Little Guyu, what's wrong with you? Lin Lin waved her hand in front of Gan Guyu's eyes, finally bringing him back to reality. Nothing. Gan Guyu promptly nodded at Lin Lin, genuinely exclaiming, what a magnificent knife, truly unparalleled. Pei Pei glanced at the diamond kitchen knife in his hand, her face contorted with disdain as she remarked, stop joking, it's just an ordinary kitchen knife. Isn't it? How absurdly ordinary could a diamond knife possibly be? Gan Guyu shouted internally. Observing the array of kitchenware crafted from diamonds, he was momentarily tempted to submit them all to the Universal Biological Manipulation Station for monetary gain. After managing to calm his tumultuous emotions, Gan Guyu smiled at the ladies and said, why don't you all return to your rooms and entertain yourselves? I will handle the dinner preparations. You? Can you even cook? Pei Pei regarded him with skepticism, pointing at the black-toothed pigs on the ground. Can you even slaughter them? Preparing a simple meal is no trouble at all, but as for slaughtering pigs. Gan Guyu suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, offering an awkward smile. All right then, why don't you lend me a hand? With a flick of her wrist, Pei Pei confidently declared, grabbing another kitchen knife from the side and advancing toward the two black-toothed pigs. The moment the other women witnessed this scene, they instinctively took a few steps back. Lin Lin's eyes twitched, and she forced a smile. In that case, we'll leave you to it, and we won't cause any trouble here. We leave it in your capable hands. Pei Pei. Gan Guyu, do your best. Oh, let us hurry and get out of here. What are you all doing? All right, go have your fun. Gan Guyu sensed an unusual reaction from the women, though he could not pinpoint the reason. Turning back in confusion, a splash of liquid unexpectedly hit his face. Instinctively wiping his face, he found his hands smeared with blood. He froze momentarily and then glanced at Pei Pei, his face draining of color. There she was, wielding the knife with the poise of a martial arts master, relentlessly striking at the black-toothed pigs. Having been stored in Gan Guyu's personal warehouse, the pigs were still warm, their blood splattering everywhere in rhythm with Pei Pei's movements, transforming the backyard into a scene reminiscent of a grisly murder scene. Stop. After witnessing Pei Pei's chaotic slaughtering method, Gan Guyu was utterly flabbergasted and quickly called for a halt. At this moment, Pei Pei was splattered with blood, her face and robe stained, holding a bloodied kitchen knife, turning to Gan Guyu. Had it not been broad daylight, she would have surely frightened anyone into paralysis. Glancing at the black-toothed pig beneath her knife, Gan Guyu finally understood. No wonder the women had fled as if their lives depended on it. Anyone witnessing such a hellish scene would undoubtedly lose their appetite, regardless of how delectable the meal might be. Suppressing the overwhelming frustration within him, Gan Guyu looked at Pei Pei with a mix of reverence. Is this how you've always slaughtered pigs? How else would one do it? Pei Pei replied nonchalantly, My sisters dislike such coarse work. I'm always the one wielding the knife. So don't worry, I'm experienced. Gan Guyu couldn't help but chuckle. With her method of slaughtering, the hula girls would likely develop a psychological aversion to it, though he had never personally taken a life. He had witnessed the process several times, and it was certainly not done in such a manner. As Pei Pei prepared to continue her grisly task, Gan Guyu hastily interjected, I think from now on, I'll take care of such dirty and laborious tasks. No need to be so polite. Pei Pei smiled slightly. Yet her smile, coupled with her blood-soaked appearance, made Gan Guyu's hair stand on end. Goodness, where has your goddess-like image gone? This could very well lead to a loss of admirers. Gan Guyu suddenly felt a sense of disillusionment, apart from the moment he first laid eyes on Pei Pei, which left him breathless. This exquisite beauty seemed to have no awareness of maintaining her goddess image whatsoever. You see, with the two of us here, it's rather rude to leave the guests unattended in the house. Gan Guyu's mind raced, swiftly organizing his thoughts. Why don't you wash up quickly and go keep the guests company? I can manage here. Eager to send Pei Pei away, he hastily concocted an excuse, but Pei Pei discerned a different implication. Was he suggesting that he didn't consider himself a guest? What then? The hostess? Pa! How shameless! Pei Pei! Oh, Pei Pei! Look at your lack of ambition. After a flurry of thoughts, she reluctantly replied, Well, find it you've learned how to slaughter pigs. Haven't you? Just follow what I did. It's quite simple. I got it. I got it. Hurry along now. The bathroom is through the door in my bedroom. Gan Guyu hurriedly ushered away this goddess of slaughter. Moments later, he heard a shriek emanating from the living room. Evidently, Pei Pei had startled the other women as she passed through. What a calamity! Gan Guyu shook his head and sighed inwardly. He knew there was likely not a single soul in the entire natural forest capable of slaughtering pigs. Otherwise Lin Lin, Xiaowen, and the others would have surely come to assist. Clearly, after witnessing Pei Pei's methods, they could no longer regard pig slaughter as a mere skill. Ultimately, it was the prohibition against consuming meat in the natural forest that had led to this predicament. Surveying the chaos left behind, Gan Guyu helplessly shook his head and prioritized cleaning up Pei Pei's mess. But he procured some bamboo poles to construct a frame and hoisted the two black-toothed pigs onto it. After washing the ground of blood and refuse with copious amounts of water, he buried the remains underground, finally restoring the backyard to its former state. Reflecting on the scenes from his childhood of pig slaughtering, he positioned a basin beneath the frame and commenced the delicate task of butchering the pork. After cutting through the pig's head with 2 swift strokes, he finally experienced firsthand the might of the diamond kitchen knife. It could accurately be described as cutting through iron like mud. Gan Guyu had always harbored a doubt. Though diamonds possess remarkable hardness, they are also notoriously brittle. It seemed implausible that a blade crafted from such material could withstand heavy blows. Yet, it was evident that the diamonds on the ashen wasteland differed significantly from those within his understanding. After being fashioned into knives, they were not only sharp and wear-resistant, but also possessed impressive strength and were remarkably durable. His gaze shifted to the diamond pot on the stove, and he felt an even greater incredulity that in his understanding, diamonds would burn at temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius, while the flames typically exceeded that temperature. How was it that this diamond pot remained unscathed? One could not deny that, as a substitute for iron in the ashen wasteland, the physical properties of diamonds had been vastly enhanced, were it not for the universal biological manipulation station affirming that this was indeed a diamond. Gan Guyu might have doubted his own judgment. However, this made his task significantly easier, and no longer troubled. Gan Guyu resumed his butchering display with the diamond kitchen knife. Once again, I seek your support in terms of collections and recommendations. Chapter 51. Preparing ingredients. Though Pei Pei had previously been rather reckless, Gan Guyu still managed to catch a basin brimming with black-toothed pig blood. After considerable effort, he removed 2 pieces of pig head meat and placed them in a prepared basin nearby. While extracting the pig brains, he discovered a small first-tier earth-type magic crystal within the cranial cavities of both pigs. Though first-tier magic crystals are not particularly valuable, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Gan Guyu began to regret the decision to spare those black-toothed pigs earlier, especially since one of them was a 3rd tier, indicating the possibility of obtaining a 3rd-tier earth-type magic crystal. Alas, it was too late for regret. With a sigh of disappointment, Gan Guyu resumed his work. The black-toothed pigs were unlike the domestic pigs Gan Guyu had seen in his childhood. Their fur was dense and coarse. Lacking suitable tools for skinning, he resorted to making cuts to peel off the pigskin. Initially intending to discard it, but later inexplicably deciding to keep it, storing it in his personal warehouse. The fat beneath the black-toothed pig's skin served as the most common source of cooking oil on the continent. Gan Guyu sliced away this moderately thick layer of fat, tossing it directly into the pot, adding a bit of water, and commencing the slow cooking process, now possessing some fire-type magic crystals. He tossed one into the stove, using magical energy to ignite and regulate the temperature. With that done, he could temporarily ignore the pot. He turned back to meticulously carve the meat from the pig's skeleton. And by the time only 2 skeletons remained, he had amassed a large basin filled with black-toothed pig meat. Not wishing to waste the bones, he skillfully processed the ribs, leg bones, and all, blanching them to eliminate impurities and then tossing them into a large pot to simmer into broth. At this moment, Gan Guyu couldn't help but glance regretfully at the herbs and spices he had planted in the front yard: scallions, ginger, garlic, and chili peppers. Those treasures were planted only when his new home was completed. And without the aid of the growth of all things, most had yet to sprout. Given the havoc wrought by the black-toothed pigs on many farms, the fields lay in disarray, and Gan Guyu felt too embarrassed to request assistance in invoking the growth of all things. However, feeling somewhat discontented, he ultimately tossed a handful of Sichuan peppercorns into the soup pot. That was the only seasoning he currently possessed. The clean heart, liver, stomach, and intestines were also set aside due to insufficient ingredients, as these parts could not be consumed without effectively removing their foul odor. Moreover, even if they only consumed black-toothed pig meat tonight, it would still be more than enough. Meat was a hard-won resource, and it should not be squandered. Cherish it while you have it. As dusk approached, he finally managed to process the 2 black-toothed pigs, and a sense of accomplishment filled Gan Guyu's heart, even though he relied on the sharpness of his kitchen knife. It took quite a while, but surely it was more dependable than the erratic dance of a certain beauty, right? As if summoned by the mention of her name, the radiant goddess-like Peipei returned. Skipping and hopping with her hands clasped behind her back, after a cursory glance, she disdainfully remarked, "Is this really the result of your efforts? You are so slow." Gan Guyu, exasperated, rolled his eyes at her before turning his attention back to the pot of sizzling oil. By now, the moisture had completely evaporated, leaving behind small bits of crispy pork lard, filling the air with an irresistible aroma. Gan Guyu scooped up the lard and placed it on a plate. Handing it to Peipei, "Take this to the table. It's a pre-meal snack. Serve it hot for everyone to enjoy." Ignoring the fact that the lard was still scalding, Peipei quickly pinched a piece and popped it into her mouth, gasping for breath before finally closing her lips. Soon, her eyes lit up, and she reached out for more, only to have Gan Guyu swat her hand away. Peipei looked at him with a pitiful expression. Her cheeks puffed out. Gan Guyu, not one to be swayed by her antics, shot her an amused glare. "If you keep sneaking bites, you'll finish it all. Hurry and take it to the table, and remember to eat it while it's hot. It's a pity I don't have any sugar. It would be even better dipped in sugar." Peipei departed with the lard, while Gan Guyu poured the rendered lard into a bowl for later use. He lifted the lid of the soup pot, and a wave of tantalizing fragrance wafted out, making his mouth water. The flavor of the black-toothed pig was undoubtedly exquisite. Peering into the pot, he noted that the color of the bone broth had approached a creamy white, that he turned off the heat, added salt, and sampled a spoonful. Delicious, even without the accompaniment of vegetables like radishes or cabbage. The broth was far from greasy. Once the bone broth was done, Gan Guyu began preparing the next dish. Sweet potatoes, a favorite among many, were too good an opportunity to pass up that he selected some premium sweet potatoes. Washed them and tossed them into the pot to boil. The remaining Tianqing sparrows were also taken out, cleaned, and skewered with pieces of black-toothed pig meat, seasoned with salt, and set aside for grilling, with the aid of his diamond knife. He quickly diced the remaining black-toothed pig meat into chunks, lightly salted them, and set them aside. At this moment, Gan Guyu couldn't help but ponder. With no starch, cooking wine, bean oil, or vinegar, the conditions were indeed quite challenging. For now, he had to make do. He then retrieved a few fresh bamboo shoots from his storage, peeled them, washed them, and cut them up. Fresh bamboo shoots with meat would be the main dish Gan Guyu had prepared for the evening. Seeing that the ingredients were nearly ready, he picked up a large bowl of bone broth and headed towards the living room, where he coincidentally encountered Peipei, who was coming to help. Gan Guyu instructed her to prepare the bowls and chopsticks while he continued carrying the broth into the living room. Noticing that half of the lard remained on the table, and the ladies were merely chatting, Gan Guyu blinked in surprise. "What's the matter? Is the lard too greasy and unpalatable?" "Not at all," exclaimed Xiaowen, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "It's fragrant without being greasy. I've heard of this method before, but I only got to taste it today. We were waiting for Lin Lin. She went back to her place to get some sugar." It was then that Gan Guyu realized Lin Lin was indeed absent. And he chuckled. "I see that in that case. Let's enjoy the appetizer soup first." Peipei has gone to fetch the bowls and chopsticks. "Hey, this pig bone soup." Xiaowen gently sniffed, surprised. "It seems to lack the usual fishy smell." The other ladies leaned in to smell as well, all nodding in agreement. "Indeed, this soup smells much fresher." Curiously, Xiaowen asked, "Gan Guyu, how did you achieve this?" "Blanching the bones to remove the blood foam is the first step, and then I added a few seasonings to the broth," Gan Guyu replied with a smile. It was merely Sichuan pepper. Once he had old ginger and green onions, any fishy or gamey taste would be a thing of the past. Meanwhile, on the path leading to the back mountain of the sacred tree, Lin Lin hummed a tune as she hurried towards the bamboo house. After she disappeared around a corner, two figures slowly emerged from a concealed spot nearby. Chapter 52. The Feast. "I'm back," Lin Lin announced as she placed a jar on the table. "Did you sneak a taste while I was away? If you hadn't come back, we would have devoured all the delicious food." The ladies laughed. Lin Lin joined in the laughter, opened the jar, and poured out a thick syrup, a tea first. Gan Guyu thought it was honey or something similar. But upon closer inspection, amid the ladies' gasps, he realized it was maltose. "Lin Lin, you've finally decided to bring out this treasure," Xiaowen exclaimed. "Hee, it's rare to have a feast, so I naturally had to bring out my best stuff to celebrate," Lin Lin replied with a proud smile. Gan Guyu quickly understood. When making maltose, red potatoes, glutinous rice, or corn are typically used for fermentation, but it seemed that corn had yet to be introduced to the salty barren continent, and red potatoes were only recently brought in. Moreover, glutinous rice and other grains were scarce, making maltose relatively expensive. Coupled with the fact that wheat was not abundant on the salty barren continent, the opportunities for sugar production were minimal, resulting in very low yields, which explained why Lin Lin treated it as a precious commodity. The ladies eagerly dipped the lard into the maltose, deliberately praising Gan Guyu's deep-fried lard, while not mentioning Lin Lin's maltose at all. Lin Lin laughed. "Hey, you all are being excessive. Woohoo! Who told you to be so stingy usually?" One lady voiced everyone's thoughts, and they all giggled behind their hands. "Hee, a bunch of opportunists." Lin Lin shot a playful glare at the ladies, but soon joined in the fray for the lard. "Hey, leave some for Peipei and Gan Guyu." Xiaowen half-jokingly blocked Lin Lin with her hand, and the two began to playfully tussle. The ladies, already dressed lightly, further entertained Gan Guyu, who stood by, with a delightful view. At that moment, Peipei rushed in holding a stack of sparkling bowls, graciously serving the bone broth to everyone. The ladies savored a sip and immediately showered Gan Guyu with compliments, inquiring about his secret to making such flavorful soup. However, after tasting the broth, Peipei suddenly grimaced and spat a few times under the table. The ladies gasped, wondering what was wrong with Peipei, even if she found the pig bone soup unpalatable. There was no need for such rudeness. Gan Guyu, slightly taken aback, quickly thought of the reason, but chose not to reveal it. Instead, he chuckled. "As expected of Peipei, your name was given based on your vocalizations. Right? You truly embody your name. Spit, spit." The ladies stifled their laughter. "You!" Peipei, flustered, raised her head from under the table, glaring at Gan Guyu. "You tricked me again. You put those spicy little fruits in my soup." "I told you. That's called Sichuan pepper." Gan Guyu shrugged innocently. "You must speak with integrity. You fetched the bowl yourself, and you served the soup yourself. How did I end up being wronged?" Peipei was at a loss for words, while Gan Guyu quickly advised the other ladies, when drinking the soup, remember to remove the Sichuan pepper. It's just a seasoning, and the taste can be quite overwhelming if consumed directly. "Is this it?" Xiaowen asked, picking up 2 Sichuan peppers. "That's it," Gan Guyu nodded. Although there are only a few, they impart a fragrant and spicy flavor to the entire pot of soup, which helps mask some of the gamey taste. I just remembered, Lin Lin exclaimed. Isn't that the little fruit that grows on the thorny plants? The other ladies recalled as well. Realizing that this was the reason for the enhanced flavor of the broth, Gan Guyu nodded with a smile. The Sichuan pepper tree can serve as a protective thorny hedge while also producing the fragrant spice. Enjoy your meal. A few more dishes will be ready shortly. With that, he turned and headed back to the kitchen. The ladies thanked him for his hard work and resumed devouring the meat bones from the soup pot. Showing no restraint befitting of ladies, Gan Guyu returned to the stove. The sweet potatoes were not yet fully cooked, so he took this opportunity to prioritize grilling the Xianhuang sparrows and meat skewers on another burner. This time, he first briefly fried the Xianhuang sparrows and meat skewers in the oil before placing them over the fire for grilling. This method enhanced the aroma and minimized the risk of burning. Although the only seasoning was a bit of salt, both the Xianhuang sparrows and black-toothed pig were magical beasts with inherently delicious meat, making the grilled flavor exceptional. This only heightened Gan Guyu's anticipation for the future availability of various seasonings, promising a significant leap in the taste of his dishes. Before long, the golden, glistening Xianhuang sparrows and black-toothed pig skewers were served at the table, causing the ladies to swallow in unison at the natural meat aroma. Simultaneously, Gan Guyu brought out the cooked sweet potatoes. I feared you might become weary of just meat, so you can also enjoy some sweet potatoes later. That's quite considerate of you. Pei Pei, who was busily gnawing on a meaty bone, managed to squeeze out a compliment before returning to her feast. Although sweet potatoes had gradually gained popularity in the natural forest, they were still not abundantly harvested. Given that the sweet potato vines had been ravaged by black-toothed pigs, there would be a vacuum period for sweet potato harvesting in the near future, making this humble yet sweet crop still a cherished delicacy among them. The ladies cheered at the sight of the ample boiled sweet potatoes. Next came the final dish, and Gan Guyu returned to the kitchen with renewed enthusiasm. Lard melted in the pan as Gan Guyu once again sprinkled a small handful of Sichuan peppercorns to fry until fragrant. Subsequently, the black pork, already seasoned with salt, was tossed into the pan, where it was stir-fried vigorously. The thermal conductivity of diamond surpasses that of iron by a considerable margin. Initially, Gan Guyu struggled to manage the heat and almost scorched the dish. But he quickly adapted. The rich aroma of the meat began to waft through the air, prompting Gan Guyu to add water to the pan, covering it to allow the flavors to melt. After a while, he peeked into the pot and added the freshly chopped bamboo shoots. Even with just salt and Sichuan pepper, the fragrant stew of bamboo shoots and pork relentlessly overflowed with enticing aromas. Once the broth had reduced over high heat, Gan Guyu picked up a piece of black pork to taste. Frankly, he attributed the delicious flavor to the high-quality ingredients and his own long-standing vegetarianism, which had made him crave meat. Nevertheless, he felt quite satisfied that he could produce such a dish under such challenging cooking conditions. After adding a bit more salt, he lifted the bamboo shoot stew from the heat and carried it to the living room. Upon seeing the main dish served, the women immediately reached for the bamboo shoot stew with their chopsticks. They eagerly stuffed pieces of meat into their mouths, chewing slowly, and for a moment, the room fell silent. Gan Guyu closed the door and sat down, anxiously observing the women as they awaited their feedback. To his surprise, they ignored him entirely, plunging their chopsticks back into the diamond bowl brimming with bamboo shoot stew, fearful of being slower than their companions. Witnessing this scene, Gan Guyu finally allowed a smile of relief to cross his face. Even more gratifying was the rising happiness index on the universal biological manipulation platform. However, his smile soon froze as the door to the bamboo house was flung open violently. I knew that Lin Lin girl was sneaking around here for a reason. Turns out she was stealing black pork. What a commotion. Now we have both the person and the evidence. Let us see what you have to say. Merry Christmas to everyone. Is anyone planning to give me a Christmas gift? Chapter 53. Discovery. Lin Lin's expression suddenly darkened, and she stood up awkwardly. And me? You don't need to say anything else. The intruder was none other than me, who looked triumphantly at Gan Guyu and the others. The elder of discipline will be here shortly. Just wait for your punishment. The women in the room fell silent, and Pei Pei quickly pulled the remorseful Lin Lin to sit beside her. Earlier, when Lin Lin had gone back to retrieve malt sugar, she had unwittingly been spotted by me and Lulu. Why was she alone on the back mountain at dusk? The two girls, perplexed by Lin's actions, decided to follow her stealthily. Upon arriving near the bamboo house, Lulu and me began to spy from outside. Gan Guyu had not anticipated anyone would come to the back mountain at that moment, so he had not taken any precautions, leading to the inevitable exposure. Just that day, she had faced punishment, while she and the elder of discipline had not said much afterward. Her close friends, Lulu and me, were indignant and secretly desired to reclaim their dignity, never expecting such an opportunity to present itself so quickly. Stealing meat? That was entirely self-inflicted. Therefore, Lulu instructed me to stay behind while she rushed back to inform she and the elder of discipline. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault for being careless." Lin quietly apologized to the others, her tone filled with guilt. "Oh, it's nothing. Don't take it too seriously." "Exactly, what's the big deal? At least we got to enjoy some delicious food. Some people might never have the chance to be treated in their lifetime." "That's right. Perhaps some have never even tasted meat." "How pitiful." The women hurriedly comforted Lin while taking jabs at me after being publicly ridiculed by the women. Me felt a surge of anger, but she merely sneered coldly and retorted, "You can keep pretending to be tough." At that moment, Gan Guyu smiled slightly and casually remarked, "Don't let the food get cold. Let us eat it while it's hot." Pei paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. "You're right. It's a rare occasion for everyone to gather and enjoy a feast. We can't waste this delicious spread." Thus, the group resumed their lively meal, seemingly ignoring me's presence that me had originally intended to storm in and assert her authority. Hoping to see faces filled with panic. Even if they managed to maintain their composure, she anticipated their retorts would provide her with a sense of satisfaction. Yet now, with Gan Guyu's single remark, she found herself elegantly disregarded, and her frustration only grew. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Gan Guyu mutter to himself, "It seems a bit chilly," before anyone could react to the meaning of his words. Gan Guyu turned to me and asked, "Could you please close the door behind you?" "Thank you." The women stifled their laughter. It was clear he was dismissing her while maintaining a facade of politeness. Me simmered with rage but coldly replied, "You think you can just kick me out so you can tidy up the scene? Dream on. This is my home. I'm merely asking those unrelated to leave." Gan Guyu shrugged. "And if I refuse?" "On Emi Chenget," raising her chin defiantly. "Then I'll have to escort you out," Gan Guyu said nonchalantly as he took a bite of the meat skewer that me scoffed at his words. "You can try. I warn you, I'm a third tier Before she could finish, a magical vine suddenly appeared at her feet, swiftly wrapping around her legs and hurling her out. "Try it and see," Gan Guyu remarked nonchalantly, swallowing his meat skewer and sipping a bowl of bone broth that a spontaneous spellcaster, even at the second tier, could strike before their opponent had time to chant. Was this common knowledge not clear to me? The door to the bamboo house closed once more, and Gan Guyu turned to the women, saying, "I apologize for dampening the mood. It was my oversight that I should have been more cautious. This is something that could have been prevented with perception magic." All right, let us not blame ourselves," Pei interrupted, looking at Gan Guyu and then at the disheartened Lin. "Given the situation, do we have a good strategy?" Before Pei could finish her sentence, a voice called from outside, "Open the door." The women exchanged glances, and at Gan Guyu's nod, Pei stepped forward to open the door. There stood the elder of discipline, one arm draped around the still recovering me, followed by Lulu and Shi. "Elder, that's him. That bastard is the one who threw me out." And me immediately pointed at Gan Guyu to complain. Gan Guyu nodded towards the wall in the center of the living room, raising his hands in mock innocence. "Come on, girl. You were tossed out by the mother of nature. It has nothing to do with me." The others turned to look, and the statue of the mother of nature on the wall appeared vividly alive, as if to say that the facts were indeed as stated, leaving everyone with peculiar expressions. The elder of discipline glanced at the statue, then turned to Gan Guyu with an indecipherable expression, momentarily at a loss for words. Earlier, when Shi and Lulu had reported to her that Gan Guyu and the others were stealing meat, she had felt a rush of excitement at the prospect of finally avenging herself. She had intended to seize this opportunity to reprimand Gan Guyu thoroughly, but upon reflection, they had only just reached a compromise under the high priest's mediation that very day. Would it be too disrespectful to the high priest to treat this group of meat thieves too harshly now? Regardless, upon discovering that a member of her clan had erred, she felt obliged to impose discipline. Thus, she made her way to the bamboo house, keeping the high priest informed of her actions. Upon arriving outside, she witnessed me being flung out and quickly cast a fifth-tier spell, the living armor, to brace herself against the impact and catch me. Originally, she had planned to wait for the high priest to arrive before addressing Gan Guyu and the others. But upon entering the bamboo house and seeing Gan Guyu casually eating meat skewers while joking about the mother of nature, her anger flared. Enough. Now we have both the evidence and the culprit. I shall handle this according to clan rules, and no one will be able to object. With this thought, the elder of discipline raised her voice in admonition. Enough. You stole meat first, then laid hands on a clansman, and now you dare to desecrate the divine? You truly are audacious. Seeing the elder of discipline's stern demeanor, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Unlike the elder, who had many reservations, she had been plotting revenge ever since being wronged earlier in the day. The opportunity had come too quickly, and while she was overjoyed, she feared that the elder might face restraint from the high priest. However, it seemed that the elder was also brimming with pent-up frustration and was not inclined to go easy on Gan Guyu. Consequently, she straightened her posture, proudly gazing at the increasingly anxious women within the bamboo house, her earlier embarrassment forgotten. Yet, when her gaze fell upon Gan Guyu, irritation surged within her. She saw no hint of tension or worry on his face, leaving her feeling as though she had struck a heavy blow against a cotton pillow. Intensely uncomfortable. Chapter 54. The Troubles of Punishment. In response to the elder of discipline's inquiry, Gan Guyu stood up leisurely, raising his hands in surrender. Elder, you may find it hard to believe, but this time it was indeed the mother of nature's doing. Utter nonsense, the elder of discipline retorted, her mind racing. Today I plan to let you off easy, as long as you admit your mistake. I won't press too hard, but if you insist on stubbornly clinging to this story, things may not end well for you. Then, elder of the code, from where do you ascertain that Anmi was not cast away by Mother Nature? Gan Guyu continued his relentless questioning, leaving the elder momentarily speechless. In recent days, it had been wildly rumored throughout the natural forest that Gan Guyu was a divine favorite capable of communicating with Mother Nature, the harbinger of blessings for the continent. The elder, of course, dismissed such notions, although she could not quite explain why Gan Guyu possessed so many extraordinary traits. How could a man of such frivolity possibly be the divine emissary of Mother Nature? The elder felt her worldview shatter. Observing the elder's silence, Gan Guyu began to concoct a tale. Previously, I politely requested Ami to close the door for me, but she was reluctant to oblige. Thus, I silently pondered, O Mother Nature, in such a predicament, how should I guide this wayward lamb? To which Mother Nature replied, Leave this matter to me. And then Ami flew out. Upon finishing, he innocently shrugged his shoulders, as if to say, whether you believe it or not, I certainly do. The assembled crowd was utterly bewildered. Did he truly regard Mother Nature as his family's guardian or gatekeeper? And to assert that she would take care of such matters, was that the kind of sentiment one would expect from a deity? Even Pei Pei and Lin Lin averted their gazes, clearly indicating their unfamiliarity with him. The elder, recognizing the futility of engaging in such absurdities with Gan Guyu, pointed directly at the bone soup and fresh bamboo shoots on the table, saying, Very well, I may overlook your violent actions and specious arguments, but you must elucidate this situation. Gan Guyu, upon hearing this, feigned difficulty, stating, You may not believe me when I reveal the truth. Do you intend to claim that the meat jumped into your pot of its own volition? Or that your gathering for a meal was sanctioned by Mother Nature herself? The elder retorted with a cold laugh, noticing Gan Guyu's expression of how did you know that was indeed the case. Pei Pei could no longer contain herself. She shook her head and stood up, interjecting, Elder, tonight's gathering was orchestrated by me. My sisters only came because I persistently urged them to join me in indulging in the black-toothed pig. It was my fault to compel everyone. Please punish me instead. What nonsense are you spouting? Gan Guyu shot her a glare. This is my bamboo house, and you are all my guests. As the saying goes, guests should follow the host's lead. Whatever I cook, you should eat. You only tasted this minuscule portion of minced meat to spare my feelings. At that moment, Lin Lin let out an ill-timed burp. Gan Guyu paused, shot her an exasperated look, and resignedly continued, "All right, it was merely a few pieces of meat, but the responsibility lies with me. That girl Pei Pei is merely a messenger. She had no idea what we would be dining on tonight. Very well, let us reluctantly attribute this incident to me." Feeling guilty, Lin Lin realized that her slip had led to Amy's discovery, thereby implicating everyone else. She was about to rise and take full responsibility when she noticed that nearly everyone at the table was simultaneously preparing to speak. The elder, upon seeing this, quickly intervened. "Enough, I see your deep camaraderie. The meat has been eaten, and having indulged in it, you must face punishment. There is no need for each of you to shoulder the blame alone. Wouldn't it be more touching to accept the consequences together?" "Indeed, elder, I concur," came a familiar voice from outside the bamboo house, eliciting a range of expressions from everyone present. Soon, the newcomer was ushered inside, that in the natural forest, aside from the high priestess. Who else would refer to themselves as this old one? However, Gan Guyu's gaze was immediately drawn to a strange woman following the high priestess into the bamboo house. Instinctively, he compared her to Pei Pei, as both were clad in long mage robes. In the natural forest, Pei Pei was the only one wearing such attire, indicating that this unfamiliar woman was not from their realm, that in terms of appearance, she surpassed many of the grass-skirted beauties. Yet she did not quite reach Pei Pei's extraordinary level. Regarding physique, she was comparably lacking, as Pei Pei's well-proportioned figure left her several streets behind. Nonetheless, she possessed a cascade of lustrous, waist-length black hair that flowed freely behind her, exuding an indescribable charm. She stood quietly behind the high priestess, observing the bamboo house with her sparkling, wide eyes. This ethereal calm and tranquility further overshadowed Pei Pei's often boisterous demeanor. Black long hair. This was the first time Gan Guyu had encountered someone with black hair on the salty, desolate continent, prompting him to steal a few more glances. Unexpectedly, the strange woman's gaze ultimately landed on Gan Guyu. The two locked eyes from across the room. She neither flinched nor avoided his gaze, and for a moment, Gan Guyu felt the discomfort of being caught in a stare, yet seeing her demeanor. He defiantly continued to meet her gaze until a light cough from beside him broke the tension. Gan Guyu turned his head impatiently to Pei Pei, questioning her motives. Pei Pei shot him a glare in return, as if to say, "Are you behaving like a rogue in front of everyone?" Thus, a brief silence enveloped the living room of the bamboo house, until the elder spoke first. "High priestess, you see, these rascals have disregarded the clan's rules, brazenly gathering here to indulge in meat. With evidence clear and their own admissions, I ask you to pass judgment. You are the elder of the code. They have erred, and it is your duty to impose punishment according to the clan's laws." The high priestess replied with a smile. Shaking her head, "I have come here for another matter. However, let us wait until you have concluded your business." "Understood." The elder cautiously observed the high priestess's expression, reassured that she did not intend to favor Gan Guyu and the others, and thus acquiesced. However, the high priestess's insistence on impartial punishment aligned with her intentions. After a moment's contemplation, the elder declared, "In that case, let them fetch water for the elders for 7 days. Inappropriate. To her surprise, the high priestess immediately rejected the elder's proposal, pointing at Pei Pei and Gan Guyu with a smile. They are water mages. Even fetching water for all the clan members for 7 days would pose little challenge. The elder had initially thought the high priestess would deem her punishment too harsh, yet she was now implying it was too lenient. Instinctively, she replied, "Then let them each cultivate a new plot of land for the clan." The high priestess shook her head again. "Gan Guyu can control the earth element. He could easily accomplish the task for all of them, rendering it not a punishment." The elder pondered this, realizing the truth of her words. That Gan Guyu, who usually caused trouble, even complicated matters when it came to punishing him, Pei Pei felt somewhat guilty. What was going on with the high priestess today? Was she genuinely upset? The elder found herself in a dilemma. The high priestess had asked her to discipline Gan Guyu and the others while immediately dismissing her 2 proposals. What was she trying to accomplish? Deciding to relinquish the matter, she directed her inquiry to the high priestess. "In that case, do you have any good suggestions?" After a moment of thought, The high priestess turned to Gan Guyu and smiled. Fetching water and cultivating new plots are necessary. But in my view, there should be an additional light punishment. Gan Guyu, sensing the high priestess's tone, felt a glimmer of understanding and raised his hands, asking, "Pray enlighten us, high priestess." The high priestess surveyed the group and stated, "You are 9 in total, and you shall all share the punishment. Fetching water for the elders for 7 days and cultivating 9 new plots of land is certainly expected. Furthermore, I require you to plant sweet potatoes in these 9 plots to contribute to the food reserves of our natural forest." The women present turned their gazes toward Gan Guyu. This punishment was clearly aimed at him, for no other reason than the sheer quantity of sweet potato seedlings required for 9 plots. Gan Guyu was the only one capable of providing them. Gan Guyu remained noncommittal, continuing to inquire, "And what else? And what else?" The women gasped, incredulous that it could be insufficient. Yet the high priestess, smiling, continued, "I observed the plants you used to ensnare the black-toothed pig today. They are quite commendable. Why not help everyone by planting a circle of such barriers around your wheat fields?" All eyes turned to the high priestess with peculiar expressions. Had she been planning this all along? She had merely taken this opportunity to propose such a request. Now, Gan Guyu's pleas of poverty and exorbitant demands seemed to transform into a free offering. "Is that all?" Gan Guyu asked. "Let it be so," the high priestess replied with a smile. "What a drain on resources." Gan Guyu lamented skyward, then nodded with a long exhale. "Deal." The high priestess beamed even more brightly and stepped aside to reveal the black-haired young woman behind her, abruptly shifting the conversation. "This is Miss Emo from the Listening Rain Tavern. She has come all the way from the natural forest specifically to seek you out." Gan Guyu. "Seeking me?" Gan Guyu replied, puzzled that he spent his days in the natural forest tending to the fields. How could anyone outside have heard of his name? Was she truly a genuine fan? He quickly donned the friendliest smile he could muster. "Hello." The black-haired girl did not respond verbally, but slightly bowed, acknowledging him. To Gan Guyu's surprise, Pei-Pei's exclamation suddenly erupted beside him. "Listening Rain Tavern? Emo? Could it be that very Emo?" "Indeed, it is that very Emo." The high priestess chuckled softly, then turned to Pei-Pei, instructing, "Pei-Pei, once Miss Emo has finished conversing with you and Mr. Gan Guyu, please take her to the VIP room to rest." "Yes, grandmother high priestess," Pei-Pei replied, yet her gaze remained unwaveringly fixed on Emo. The high priestess whispered something in Emo's ear and then glanced around at the elders of discipline and others present, saying, "Now that matters here are concluded, I shall take my leave to rest, that if there are no further issues, you may disperse." With that, she turned to depart, though Gan Guyu could not help but notice an air of smug satisfaction in her retreat, as if she had successfully orchestrated some cunning scheme. "I gather from your earlier tone that this Emo is quite renowned." Gan Guyu inquired softly of Pei-Pei. "I fear you may be the only one here unacquainted with her," Pei-Pei replied quietly. Emo, the culinary sorceress of wind and thunder, is not only the head chef of the Listening Rain Tavern, renowned for her exquisite culinary skills, but she is also a prodigious dual-element mage, having reached the rank of 4th-tier mage at the tender age of 20. Her self-created combat style, known as the Listening Rain technique, has few rivals among her peers. "So formidable!" Gan Guyu exclaimed in astonishment. He was not easily impressed by the magical talents of others, as he believed he surpassed Emo in that regard. However, managing to run a tavern at such a young age on this continent was no small feat, a testament to her exceptional abilities. With Pei-Pei's introduction, Gan Guyu felt a profound respect for this dark-haired culinary genius. The Listening Rain Tavern, while not classified as a high-end establishment, had nevertheless thrived amidst the desolation of the Xianhuang Continent, where the food industry struggled due to a scarcity of resources. The populace's limited purchasing power meant that only the affluent could afford to dine out. Consequently, the variety of dishes offered was often meager. Yet against this backdrop, the Listening Rain Tavern had remarkably emerged over the years, not only surviving, but expanding into several chain locations, enjoying a booming business that was unmatched. This success was largely attributed to Emo's culinary prowess. The culinary sorceress prepared a daily special of 1 meat, 1 vegetable, and 1 soup, with each dish being so sought after that only through competitive bidding could the nobility obtain her creations. To dine on a meal crafted by the culinary sorceress was a point of pride among the aristocracy, a reflection of their status. Thus, the admiration for Xianhuang had reached an almost obsessive level among the elite. Gan Guyu was well-versed in the concept of scarcity marketing, but he could not help but admire Xianhuang's ingenuity in employing such tactics that it was no wonder she could sustain this enterprise at such a young age. Clearly, she possessed remarkable acumen. However, Gan Guyu's admiration was not solely based on her culinary skills. It was her character that truly inspired him. Whenever famine struck the continent, the Listening Rain Tavern was swift to establish relief stations in disaster zones, striving to alleviate the suffering of those afflicted. Despite earning substantial profits throughout the year, much of the revenue would flow right back into disaster relief efforts. Beyond the imperial government's aid, the Listening Rain Tavern's contributions in terms of food, medicine, and essential supplies were among the most significant, but of course, Xianhuang's charitable endeavors also garnered her due rewards. When sourcing ingredients, farmers and merchants alike were reluctant to charge high prices, especially when she sought large quantities for relief efforts. Some even chose to forego profits to aid her. Through its chain operations, the Listening Rain Tavern maintained valuable connections with both nobility and commoners, granting it access to a wealth of information that proved lucrative, whether sold or utilized for its own benefit. The tavern's close relationship with the Nature's Grove was not merely a matter of business. Both shared a mutual ethos of benevolence. As mages from Nature's Grove traversed the continent, they too received the tavern's unwavering support. Now, this legendary culinary sorceress stood before Gan Guyu, prompting him to gaze at her with renewed intrigue. Before long, the once crowded bamboo hut was left with only Gan Guyu, Pei, and Xianhuang. Gan Guyu quickly beckoned. "Miss Yin, please do not stand. Have a seat." Xianhuang bowed slightly and sat opposite Gan Guyu. Remaining silent, an awkward silence enveloped the room, Gan Guyu maintaining his smile while feeling a twitch at the corner of his eye. Was this girl mute? He had not heard Pei mention anything about that. He glanced at Pei, who appeared equally perplexed. She had only heard of the culinary sorceress's fame, but had never encountered her in person, unaware of her current demeanor. Turning back, Gan Guyu noticed Xianhuang scrutinizing the dishes on the table. The initial offerings of crispy pork and bone soup had been nearly devoured by the ladies, but the later arrivals of boiled sweet potatoes and roasted meat still had some left. As for the evening's main dish, the braised bamboo shoots with meat, due to Amy's interruption, had barely been touched and remained largely intact. "Is it permissible?" Xianhuang asked so she is not mute after all? Gan Guyu thought as he inwardly scoffed that it would indeed be a pity. Her nickname might have turned into the mute culinary sorceress had that been the case. However, her abrupt question, albeit concise, left Gan Guyu momentarily nonplussed. Pei, quick to react, ventured, "Are you interested in tasting these dishes?" Xianhuang nodded. "Is that all right?" "Wow! The chef wants to try your cooking," Pei exclaimed excitedly to Gan Guyu. "Understood. Remain calm," Gan Guyu replied, rolling his eyes at Pei before addressing Xianhuang. "I apologize. These are merely leftovers. If you do not mind, I can heat them up for you." Having sat for a while, the dishes had cooled, and the layer of fat atop the braised bamboo shoots had solidified. Gan Guyu stood to retrieve the dishes for reheating. But Xianhuang shook her head to stop him. He looked at her in confusion as she suddenly produced 2 purple ribbons, tying her long hair into twin ponytails. What was the meaning of this sudden change in hairstyle? Both Gan Guyu and Pei were taken aback. Next, she conjured a fire magic crystal, which she activated with her magical energy, causing it to gradually emit warmth. Gan Guyu frowned, but remained silent. Was she intending to heat the food in this manner? Could a wind and thunder mage adeptly control fire elements to merely warm cold dishes? This was a bamboo hut. He hoped she would not inadvertently set the place ablaze. With that thought, Gan Guyu began to gather water elements beneath the table, just in case an emergency arose. After all, he could play the role of a firefighter if necessary. Fortunately, Xianhuang did not keep Gan Guyu in suspense for long. As the warmth from the fire crystal was released, a gentle breeze manifested in her hand, swiftly enveloping the fire crystal and transferring the heat across the table. Gan Guyu and Pei stared in astonishment. Realizing that wind elements could be utilized in such a way, Did this culinary sorceress truly not require a stove to prepare her dishes? Sitting at the table, Gan Guyu felt no surge of heat from the activated fire crystal. Yet the dishes before them began to steam, with the bowl of braised bamboo shoots even starting to simmer slightly. Before long, Yimo withdrew her hand, having successfully reheated the dishes. Such remarkable control over the wind element. Gan Guyu praised her without reservation, while Yimo bowed slightly in acknowledgement. Remaining silent, it finally dawned on Gan Guyu that this dark-haired girl was indeed taciturn. If she could avoid speaking, she would undoubtedly refrain from uttering even a single word. Yimo then surveyed the table once more before reaching for a skewer of black-toothed pork. Pei, sensing something, quickly stood and rushed outside. "I'll fetch clean bowls and chopsticks." Gan Guyu realized, to his dismay, that he had forgotten to prepare utensils for their new guest. A most egregious oversight. However, Yimo appeared unconcerned, her focus intently fixed on the meat skewer as she took a delicate bite. After chewing thoughtfully for some time, she finally swallowed the black-toothed pork, while Gan Guyu observed her intently, eager to glean her opinion on the roasted meat. However, he soon found himself disappointed, for until she finished the entire skewer, her expression remained unchanged, her demeanor serious and focused. Just as Gan Guyu thought Yimo might offer some feedback or sample another dish, she once again reached for another skewer of meat. Gan Guyu felt somewhat bewildered, while Pei, on the other hand, was secretly delighted. Could it be that this roasted meat was so delectable that even a culinary master like the culinary sorceress held it in high regard? Yet, it did not take long for Pei to realize her assumptions were misguided. Yimo, holding the skewer, showed no intention of consuming it. Instead, her expression grew even more serious. The serious expression upon her face seemed strangely reminiscent. Indeed, that fellow, Gan Guyu, often bore a similar countenance while laboring in the fields or elucidating planting techniques for everyone. A fleeting look of realization crossed Pei's face, and her heart skipped a beat. A subtle surge of magical energy flickered at Yimo's fingertips, causing the meat skewer to tremble imperceptibly. With keen eyes, Gan Guyu caught a glimpse of the moment when a faint blue light emanated from the skewer in Yimo's hand, an indication of the elemental force of lightning. "My apologies," Yimo said, extending the skewer toward Gan Guyu. Realizing something significant, Gan Guyu eagerly accepted the skewer and took a hearty bite, his eyes widening in astonishment. What sorcery had this girl employed on the meat skewer? It bore no resemblance to the ones he had grilled himself. Were Gan Guyu a chef, Yimo's actions would have been a slap in the face. Yet he was not, and even if he were a culinary artist, he would undoubtedly admire her skill, especially considering her polite apology. The fact that she used 3 simple words to express her regret struck Gan Guyu as sincere. He surmised that Yimo had likely harnessed the lightning element to tenderize the meat, rendering it considerably more succulent. Had she employed this technique from the outset, the black-toothed pork would have undoubtedly been more flavorful. If the pork in a dish were treated similarly, the absence of a thickened sauce would be considerably overshadowed. Of course, not every lightning mage could accomplish such a feat had it not been for Yimo's precise control over the lightning element. The bamboo skewer would have been reduced to mere charcoal. To exaggerate, this was nothing short of a miraculous technique, truly befitting the title of a master chef. Chapter 57. Business with the long-haired beauty. Seeing Gan Guyu's expression, Pei could hardly feign ignorance to what had transpired and urgently tugged at him. "Save some for me." However, Gan Guyu was far too engrossed to pay her any mind, pretending to be oblivious as he eagerly devoured the skewers, fearful that Pei might snatch them from his grasp. Meanwhile, Yimo had already picked up a piece of boiled sweet potato, gently peeling away the skin to take a bite. Before long, having consumed one piece, she reached for another. The actions of Yimo instantly captivated Gan Guyu and Pei's attention. Could it be that the master chef possessed a method to elevate the simple boiled sweet potato to new heights of flavor? Gan Guyu was filled with anticipation, while Pei silently steeled herself, determined that this time she would not allow Gan Guyu to indulge alone. Yet, nothing extraordinary occurred. The piece of sweet potato Yimo picked up was swiftly consumed without ceremony. Gan Guyu and Pei exchanged puzzled glances. What was going on? Unfazed by their curiosity, Yimo proceeded to take a third piece, followed by a fourth, until she had devoured every last morsel of sweet potato. A look of lingering satisfaction gleaming in her eyes, that moment. Gan Guyu was utterly convinced that this girl had developed a genuine fondness for boiled sweet potatoes. To consume 5 pieces in one go, was she possessed of an otherworldly appetite? Concerned, Gan Guyu offered her a cup of water. Emo nodded in gratitude, taking a small sip before her gaze fell upon the final bowl of braised pork with fresh bamboo shoots. Surely, she intended to continue her feast. Gan Guyu looked on in astonishment. As the host, he felt it inappropriate to inquire, "Are you sure you haven't eaten too much?" lest others misconstrue his concern as disdain for her appetite. Yet, to his surprise, Emo did indeed pick up a piece of black-toothed pork and began to savor it with earnest concentration. Naturally, everyone knew she would likely find the taste lacking, so no one held any expectations. Emo made no effort to enhance the flavor of the black-toothed pork again, but a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in her eyes. She then took up a piece of bamboo shoot, tilting her head in examination, clearly unfamiliar with it. Gan Guyu hastily provided an explanation. "This is bamboo shoot, the tender sprout of the bamboo plant, a type of vegetable. Throughout history, bamboo shoots have been regarded as a delicacy, known for their ability to stimulate the appetite and aid digestion. In the past, many believed that while bamboo shoots were delicious, they lacked nutritional value, with some even claiming eating a meal of bamboo shoots requires 3 days of oil to digest. In reality, bamboo shoots are rich in protein, keratin, various vitamins, and essential minerals like iron, phosphorus, and magnesium, along with 18 amino acids beneficial to health. They also contain polysaccharides with cancer-preventive properties, making them an ideal health supplement. Furthermore, bamboo shoots and pork are a wonderfully complementary pairing, even possessing the ability to lower blood sugar levels. The abundant free amino acids bestow bamboo shoots with an unparalleled freshness that beautifully counterbalances the richness of the pork, creating a harmonious culinary experience. Upon learning that this was indeed a vegetable, Mo's eyes lit up, and she eagerly sampled the bamboo shoot, savoring several pieces, seemingly insatiable. Noticing that she was the sole one using chopsticks, she began rummaging through the bowl, observing the once ethereal calmness in her demeanor now replaced with anticipation and urgency. Gan Guyu couldn't help but smile and joined her in the search for bamboo shoots. At last, the final piece of bamboo shoot was devoured by Emo, while the remaining black-toothed pork in the bowl was tacitly ignored by all. Gan Guyu was indifferent to the long-haired beauty's pickiness, fully aware that without the pork, the bamboo shoots would not have tasted nearly as delightful. Ultimately, to his astonishment, Emo did not overlook the few Sichuan peppercorns nestled within the braised pork. As she curiously examined the small fruit she had picked up, Pei Pei hastily warned, "You can't eat those." Before Pei Pei could finish her sentence, Emo had already popped the peppercorn into her mouth. Her brows furrowed slightly, yet she continued to chew. Gan Guyu was nearly entranced. It was his first time witnessing someone taste Sichuan peppercorns with such serious intent to ensure their freshness and numbing quality. He had plucked only unopened peppercorns, and as Emo chewed, she likely crushed the seeds within. However, aside from a slight frown, she displayed no further reaction, and Gan Guyu could only watch as she consumed the peppercorns. One after another, after a while, it seemed Emo finally emerged from the numbing sensation of the peppercorns. She untied her hair, letting it fall freely, and gave a slight bow. "Thank you for your hospitality." Gan Guyu was taken aback for a moment before quickly waving his hand with a smile. "Not at all. You are far too courteous. The key lies in the bamboo shoots as well as the spices," Emo suddenly declared, her tone resolute. Having adapted to her manner of speaking, Gan Guyu understood she was referring to the highlights of the braised pork with fresh bamboo shoots. And he nodded in agreement. Indeed, the numbing quality of the peppercorns enhances the flavor. "Sichuan peppercorns," Emo pondered for a moment before looking up at Gan Guyu. "If Miss has something to say, please feel free to speak directly," Gan Guyu replied with a smile. "I wish to procure them," Emo stated succinctly. As expected, Gan Guyu nodded. "But may I inquire whether the Listening Rain restaurant is interested in acquiring bamboo shoots or Sichuan peppercorns?" "Both," Emo replied with great enthusiasm. "The more, the better. Currently, the yield of both bamboo shoots and Sichuan peppercorns is quite low, Gan Guyu lamented, spreading his hands. I do have some other spices growing in my courtyard, but they are not yet ripe. Mo's eyes sparkled. And after a moment of silence, she reiterated, both. The two statements of both bore different implications. The latter included a deeper meaning. Not only did the Listening Rain restaurant desire the other spices, but she was also willing to indulge Gan Guyu's demands. Even if he were to ask for an exorbitant price. Pei, upon hearing this, gently tugged at Gan Guyu and whispered, Hey, I must warn you, the ingredients sold to the Listening Rain restaurant must not be marked up. Gan Guyu shot her a glance. But I possess something unique to the entire continent. Monopolizing the market. Wouldn't it be a pity not to cash in? But this is the Listening Rain restaurant, Pei exclaimed in alarm. I admire Miss and the generosity of the Listening Rain restaurant. But business is business. It cannot be conflated. Gan Guyu shook his head solemnly. In matters of commerce, I trust Miss understands. That is only right. Indeed, Emo nodded in agreement. Ultimately, whether it be bamboo shoots or Sichuan peppercorns, they belonged to Gan Guyu, and Pei recognized she had neither the right nor the position to interfere with his decisions. She held no desire to be generous with others' resources. So, with a huff, she declared indignantly, I will purchase bamboo and Sichuan peppercorn seeds from you, then grow them myself to send to the Listening Rain restaurant.